What is good, family, family, family? Welcome back to the I Am Courtney Michelle show. You know who it is, Courtney Michelle. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and get into it because tonight might be a little cringy as well. And this is kind of going back to the show that I had last week. If you were here, you saw something that I had no idea um, what was going to unfold. Again, when people call in, I have no idea. I welcome everyone on here, whether they agree with me or not. I always welcome difference of opinions because I think it's important. Just as long as we're respectful, that's all I ask. But last week was very, 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 very interesting. I think a lot was said that maybe a lot of us maybe knew but didn't hear it, and hearing things from the horse's mouth gave a new light on a lot of things. Um, it's funny because when I started doing this show, I told my good friend Omawale that I wanted to be the missing link, meaning try to have balance. And I think I'm balanced. At least I try to be. So again, that's why I always welcome opinions. I tell my daughter this all the time when she has a boo-boo and she always wants to put a Band-Aid on it. I tell her, I'm like, baby girl, I understand you want to put a Band-Aid over it and you want to cover it and you don't want to see it when it scabs up. But how you heal a wound is you have to expose it. You have to take the band-aid off, and it has to have air. It has to breathe. It has to be exposed before any healing can take place. And I really, really want this platform to be just a small microcosm of people that want to heal. But again, you can't heal unless you expose things. And being in this adjacent to the manosphere, I've been exposed to a lot of things, especially with men and their grievances of women, in particular, Black women. I didn't know. I think a lot of women didn't know. And then it's opening my eyes up to the other side, and the other side of women that have their grievance. Now, I go to the beauty salon, and she's doing my hair, I do my color. Tell them what is going to be next week. But we always talking about men, just like men always talk about women in the barbershops. But we're bringing barbershop conversations out in public. We're bringing salon conversations out in public. And I think that's what makes it a little cringy, because, we're used to talking to women amongst us women. Men are used to talking to men amongst us men, but now we're getting to listen to these conversations, and cringy at best, yes, but important. And again, I mean, you can't heal unless you figure out and find out some things that might hurt, that you might hear that's hurtful. But that's what we're here for, or at least that's what I'm here for. So last week's show, we had a woman that came on, conservative Black woman, that was admittedly a divester. I never heard of that word until I got over here, and apparently it is a community. I'm gonna add some. Y'all know I like a good PowerPoint. I'm gonna add some stuff to here. And I'm gonna add this because once I started posting my show, I do my clips, because I know some of my shows it's like 4 hours long, and I know a lot of people just don't have the time to listen to a whole show. So I clip it up, and I was clipping up the show, and I got a crazy feedback. And actually, before I show this, let me remove that, because I want to start off by saying something too. And I'm going to talk about divestment, but I just thought about something that I wanted to talk about, that I've been wanting to talk about. So I'm just going to throw it out there. In my community tab on my YouTube page, I asked a question. I said, I asked, what are some things that we want to leave in 2021? And that was going to be a show until all of this started happening. But one of the things that people were saying, and one thing that I want to leave in 2021, is these dumbass labels that we put on each other. I am so tired of hearing alpha and beta. As a woman well in her 30s, if a man came up to me and was like, Courtney, I'm an alpha man, baby. I'm an alpha man, baby. You ain't getting no beta over here. I'm like, you'll sit your lame ass down. That is whack. It is lame. Quit labeling yourself. If you're an alpha man, just be a man. If you're beta, just sing me an R&B song. And, if I like it, I like it. I'm so tired of these labels, because at the end of the day, you're not just all one thing. We just don't encompass one and negate everything else. Depends on the day. Depends on if it's my time of month. You don't know what you might get sometimes, because I get emotional. I am so tired of the label pick me. I didn't know what a pick me was until I got over here. And then people started calling me a pick me. And I was like, well, what is that? And it's a woman that wants to do things and pander to men to be chose. No, that's not me. I am not a pick me, a pick misha. I'm just honest. Then what else did I get labeled? A good old chameleon. That was the fun one. Because I was like, now what the hell is people calling me a chameleon for? Well, a chameleon is because you act like one thing, but you really are another. And I was like, well, now, I don't tend to be the brightest crayon in the box. But what I do know about chameleons is that that's not necessarily a bad thing. So when we start using these terminologies, first, people, we're gonna have to, Google is your friend. I promise you, Google this terminology because y'all be Lord. So what is a chameleon? Well, being adaptable and authentic, because these are terminologies that we actually use in corporate America. And when we teach people how to change to their environment, especially being in sales and IT, we teach people being adaptable doesn't mean not knowing who you are. Chameleons change color only as needed. If they're on the leaf, they're green. If they're on a branch, they're brown. They adapt to situations. The one thing I know that's constant in this world is two things: it's death and it's change. Now, we as a people don't understand being adaptable and being able to change. Then how in the world did you get through the pandemic? Or how are you going through with the new Omarion version? You have to be adaptable. So when people are saying you're just a chameleon, well, I mean, most successful people are the most adaptable. Charles Darwin called it over 150 years ago when he commented, "It is not the strongest of the species that survives, yet the most intelligent that survives. It is the one that is the most adaptable to change." So I'll be all the chameleon you want me to be, because at the end of the day, I don't really give a damn what you call me. It's what I answer to. So all these labels that we keep putting on each other, or you want to put on people that you don't know, go ahead on. But let me tell you, it's getting kind of lame and kind of whack, especially for those that are my elders. Now I'm pushing 40. So if you my elders, you damn near 50. And for you to comment and call people these random stuff is just odd. But you go ahead, I'll take that. So then back to my story. I didn't mean to go on a tangent, but this shit got to be said. So then I started posting, right, my show from last week. And I had no idea the pushback that I was going to get. And it was a whole new group of women the divestment community. And then I got called a whole nother label. Yeah, sidebar. Let me see in the chat. I have been doing YouTube less than a year, and if I've been called everything but a child of God, what the hell? Okay. So then I got called. Well, these are the comments. And I'll read it out. One, this was pathetic. I can't stand to see a woman mammying. A mammy. I kept being called a mammy. And this is the first time in that I have ever been called a mammy. But the terminology that I know I was like, well, how in the hell am I a mammy? Like, these are old school terms. But, look at another comment. Definitely mammy vibes. Another casualty to this toxic Black man worshiping culture. Girl, get your dustpan ready and keep it handy. Now, I do go back and forth in the comments. I'm trying to tell y'all I do enjoy the smoke. So here's another one. Courtney Michelle is sad, especially for a single mother. She panders to Black men to be accepted because the ones she wants don't want her. That's cap. Do better, because as you can see, being a mammy didn't get you a ring. Another one. Tagging Cynthia's name to build up your struggle channel. I wish you mammies would be more original. A mammy? So now we just taking derogatory terms that we use to, degrade black women back in the 20s, 30s, and 40s. We're just going to use that on black women today, even though it makes no damn sense, but that's what we're going to do. It's the same women that are so mad at the black manosphere for degrading black women, and they make fun of single mothers. They make fun of us all. But yet y'all are in my comments degrading me. Oh, the irony of it all. But I'm supposed to take you serious. I'm supposed to take the women that are so upset with black men and how they feel so disrespected from black men, but you get on a black woman's platform that only gives people a chance to speak their talk and to give them a space where they feel safe, and I won't degrade them, and I check the people that degrade them. You want to come and call me a mammy? Like I said, y'all got to get these terminologies. You call me a chameleon. Chameleons is not a bad thing. Mammy, well, what is a mammy? It's a stereotype depicting black women who work in a white family and nurse the family's children. The fictionalized mammy character is often visualized as a larger size, dark skinned woman with motherly personality. Well, I'll take that. I am a mother. The origin of the mammy figure stereotype is rooted in history of slavery in the United States. Black slave women were tasked with domestic and child care work in white American slaveholding households. The mammy stereotypes was inspired by these domestic workers. The mammy caricature was used to create a false narrative of black women being happy within slavery or within a role of servitude. Though there were women who worked within the domestic roles, like maid or caregiver, there is no real evidence that there were women who existed with the mammy stereotype. So it's ma'am that called me mammy. I work in IT. I build computers. I'm not taking care of the white people kids, so I'm not a mammy. I mean, I am a black woman, and dark compared to I guess, some black women. And damn it, I done lost 15 pounds, so y'all ain't gonna put that hefty fat woman on me. Oh, this no, you won't. So how am I a mammy? What mammies look like? Well, this is what they made fun of us. Black women that had no choice but to take care of the children in the home during slavery. This is, and you call me this as it's used in a derogatory term, but these were real women. These were our ancestors that had no choice. And so now we're making fun of women that loves being a woman, and you want to degrade us by calling us mammies who worked hard, and you wouldn't be here if it wasn't for these beautiful women. How dare you? It's absolutely disgusting, some of the stuff that we call each other. It's shameful. And it's absolutely shameful that the hypocrisy of it all. You degrade black women because you don't believe in what I believe in, and you degrade us by making fun of what they used to make fun of us by. And you can still see this. I'm a Southern girl, and there's a lot of stuff that I love about the South. But one thing that I do not like about the South is that you can still probably see these in stores. They're made into like cookie jars and dolls to play with. The mammy caricature that's making fun of us. Hell, we just got rid of Auntie Mammy. So now I'm a mammy. Well, again, like the lamos that call me a chameleon, not knowing that being adaptable is actually something that we all need to learn how to be. So you sound stupid. What was it, man? Hide your kids, hide your wife. you dumb. You sound really, really dumb. And so now these idiots that are calling me mammy, not understanding the origin of what a mammy is, and I'm far from that. But if you want to put me in that category, that's fine. Shout out to Hattie McDaniels, the first Black woman that won an Oscar award for being a mammy. Shout out to her. And if I got to put her on my back, I definitely will. Old ass, bitter women over here calling people mammies, not knowing that that was your great great grandmother. And you want to be disrespectful. But, anyways, y'all know I'll be going, everybody can get the smoke. So, apparently, I'm not trying to have the smoke for the divestment community, but maybe I am. Since y'all want to bring it to me. So, now that I got that off my chest, what's going on in the chat? Let's talk about it. Let's talk about divesting. What the hell is it? I didn't know much about it, and then I started researching. So I want to talk about what it is. And please, if anybody in the community that is a divester, you come on up. I'm not gonna hurt you. This is a safe space. Okay? Safe here. I'm gonna put up something. And there was a video that I saw, and it was recorded, I want to say maybe last year, and it's a whole community of women that divest. First, before I do that, I want to put up the definition just in case no one knows what it is. Like I said, I'm big on words, so we're gonna use it. Let's use it right. So, divest is sort of a fancy way to say dispose of. It's often used in a business context to describe companies or governments that divest some of their holdings by selling them off. It can also be used in the sense of taking something away from someone. For example, if your boss becomes insane and power mad, his handlers may divest him of his title. So, dispose him of his title, meaning his position is taken away from him. So, being a divester, what does that mean when we're talking about relationships and what these women are talking about? They're disposing of the Black man. That's it. So, let's hear what they have to say. This was an interesting stream. Very interesting. So, let me share my screen.
Get you in here, sister. Life has really encapsulated all of it, honestly. But to paraphrase, think of the decision that you're going to make and does it serve you best, right? So a lot of the times that means that you might have to abstain from Blackistan, even politics that don't serve you, politics that are not your own narrative, a workplace that's not serving you, men who are not serving you, be it Black, be it white men who overly identify with the Black male plight, people in proximity. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. Yeah, and you saying that just, yeah. Because I'm glad you guys are here. Because them is trash too. Divesting from, I've even had to divest from some who were Black male sympathizers, right? Thinking about where you're going to spend your time, because you as a woman, whatever you spend your time with, It's going to multiply. That is the nature of feminine energy, right? So if you pair bond with dust, what are you going to get? Dust, right? It also and it
So I hope you guys were able to hear. So pretty much what they were saying, what does it mean to divest? It's, whatever doesn't serve me. I'm doing me first. Me. So first it tells me you're selfish. And I don't know any man that would want to be in a relationship with a selfish woman. But what she said, what I thought was interesting, is that she's not only divesting from black men, meaning disposing of black men. She doesn't need a black man in her life, don't want to date them. And that's fine. Because I mean, it's going to be more for me. But, okay. But what she also said that I think is interesting is that she's even divesting from the white men that relate to blackness. She don't want a white man that might be culturally aware of black folks. So that means John B can't even holler at her. Now, if y'all don't know me, there's one thing that you should know. I love y'all black men, but if John B walk in here talking about they don't know, I'm gonna tell y'all, I don't know, y'all gotta go. But other than that, you don't even want a white man that's sympathetic. And she also said black male sympathizers, which I guess they would consider me one because I love black men. Well, I love black people. So black people, black men, all of us. So they don't even want to be around women like me that don't hate anything about the black men. Yeah, y'all got y'all problems, but we do too. But that doesn't mean I turn away. That means I try to solve it with you. So the divestment is not only selfish that I'm getting. And again, if I'm getting it wrong, please, I'm going to drop the link. You said someone, that's right, John B. Okay. Well, I'm going to drop the link, and maybe if I'm getting it wrong, you let me know. But they don't want nothing to do with the black community. Even though these are 4 black women, they want nothing to do with us. So that tells me that it's not the black man, it's them. You just don't want nothing to do with your whole culture. I'm gonna go back. Let's bring these ladies back up. I hope y'all can hear because this was interesting. They also said some stuff on here. What do they think about the black man? Let's hear it.
And everything. She looked skin all glowy and everything.
Up here out here.
Oh, nice. All right, so you guys can open your mics up. And I want to know what you think about this statement. I don't even know where I found this. How true is the statement? Quote, Black women's poor outcomes are almost exclusively tied to our unending support of and loyalty to Black males, often at our detriment.
I agree. True. Yes, I agree.
Yeah, that's true.
And so, yeah, so
supportive and loyalty to Black males, often at our detriment, is the part that got me. Yes.
Yeah, can I attest to that, to what you're saying, Deb?
Go ahead, girl.
Okay, good. So if we look at the data, and so I like to look at quantitative data, and I like to look at research just to be able to be like conscious of like different themes and trends that are happening. And
if you identify yourself, because people keep asking, who's this talking?
Sorry, it's Lexus Exodus. I know some of you guys recognize my voice, but it's Lexus Exodus. So these men, if you look at the data, they lead the felony conviction rates. So they also lead the poverty rates.
They have very high domestic violence rates. They have very low marriage rates, but all of these illegitimate children everywhere. And also, I follow another content creator, and I won't say her name because I want to respect her platform, but she counts every day how many stories that she comes across of Black women and girls who have been victimized and who have lost their lives at the hands of these men.
Oh, I think I featured that website on the show a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, she's good. She's so good. And where the last count this past week was 913 Black women and girls who have lost their lives just in the States alone this year. And the studies show that all of this violence is intraracial, meaning that it happens at the hands of men that belong to these communities. I really do believe that we are so loyal that we will die behind this. And it's such a bizarre thing. It's such a really odd, weird thing. Like, we'll see these stories every day. We'll see it within our community. I remember growing up in Blackistan and seeing like the neighbors fight, and the next door neighbor every Friday he'd get drunk and beat his wife. But for whatever reason, we're just in such a really extreme state of denial. I really do believe that it'll be the death of us. So that statement that you read, I agree with that wholeheartedly.
Okay.
So if you was able to hear that, the lady on there, Lexi, who is obviously popular in the divestment community, and I see some of y'all in the chat, and I'm going to put the link up because, again, I welcome everyone on here. So if I'm getting something wrong, someone said I need to do a little bit more research, I'm letting you talk. So there's no research that I necessarily have to do. I'm just playing what you guys are saying and just read and saying it verbatim. So what this lady said is that she's into stats, and she's saying that it's, we are going to love the Black men to our detriment because they're killing us. Now I'm going to say this, and some of y'all Black men might get upset, but it is what it is. Again, equal smoke. The extremities that I hear on this side is the exact same shit that I hear on this side as well too. The extreme of the passport bros, the ones that say there's no good Black women. What's up, fresh and fit? How are they, fresh and fit, different from these women? They're not. It's two extremes. And again, like I said at the beginning, if I'm wanting to be kind of the link that link us shit together, we got to call a spade a spade. When we hear that on this side, it gives reverence to these women to say the exact same thing, just flip it. So therefore, it's the Black men that are making single parents. They're leaving us. It's not the Black woman's fault. It's the Black men that are getting women pregnant and running off. It's the Pookie and Ray Rays. And you Black men won't do anything with the Pookie and Ray Rays, just like you tell us we don't do anything with the Tatianas. It's the same rhetoric that we hear from hurt men. Now we get to hear from the hurt women. They just call themselves divestors. Let's carry on. Before I play this, let me pop back up. That was interesting too, because throughout this stream, it was very, very apparent that it was self. Everyone kept saying, love yourself first. Self-love. Being African Methodist Episcopal here in the South, what my Bible teaches me is that we don't do selfless stuff. Selfish. When you love, you give yourself to that person. What kind of mother would I be if I just think of myself only? What kind of spouse, what kind of lover, what kind of mate would I be if I just think of myself? What kind of worker would I be if I just think of myself? What kind of friend would I be if I just think of myself? The self worship of it all, to me, is disgusting. Giving yourself, that's love. I wonder, because everybody kept married. Are you married? Are you married? Are these women married? Funny enough, if you watch this, they actually all said on here that they don't even want to be married. I don't really think they have a choice, but let's carry on. They talk a lot about isolation, which I think is interesting too. Man, let me pop back up. Some of y'all had me good and heated. So they talk about self isolation. This is what I want to play a part where they said that they had to leave their families because their families just didn't understand. And I had to let go of my friends, and I'm walking this divestment walk alone. Now I got people in my family that they got a little white lady. My daddy, bless his heart, my stepmother was a white lady, and I loved her as much as I loved him. He still had his family. He still had his children. She's now gone to glory. Rest her soul. Dating out doesn't mean that you're alone. So it's something else that's there. There's many of people that date outside their race, and their family still loves them, and the children that they bear are still loved. So the fact that these women are saying that they are alone and isolated, and they had to physically leave their family. One of the women on here left her home and went to a whole nother state to love white men. The math ain't mathing. I'll play it. Let's see.
You're the crazy one.
Okay. That's real. That's good. Okay, anyone else want to chime in on that? You know, what's the pros for Black women and girls for divesting? But then, you know, just to be fair, we have to also consider that there may be a downside to this.
I think one of the pros is that you make a choice to put yourself first. And I think that that's something that Black women just don't know how to do. I think that, I'm going to go to the cons real quick, right? Like, I don't have the relationship that I would like with family, with friends. People find me to be a radical, okay? I'm 24/7 with it, I'm 24/7 with it. I got pamphlets, I got, what you need. Like, we're talking about the issues, we're discussing the issues.
Okay, I'm sorry. She's going to go on a rampage. But the lady says she got pamphlets. What is she doing? Cancer research? She has pamphlets on divesting and disposing of Black men and pamphlets? Who the hell has pamphlets about dating? It's just, the math ain't math. It's not making sense to me. How do you have pamphlets and going to Thanksgiving dinners talking about you loving Black men, you not loving Black men and wanting a white man? Girl, just do it, girl. Black men, fresh and fit. Don't nobody care. Bonquishas and just get yourself a little white lady and go on about your business. The lady said she has pamphlets. Oh, man, I wish I would have. If I was really prepared for this show, and the reason why I'm doing it is because those rude ass comments. But if I was prepared, I sure enough would have asked this little lady, girl, give me a little pamphlet, girl. Let me read this, how-to pamphlets or something. But I digress.
Issues. And people just want to relax and chill. They don't want to hear about breaking generational curses on Thanksgiving Day. You know what I'm saying? So I think, just like Asia said, I've been Black sheep as well, and I've learned that that's going to be a part of my journey. and it doesn't hurt so much anymore. And if you're not willing to be strong and face the fact that this is going to isolate you, you can't talk about divestment and you're chilling with everybody, you know what I'm saying? Because at some point, you're going to have to step away and put yourself first. Everyone's going to play you when you're a Black woman. That's what I learned the hard way. You know what I'm saying? Everyone's going to try you. Everyone. And it's very sad. I've had to, be very strong with, with strangers. People are like, whoa, why are you coming so aggressive? I'm like, I'm healing. I got to put myself first. You know what I'm saying? Like, you'll come off crazy a little. But I think it's a blessing in the end because we teach people how to treat us. And I will no longer let people think that treating me subpar is the way that it's going to go. That's just not going to happen.
Okay, I want to hear from Danny. She's been.
The lady that I had on the show last week, conservative Black woman, said that when Black women divest, they are the happiest. They are the happiest. That woman that just was screaming, "Let me alone! I want my white man! To hell with them Black nigger!" What? And that was all the bass in her voice. I didn't know she was about to do some Johnny Gill, my. Oh, yeah. I mean, it was just, come on, lady. You don't sound happy at all. Look at the ladies. Does this look like happy to you? Look, well, I mean, she looked like she got the COVID. The child can't hardly see her over here in the corner. It don't. These are not the faces that I see of happy women. So again, it's not the men. It's not the men. What is it about you? Her tone, the aggression. She even said, "I know I sound aggressive. I sound like I've been smoking a pack of Newports. Oh, white men, I love you." That's not happy. She sounds rough, used up. So what do these women say when they're asked, "Well, what about the good Black men?" You can't possibly think that there ain't no good Black men. You can't think that. Now I know it's some rough ones. Y'all, they call them Dusties. I would love to know why. Because not gonna say that. But what do they say about that? Let me see.
Whenever we tend to have a really honest discussion about the behaviors of Black men towards Black women and girls, there's always that at least one person who's going to come up with, "Why you say that? What about the good Black men? My daddy, my brother, my husband, my boyfriend, my son, my cousin, my goldfish is not like that. You guys just know."
One second, because I am with the smoke today. And I see a comment on here, Miss Pay, excuse me. "Why haven't a good man married you, Courtney?" Because your daddy taking too long. I think he got a problem with you calling me mama since you older than me, but we're going to work on that. Tell your daddy I said I'm going to call him when I get off this thing, okay? Let's carry on.
Bad guy. You picked him. And this actually can come from men or women. What is your response to people with that mentality who say those kinds of things in response to the cry to divest? Yeah, you've heard it. Y'all know you heard it. That's all they say. They always, what about the good Black men? There's good Black men.
If you, go ahead.
I can answer that too.
When I hear that, I tell them, this is what I tell them. It's like, okay, so if you're a good black man, then, why are you letting the Ray-Rays and Pookies and these degenerates in the community terrorize the community, terrorize the black women, leave them pregnant, no marriage. If you're such a good man, then why aren't you doing anything about it? Instead, you left or you turned a blind eye. So for me, you're not good man. You're just as bad as they are. So that's what I tell them.
Girl, you must be my twin.
Can I
say?
Can I
A
throw
lot of
something
the
out to you?
people that. Oh, I'm sorry. Is you speaking?
I'm so sorry. I'm gonna make this
Oh,
quick because
yeah.
I have a perfect analogy for this. And I was thinking about the other day about situations that I've been in. As far as people saying, "Oh, well, what about the good black men?" X, Y, and Z. Here's my analogy for that. Say you have a pack of M&Ms, right? Regular, not the peanut kind. You have the regular bag of M&Ms, and let's say however many pieces come in the bag of M&Ms. 10 of them are poison. They look, smell, and taste just like the rest of them. You can't tell which ones are poison. Are you going to pick through each one and sniff and lick and taste and try and figure out which one is or isn't poison? Or is it safer to just kind of set the whole pack aside and not deal with it? That's how I felt about it recently. And I'm
There ain't never just one M&M either. That M&M got poisonous as friends.
Oh my God. So we liken people, black men, to M&Ms? Lady, people are bad. Black men, white men, Asian men, all of them damn near got some trifling in them. But you know what? I hear that every day over here. I am constantly having to tell black men there's still good black women. I am constantly having to tell black men over here, quit putting black women all as if we're all the same. I have nothing in common with these ladies. We're all black women. I am not them. They are not me. We're all different. It's not a pander. It's not nothing. It's facts. Take some water because I feel like it's going to be smoking tonight. I saw someone in the comments saying it's a response, is a response. Well, the response is trash. It's trash. If this is what you're responding to ignorance of men saying the dumb shit that they're saying, it's trash. When do you fight fire with fire? It just burns more. You don't let out a fire but put more smoke and fire to it. It's the dumbest shit that I've ever heard. Like, how old are we? How old are we? Well, it's a response. They're not being nice to us black women, so I'm going to be mean to them. Every black man don't think like that, just like every black woman doesn't think like this. But I'm calling it out because on both ends, it's dumb as hell. So I watched this today, thoroughly entertained by the ladies. Again, do I hear some of the stuff that they say on our end? I do. I was watching Tommy Sotomayor yesterday. The foolishness that came out of his mouth about black women. We are not the same. Just like there's trash white men, it's trash black men. But there's also good white men. There's also good black men. Damn, find you one that's good for you. The fact that I have to have this conversation, though, like how old are we? We over here middle-aged people thinking that all black men and all black women are the same. Dear women that divest, I have a news flash for you. Y'all ready? Y'all ready? Wait a minute, get your pen out, get your paper out. You ready? Write this down. Okay? Because I'm about to tell you something. Because this is what my brothers and them told me. My brother said, and I got 3 brothers. They black men. They strong black men. They beautiful black men. Married to black women too. For years. Matter of fact, I ain't never known them to bring nothing home but black women. One of them was real light skinned though. But that's a whole nother story. And you know what they told me? They said, Courtney, let me tell you a secret, right? Men, whether white, whether Spanish, whether Asian, whether biracial, whether black, men are men. Men, regardless of race, want a particular type of woman. What? Can y'all believe that? Can you believe it that men are men? I can't. I can't believe it. Just because we're culturally different, I might fry up a little extra on my end and they might do a saute or use a wok. Men are men. Guess what, passport bros? Guess what? You got your pen. Women are women. Just as Shaquita can do you wrong, Becky can too. Marisol can do you wrong as well because women are women. We might say it differently. We might look differently. But our nature is not. Women have basic needs, men have basic needs. And if you're not meeting that standard that a man wants, regardless of race, they not gonna want you. If you're not meeting the standard that a woman wants, regardless of the race, they not gonna want you. They not gonna want you. The, they, they not gonna want you. They not. They not. Kids are kids. Did y'all know that? If you don't give a child, regardless of their race, security, love, a mama and a daddy, they gonna end up about damn near the same way because they're children. So let's listen to a white man. Black women that think it's just black men that's on these internet streets running amok, telling you what they're not happy about in women and want them to change. Well, can you believe that white men are saying the same thing? I couldn't believe it until I just asked the white man. And Jesus, Lord, be offense.
A woman who's single and perpetually single, it's like she's constantly in and out of relationships. Seems like she just can't hang on to a man, especially once she starts to hit her 30s and 40s. To have a conversation with her, and you see why right away. You can see why. Like that chick is just full of herself. She makes everything about her. Even the conversation is like always lopsided. It's always about her. Lacks that basic like social awareness that married women have. I mean, and for the most part, she's just unpleasant to be around, right? You could feel the level of disrespect. She might take like shots at your ego and shit like that, think it's funny. I might call you a name or something to just like shit test you. I mean, you could tell right away. They're like, I'm not surprised this chick is single, right? Whenever I meet a chick who's like single and perpetually in and out of relationships and like just can't hang on to a boyfriend or anything like that, I see right away why they're still single, especially these former hotties. I'm like, that's why you're still single, right? Listen to your mouth. I mean, the levels of disrespect are ridiculous. I mean, you hear that chick talk, and it's like, man, you make everything about you. You're just unpleasant to be around. Why would somebody want to put a ring on your finger, even if the chick is hot, especially if she's hot. What do I tell you guys? Huge red flag. The hotter she is, the bigger the red flag that if she's still single, right? Because again, these chicks who are even like the least bit cute, they've got a line of guys waiting to put a ring on that finger. Why? Because she's feminine. Why? Because she acts like a lady. Why? Because she dresses classy. She's not wearing crop top heels, 10-inch eyelashes, friggin' lip fillers, Botox. She's not doing that. Hoop earrings, hula hoop earrings.
No, he didn't.
Married women don't look anything like that. You know what looks like that? Single women. Trash, garbage, the DG.
Now, first of all, he's not going to come for my hoop earrings, okay? I love a hoop, but regardless, I'll send him a rude message tonight. Does he not sound like every mother man over here? Men want someone feminine. How many times have we heard out? Shout out Kevin Samuel. Does he not sound like every single man in the black manosphere is saying the exact same thing? He's white. Yes, he is. But guess what? He's also a man. And when you get it through your thick heads, take a track out and listen to men, whether black, white, whatever, they want the exact same thing. It might be packaged differently, but the essence of a woman. That man sounds exactly like something that you would hear O'Shea say. Exactly something that MTR will say and have on his show. The exact same thing. There's not a difference. You say, oh, they do say it. There's white men over there that's called people bitches. Are you lost your mind? And I'm just reading the chat.
Sure, single mom.
Oh, he go in on single moms too. Because again, men are men. Women are women. I'm bringing up Fresh again because I mean he's still a topic of discussion, but let's be clear. He doesn't seem to be the most charismatic of them all at all. So I'm sure that he got played by some black women. I'm pretty sure, and that's probably why he doesn't like black women or don't date them. But what did he do a couple weeks ago? Showed his white woman off and how she was quote unquote different. She wasn't like all the rest of them. She was different. Then what did she do? Play the hell out of them. Used them for clout. Used them for money. Kiki caca all on IG and TikTok about all the flights that she gets taken out of. She's get flown out. Because she's a woman. And a woman that knows who to finesse is going to finesse, and it has nothing to do with color. It's you. It's you. So there's a lot of men in this space. Shut out the lead attorney. A lot of men going over there talking about not wanting to get married. Those 4 women, when I watched the show, said that black men, what they would do is leave you as single mothers because none of them want to get married. That's exactly what they said on that show. And that's why they're divesting, because white men want to marry. Do they? Y'all know I come with receipts.
Guys no longer want to get married.
There's literally no way you don't know the answer to this one. Men don't want to get married twice or again or ever simply because of the things they've already gone through or things they've seen. A lot of them have lost homes, jobs, other possessions, worst of all, their kids, all because of an ungrateful woman. False allegations from a woman at the very onset the answer to this.
Why do you think guys no longer want to get married?
Men no longer want to get married because it's no longer worth the effort. Hear me out before all you feminists come out and tell me. If you look at the numbers, over 50% of marriages end in divorce, and 80% of them are initiated by women. Why do I want to take a chance, an 80% chance that you're going to leave, take half my shit, have to pay you alimony, child support, and fight for 4 days a month to see my kid? Cue all the women, oh, I wish my baby's daddy would come around more often. No, the fuck you don't, because if that was the case, you would have taken less money, let him have 50-50. Don't fuck with me. Why are women so obsessed with getting married today? Why do you women care? Why can't you just have a ceremony, wear a wedding ring, go change your own last name, and call it a day? Why do you have to involve the courts? Because it's insurance for you, not for us. So until the legal system changes, there is zero benefit in men marrying women. But good luck.
Why?
So that was white men saying the exact same thing that black men say over here. They're scared to get married. Why? Because of the divorce rate. Why? Because they're scared that their house will be taken, the kids gonna be gone, taken, the dog, poor little rough, gone. Men are scared to get married. So divest, sure, go ahead. Passport bros, go ahead. Women are women, men are men. What percent of interracial couples end up in divorce? Approximately 41% of mixed race couples end up in divorce within the first 10 years of marriage. What percent of same race couples end up in divorce? Approximately 31% of same race couples end up in divorce after 10 years. So do not tell me that the grass is greener on the other side. It's not. They divorce just like we do over here. Get your black man, get your Spanish man. The divorce rate is high and even higher when the culture is different. That's not me saying it. That's not me being a mammy, a pick me, a chameleon, whatever the hell you want to call me. It is what it is. It's not any better. So the idea, what I would think us as women would be quit trying to put it on a race. Look at yourself and see how we can become better women, period. So whether you get a Chad, whether you get a Tyrone, whether you get a Sanchez, it doesn't matter. Let's work on ourselves to work out these marriage problems, these communication issues that, quite frankly, all of us have. We don't know how to talk to each other. White women don't know how to talk to their white men. I hear it all the time in their space because they have a manosphere too. Just hop on over there. And they say the exact same thing that we say over here. I'm going to mention something else too. I've said this before in the show. And then I'm going to take some calls. Oh, Lord. This should have been Henny. I'm going to take some calls. We're going to be respectful. If you get on here disrespecting, especially me, I'm going to disrespect you back. But I'm going to do it as southern as I can. And then you're going to have to go. Because I'm really about having the conversation. I do believe that being a fetish is something that Black women don't take account when they date out. I do think being a fetish is something Black men don't think about when they date out. I don't give a damn what you got to say. I think Black women are the most beautiful species of women that God created. And not just because I'm one of them. We are. Black women are just the essence of us. It's beautiful. Black men, there's not a man walking this earth to me that can compare to a Black man. Our lips, our style, how we walk in a room, how we talk, how we love, our passion, how we forgive, how we understand. And if you don't think that there's people that fantasize about that, they don't care about you, but want to know how it feels to be with a Black woman, want to know how it feels to be with a Black man, will tell you anything to try to get in your drawers to have that experience, and then dump you like last week's Sunday's newspaper. You got something wrong with you. But again, don't take my word for it, because I do bring receipts. Let's get this little lady off. I'm putting the link in here as well.
Educated. The first reason why white men are choosing Black women is because of, no one ever talks about this, but I think it's the most important one, different culture. They are attracted to different culture, especially if they've dated white women their whole lives. They just want to, I know you have an issue with the word try, but that's what it is. They want to try something new. They want to be around a different culture. A lot of you will say, oh, well, that's a fetish. Well, how is it a fetish? It's not to do with sex, so it's just the experiencing of a different culture. The second one is also, or even more so, labeled as a fetish. That's when white men are simply looking for something new. So it can be their attraction towards a dark-skinned woman or a light-skinned, but dark as in darker than white. So they're attracted to a different kind of color of a woman than they are to white women. It can be their attraction to them finding Black women exotic. Again, with that word exotic, it's so taken out of context. Exotic does not necessarily have to mean sexual. When I think of the word exotic, I think of, paradise. I think of flowers. I think of palm trees. I think of ocean shores. And I think of seeing women on those beaches in the different little towns and bars. That's what I think of, just exotic. And that's how a lot of white men see Black women. They see them as exotic, not necessarily a sexual thing. I will get to the sex part later in the video, though. White men not being attracted to white women. I've already mentioned it in the last video or in the previous one. There's a guy who lives across the street.
I'm going to pause him because he goes into a lot of stuff, stereotypes, why white men are attracted to Black women, because they want to try something new. I'm sorry, I'm more than that. Too old for you to be trying something new. Because after you try me, then what? You ain't say nothing about marriage. You said nothing about my character. You want to try me because you like how my skin looks compared to yours. He goes on to say he likes Black women, because of our attitudes, because the white women don't act like us. So it turned him on because we were assertive, is what he said. Nothing about who you are. I'm going to take some calls. I'll put the link in. I need you guys to cam up, especially if I don't know you. Hakeem, I'm familiar with you, so I'm going to bring you up to have a conversation. Again, I want this to be respectful. And if you are divesting, call up. And if I did something wrong, if I said something wrong, then please let me know. But again, the only thing that I'm saying is what I am hearing them say out of their mouths. I'm just repeating it. It's funny that this white guy said, black women are exotic. I could have swore 50 Cent said the exact same thing when he was talking about his dating Latin women. The show I had a couple weeks ago. He said the same thing. He wanted something exotic. And black women were, oh my God, no 50 Cent, your mama is black. But then when the white men say it, it's what? He get a pass. What's up? Harmony Pill, my darling, how are you? I can't hear you. Are you on mute? Maybe the double mute. Just say something. I can't hear you. Let me see if is it on my end? Canadian born. Get off mute. Let me make sure I can hear you. There you go.
1, 2, 3, testing.
Yeah, I can hear Canadian born. Harmony, I can hear you. Yeah, Harmony, call back.
Hello, sis. How you
Hi.
doing?
How are you? Good to see you again.
Yeah, I'm always here to support you. You know how that is.
Thank you. Hakeem, I got you pulled up as well.
Hey, Courtney.
Hi, how
Can you hear
are
me?
you? I can. I'm going to bring a couple more
Very
people
loud
up.
and very clear too, Hakeem.
AJ.
Thank you, brother.
What going on? What going on?
Guy, how are you?
What's going on, Court? What's good?
Well, just doing a little show. So what do you have for me on the topic? Canadian born, you go first, darling. Then I'll get Hakeem and KJ.
I came in time to listen to your monologue. You had a lot to say. Very intelligent, very well placed. What I find amusing, I keep forgetting you're a black nerd just like me. And you're not a person to take thing and just not let it go. I was like, wow, that's my sister right there. But I realized something that really stood out. This is the same old record play that I've been playing for the past couple of decades, whereby people want diverse from one race to another race just because the one particular race they're dealing with doesn't fit their taste or they don't like what they
I'm
were
hearing
getting.
something in the background. Is that you or someone else? If y'all can,
Hold on.
I think everybody's on mute. That's on you, Canadian. Okay. But go ahead. You're on mute now, boo.
What I noticed is that I hear that same story over and over, and I try to ask myself the same question you asked: what is the problem that you have with your race that forces you to go to another race? And I realize it's nothing, anything different. It's just the choice you be making. What kind of guy are you dealing with? What kind of person are you interacting with? How are you picking your men? Are they based on substance or they're based on what you see on an everyday basis? This is something I've been trying to scratch my head for long. I'm married to a black woman. I love my black woman. I dated outside my race to see if there's anything different from what I'm supposed to deal with. Ain't no different, just that one, culturally speaking, I'm better off with my black woman. At least you can comprehend. Two, I love having black children.
Mm-hmm.
Now, three, just like you said, black women are the more beautiful thing on the earth. I've been that way since I was a kid, so what the point of me leaving from that? But from the video that you shown, I noticed something. None of the phone was happy. That's number one.
Mm-hmm.
They sound like they were screaming mad. That's number two. They sound like they got burnt by not only by one or two or three Pookie and Wayway. That them dirty. Keyword Pookie and Wayway. They didn't deal with the one who was the hardworking, boring kind of guy who's not out in the street. He work, come home, take care of the home kind of thing. And I find it just there's no real logical reason why they should diverse out. Just the fact that they feel they want to control the relationship. I think that's what they're looking for. I don't know. You
Yeah.
tell me. Because based on you show me from your monologue, I'm trying to scratch my head like,
It's interesting, isn't it? Yeah. Let me get Lamar and the kid because I'm full now. I keep getting a message saying that people calling and I can't. So I'm gonna have to let some of you guys go. But once I get everybody, you can call back up. You know, you can hang out with me on the panel. Okay. What's going on, Lamar?
What's up? What's up?
What you
Um,
got for me?
yeah. So I agree with you. You know, you had me cracking up when you said, take the track out of your hair. And listen, that was that was
Bros is
funny.
getting me upset. They just be hey, okay. I did the show first because last week was something, and then it just carried over throughout the week. And not knowing much of the divestment, it was like okay. And then I started learning about it, and I was like, some of these people are Looney Tunes, but some of the people over here, as far as the men, are Looney Tunes. There's a whole lot of loony going on. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're right. When you talked about the two extremes, when you have like
Mm-hmm.
the fresh and fit, or men go their own way, saying they don't want to deal with black women anymore, and then you have like those type of women, saying, like you said, calling for the termination of black men. They don't want to deal with black men. I found that very interesting. Dealing with a bunch of hurt people who is wounded, who are wounded, whether it's from their childhood or whether or not they interacted with a man or a woman and got hurt by them. And this is what it breeds. It breeds a lot of toxicity, and
Mm-hmm.
it's like a revolving door. The men blaming the women for everything, the women blaming men for everything, and it gets nowhere. So, but hearing why people think the way they think is a good thing, and
Mm-hmm.
not getting emotional, when someone is explaining why they think this way, because in order to help them or reach them, you have to understand why they think the way they think. And so
Right.
I'm glad like that you're doing this, because um, out of a lot of platforms that I see, you're really looking for solutions and to actually bring the community together versus some platforms that they're talking about the subject, but they're not really looking for solutions. It's more of just complaining about them. So I just wanted to say good show, and keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you. I appreciate you, and thank you for popping up here.
All right.
All right. Bye. KJ.
What going on? I tried to turn my camera on. I don't know what's going on. Let me
Well,
see. It is what it is. All
well,
right.
I know you. You are right. What you got
Yeah.
for me?
Hey, so
Hey,
long time no see,
I
right?
know.
You know what I'm saying? And cause I say, man, look, man, I got to check out what's going on over there in Courtney space, right? Cause I ain't think you was online for some reason. YouTube ain't been giving me the notifications. I swear to God. I swear to you. So I had to go in, type your name up,
Mm-hmm.
just to see where you was at, and you've been dropping hits. You know what I'm saying?
I've been out here dropping platinum hits, baby. Bad
I'm
boy.
like,
Can't stop,
I'm
won't stop. Uh-uh.
all the way in there. You know what I mean? So when I caught up on this thing about the divesting, and I heard the concern, because I was all in the chat tripping,
Yeah.
right? Man, the thing that I can say about that is you got two sick people,
Mm-hmm.
sick women and sick
Mm-hmm.
men.
Mm-hmm.
Them fresh and fit dudes, they sick.
Right.
And that Cynthia G and her space of women, they sick. I don't want to be sarcastic and say, hey, they just need to get together. What I'm going to do is I'm going to be proactive about this and take a higher solution. They need counseling.
Mm-hmm.
Our community needs counseling. You don't see people pushing the counseling piece no more, the therapy piece. KS, he talk about it sometime on his panel, but I'm
Mm-hmm.
talking about the media. I'm talking about the public. I'm talking
Right.
about the news and stuff like that. They don't push counseling like that in our community to the extent to where we can actually sever some of these ties, because all I hear is bitterness and pain from both sides. I ain't against the women that date out and all that old stuff right there. But what I am against is hating on me. I ain't against the men that date out and all that stuff. But what I am against is hating on the black women. Man, look, man, if hate has to fuel you to date someone else, and then you still have to come back over here to revisit us and let us know that you over there.
It means it's something else.
Something else. Something ain't right.
Like I said, the math ain't math, and it's not making sense, baby. If you want to do your thing, then go ahead on and do it.
Right. And you know what really killed me, Courtney? When they say they leave the black community, but they still black. Like, how can you leave if you over here in the Texas somewhere and they say, well, that's a black woman right there? What you gonna say? I ain't black.
But you know
that's
what?
Crazy.
Right. Because it's like me talking about, you know what? I don't want to be a woman no more. I'm not gonna take any pills. I'm not gonna cut my breasts. I'm just gonna walk around with a box of tampons because I still gotta use it.
Right.
But I'm not a woman no more. Now what?
Like
yes, it's delusional.
Yes.
It's delusion. You can't leave the community that you are. You are the community, lady.
Exactly.
Wherever you go, you black. Blackity black.
Everywhere.
Black.
Right. When I wake up in the mirror morning and I look in the mirror, that's who I see. So that's the major part of it. Like when you say stuff like, "Oh, we divesting in these dusties and all that stuff," I'm like, well, at the end of the day, it's the choices that you made, my sister. It ain't just particularly the men. Yeah, the men might have been dusted, but somebody dusted too. Dusty picked dusted.
Right.
You know, so I ain't gonna take over your counter. I know you got a lot of people waiting in line.
Yeah,
it's like, hey, your show is like folks waiting in line for them fresh new Jordan to come out on a Saturday night. Hey, much
I'm
love,
not that
man.
popping. Okay.
Hey, listen, look, get at me though, because with my mom and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? We got to rap about that.
I got your
All
email. I'll definitely get at you.
All right.
All right. Bye, KJ.
All right.
It's my guy. Harmony Pill. Let me hear you. That
Can you
is
hear
so
me now?
much better. Yes.
Okay, awesome. I'm on a different device. Courtney, thank you so much for letting me come on here.
I am excited because I always see you and I always say hi, but I don't ever see you. And then the chat is blowing up. The people's already talking about how beautiful you are.
Oh, thank you guys. And so are you. You're doing amazing work over here. I was shouting you out in the chat, but yeah, I was going really fast. So
I saw some. I keep an eye out on the chat sometimes. So what you got for me?
Listen, I completely agree with everything you're saying. I love your mindset and your mentality. That's exactly why I'm over here. I support this. This is what we need. And I think it's laughable, the notion that a lot of these women who are divesting, they seem to think that's going to be a solution. That's not quite how it works. Just kind of like how the other guy said before me. I'm not quite sure what solution they think they're going to get by a divest, because there is trash character in every race. Character and personality is obviously not exclusive to a race. And on top of that, what I completely disagree with is not what somebody's preference is, because quite frankly, a lot of us really don't care, right? A lot of us Black women, we don't really care if you want to go get a Karen or a Becky or a Maria or whatever you prefer. Do that. Why do you need to announce it? That's my first issue, is why are you announcing what your preference is? And then to add insult to injury, why do you now need to practically disown and completely degrade your own race of people just to prefer something different, right? I think it's a lot of self-hate. It's disgusting.
Yeah. I totally agree. And again, your preference, I prefer lobster over steak. But I'm not going to shit on the steak.
Right. What's the point?
Do what you do. But the thing is, what I find is interesting with the divestment, and even like listening to that panel of women, how angry they were. No one they weren't happy. None of them were smiling. I think one was married, but God knows, I don't look at people's relationship and say relationship goals because I don't know. And
Exactly.
first, I get so tired of people worried about who married or not, but no one ever talks about, are you happy?
Thank you. Thank you. And I wanted to say something about that too, because there is a lot of shaming. It's a little off topic, but it kind of bounces off of what you just said. There's a lot of people that shame based on what your relationship status is. Oh, must be a problem. Oh, must be this, must be that. No, again, like you're saying, are you actually happy? I do not envy anyone that's in a relationship.
Right.
That doesn't mean that, for one, it was God ordained and meant to be. And yeah, it doesn't mean that it's healthy.
Right.
But yeah, I saw a lot of anger in those women that you were playing. I thought it was hilarious. I'm like, what y'all mad at? Dang.
Right. If you said you divest and you left the community because everybody over here is dusty.
Right.
So then you should be happy, but you're not. So it's something internally with you. And again, I say that with the passport bros because they get the smoke as well too. It's not every single woman out here. We're just not trash. Every Black woman is not bad. Every Black man is not bad. But if you keep attracting the dusties, the thoughts, it's you.
That's correct.
It is you.
It's a reflection of you, and that anger that they're protruding since they're so happy with their divestment. Eventually, that's going to spill over, and it's going to look bad within the community that they're trying to divest into. Right?
Absolutely. And let me say something too with the women that divest are just happily saying that they're done with Black men. When white men hear that, it's not a turn on. When white women hear that, it's not a turn on. As a matter of fact, I think I know white girls that hear it because the white girls that date the Black men, if Black women don't want you, they don't want you.
This is true.
And the same thing with white men. White men's like, well, darn, your own community don't want you. So what you think I want you for?
That's a fact.
Attraction goes. People are attracted to people that are, that are being sought after. If the Black man don't want you, Black woman, that white man ain't gonna want you either.
Oh, it is the truth.
Hakeem, what you got for me? You can stay up for a second, Harmony, if you want to, because I kind of want to bring some more women up. I'm hoping that someone in the divest community comes up and, again, if I'm saying something wrong, get me together. But if not,
hey Courtney, I can fall back because I think with the dynamic you have, like you said, it's better to get a woman up there, so I can fall back into the room.
Well, you can go ahead. Tell me what you got because I have to have women to call. Me,
man. Hey, Hakeem.
Hey, Harmony Pill, how are you?
Bless up, I'm doing good.
Yeah, so you can go ahead and tell me what you got for me, Hakeem.
Yeah, I was really hoping our friend conservative Black woman would come back up here because, well, it's not a well-known fact, but I keep receipts, and it would have been better to have her up here, but it's a shame. I'll have to settle it for the conversation then. Not that it's settling talking to you, but
you just never. She might pop up. You just never know.
Yeah, you just never know.
And just sidebar, I did invite some people up. I'll pull it up while you tell me what you have. But yeah, I invited a woman that just was a divester, and the comments on her page don't do it. Courtney is evil, it's toxic, they'll be harmed if they come over here. I said they're gonna be harmed.
Right.
But anyways, go ahead. I'm gonna pull that up too while you're speaking.
No, so just a note to the divestors, just a little note to them. The smart women just divest and don't say anything. And I think that's what they should consider. I think it's almost akin to like a child who hasn't gotten attention for whatever reason. May that be stuff that they've done, or maybe just circumstances in their life. So what they're going to do is say, I'm going to jump. I'm not going to say off of what, because in there that we're on right now, but they're going to say, I'll jump. And then, you just tell them, okay, go ahead. Not that you'll tell your child to jump, but they may just say, I'm going to jump off a couch. Right. just you just let them do it. But the key too is that with them, they just trying to misuse and historically change the term mammy, which you eloquently pulled up, that they have the wrong definition, and they're just so brave enough. They're strong enough to, again, not do something noteworthy to change their outcomes, but they're still trying to redefine the definition of the word mammy. Which, again, I just want to see them, if they do come up, stand on what that definition is, because you can't change it what's already in Webster's dictionary.
Thank you. And that's what I mentioned at the beginning, because I was like, well, they're calling me mammy, but a mammy is literally, a heavier set, darker skinned woman that was taking care of the slave master's white kids. I'm not taking care of none kid but my own, and my child is black, so I'm lost. So
Yeah.
I just think it's just a derogatory term that has always been used to black women, I guess, of servitude. Maybe that's what that means, but I don't know. I don't get it. So I would like to know that as well too. So if anybody, please, the hell you calling people mammies for? Anyways, Hakeem, I tell you what though, if I do get a divestiture call, come back.
Yeah, I did have one more thing to add to as well too. You're familiar with the COINTELPRO movement that was happening in the early. Okay.
Yeah.
So
FBI, J. Edgar Hoover.
With the last person you had on, and again, I don't want to get into that, but I have suspicion, just because of previous jobs I've had, or job I've had, that person may be fishy. Just because the COINTELPRO movement didn't just end with the civil rights movement; it's still actually ongoing today. And so that's why I think we have to be careful the type of people pushing a certain narrative, especially. And definitely because that person that you had on last time, her appearance drastically changed, because people have seen her before, especially on Jessica X's channel. She's actually made a couple of appearances. But again, I think I'm disclosing too much. I'll hope that she comes up, but then I'll leave the back open for others to join in.
Okay. Thank you, Hakeem. And if she does, I'll bring you back up.
Okay, sounds good.
All right.
Okay. Hey, Courtney girl. Came over to support you. Hey, how you doing? Hey, Harmony Pill.
Yo, bless up.
Bless up, bless up.
Doing well. How are you doing? What you got for us as well?
I got 3 things I want to say.
Okay.
Okay. When we talking about the fresh and fit black men is complaining about black women, and Cynthia, black women complaining about black men, I think the dynamics are different. What we not discussing. I think far as with the black men, I don't think it's so much. It could come off as complaining, but I think that black man is looking for correction from black women, as far as like the issues that they pose and stuff like that. They just want black women to have a different mindset of what they've been having, opposed to where I hear black women on the Cynthia side. I hear just a lot of retaliation for black men speaking up. So they saying like, if black men gonna talk this type of stuff, call out our stuff, we got a whole bunch of stuff to call out and all this other stuff, and then led to like misery. Like I don't get it. What you think?
Well, let me ask you a question. So how is it that it's black men wanting black women to quote unquote get it together, but he specifically said, "Fresh, I don't date black women"?
See, the thing is, the reason why a lot of black men is going to that extreme, because like unlike black women, black men do take accountability. You hear it all the time on the social media. They be like a lot of black men, I'm not gonna say all of them, but a lot of black men say, okay, we do need to work on this. It's our faults, Black men always have been taking accountability. They always admit it. The thing is, reason why a lot of black men would go to that extreme, because you don't ever hear black women owning up to nothing that we say is almost like they gaslighting black men and just making it seem as if black men just making up all of this stuff. If even if he's not making it up, they know what he's saying is correct, but they just gonna it's almost like a kid game. It's almost like dealing with a lot of these women. It's almost like dealing with a kid.
Okay. So
You gonna call out some
I
of me instead of take ownership. We're gonna keep
okay.
pointing fingers.
Well, here's the thing, because and I hear an echo. There's accountability that needs to be held on both sides. Do men take accountability? I see it a little bit more, of course, than I do with Black women. Cynthia G, a lot of what she's saying, and it's getting more profound, what she's saying, is because she's getting it off the Black manosphere. The whole termination of Black boys, she just started saying that. She's never said that before, but she specifically said, well, this is how you can combat the Pookies. Every day we talking about a Pookie and Ray Ray and how they're Pookie and Ray Rays because of single mothers. And so what she said, well, to fix it, abort them. Take out
No, when I was listening,
just,
when
go
I was
ahead.
listening to Cynthia G, they defends Pookies. The people who they really target is Black men. And they blaming Black men for the reason why we have Pookies. They blaming Black men the reason why the community the way it is. And they also would tell you, well, if you got a problem with Pookie and Ray Ray, y'all Black men should get them out of the community and all this other stuff. So they more of in line because they got Pookies on their team that they will defend. So you got Black women on her from her camp will come on there and say will compare Pookie with the Black man.
But here's the thing, and this is what annoys me so much in the Black manosphere. Yeah, you're Black. You're Black men. Who are you to call somebody Pookie or Ray Ray? Because maybe they had a felony. Oh, well, my cousin had a felony, and right now he owns his own business.
Right. See, it's two types of Black men.
Everybody in our community is not going to be good. It's not going to be good people. That don't mean you kill them all unless they did something. Then, I get the eye for an eye. But because someone hurt a woman's feelings, or because a man didn't want to be with the woman,
Courtney, I don't so much think they more upset with the Pookies. They more dislike the Black man because to me it seems like for me growing up, it always seems like if Black women can't have a thug, they would go to a white man. If they had to choose a good Black man, well, I would say a productive Black man, they would rather be with a white man. So only time they were, unless that Black man is rich or some like a football player or something, but just an everyday thing, they either want Black men to be a thug or rich. That's it. They don't want the productive man and all that. They don't look at him like he's masculine.
I disagree.
Okay, I want to get to this one topic when they say about the deleting of Black boys.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the argument that I heard, now this is going to be very interesting, Courtney. The argument that I heard them say that they tired of black men seeking after what we call light-skinned women, white women, all this other stuff. And that was one of the arguments on reason why they want to delete Black boys. Now, let's just say they do divest, right?
Mm-hmm.
Start mating with other races of men. Typically, they going at the white man. What they basically doing is they doing if they basically would be doing Black men a favor if that was the case, because those can't no other race of man create Black people. So if these dark skinned women started to mate with white men and all this other stuff, guess what those Black female babies going to become? Mixed light skinned Black women who they say Black men love. Yeah. And then not only that, they're gonna be creating more light skinned women for us. They're gonna be erasing the dark skinned women. So they basically deleting dark skinned women.
That's a good point.
Because at
the end of the day, you can be biracial all day, but when you go out in front of the world, you black.
Well, to the certain degree, we had a conversation.
You're gonna be treated like a Black person.
Even though you might be treated, it's two different communities. It's two different communities. The white society will treat you like you black, but the black society gonna treat you like you're not black enough. So now these babies gonna be stuck, like don't know. That's kind of sad. You gonna breed a child from different races, and neither side accept them when they grow up.
Yeah.
You might ask their parent, but when that child grow up, black people not gonna accept them. White people's not gonna accept them.
I got it.
So now the child just playing this tug of war and feeling not accepted from neither.
Yeah.
That's kind of sad. Courtney, let me ask you a question.
What? Hold on. I'm gonna shout out this Albert Pike. Shout out. Why aren't you with anyone? I am. I'm with your uncle.
Oh.
He in my kitchen cooking up something right now. As soon as I get off this platform, he's frying chicken right now, butt naked. Thank you, Pike. Yo, I got the smoke today.
That's what I'm
worried about who I'm with. You don't know who back there. It's none of your business. We're having a whole conversation. Do I ask who hitting you from the back? No. Go ahead, Jay. I'm gonna bring somebody else up.
Yeah, let me ask you a question. Like when you go buy something, like which one you rather have? Let's just say you go. Let's say are you into dogs? Is anyone y'all into pets?
Yeah, I had 2 pit bulls.
You like pit bulls?
Yeah.
What type of pit bulls would you like?
Brindle.
Brindle? How much you would pay for a brindle?
1,800, $2K.
Okay, what if I told you I got a nice female brindle right now, but it's mixed with a chihuahua? Would you still buy it for the 2,000?
Ooh, I don't know if I should answer this. I don't want to be put on the spot.
The reason why I'm asking you this is because there's nothing like pure.
Yeah, I mean, because I was gonna say I would prefer like mine are pure
Full
bred,
blooded. You prefer full blood, right?
Well, but you can't compare a pet to a human. None of us are pure.
Yeah.
Not a one of us. Look at my complexion and look at yours. None of us is pure. We black.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's a mixture of a whole lot of stuff. But our culture is that when I go through something, if you get pulled over by the police, I'm going to understand it. You want to know why? Because I'm a black woman and I understand the black man.
Mm-hmm.
There's not a white person that is full-blooded. They come up, they'll tell you, well, I'm half Irish and half German. That's just what we are.
Mm-hmm. And this one last thing.
All right, because I'm gonna have to bring up some more people. Hey, OG.
Oh, you can't have 10 people on here at once?
I can, but I got people calling in and I can't keep everybody. So I'm trying to rotate, baby.
One last thing. I just feel like when I hear the Cynthia G's, because I used to watch them, I feel like they argument is kind of like evil. Like to me, it's evil. It don't get us nowhere. I stopped watching them because I realized, the more intake I was intaking that type of rhetoric, the more angry and hateful I became.
Mm-hmm.
So it made me more angry with the race. It's almost started a war. Like you should hear the stuff how Cynthia talk. So that made me feel like, well, I'm gonna talk this stuff because when they came up with deleting black boys, I said, well, us black men should stop. We should not give another black woman no more female babies. And we could delete the whole image of a black woman.
But you see, that's what they're doing. So you can't fight fire with fire. So it's not an intelligent move. And that's the point of this show. It's not intelligent for us to say, because they're doing it, then we have to do this. It's immature. That's how kids fight. It's children.
Correct.
It's immaturity to say, well, you don't want me. Well, I don't want you back.
Let them make fools of themselves. You be
idiots. But the people that want you go where you're celebrating. If you want a black woman, then you can find. Look, you got 2 black women that champion you right now. OG champions you. 3 black women on here that champion you.
And I love you, ladies.
Bye, Jay.
Bye.
OG.
Hey, Court. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Oh, wonderful. Hi, Miss Harmony Pill. How are you
Hi.
doing?
Doing well, miss. Thank you.
Good.
What you got?
Listen, this conversation is like really stirring up some stuff in me because
Hmm.
um, I've never heard of the word divest and swirl and all of that until just lately. So now, in my whole 20 plus years of traveling and touring in the entertainment business, I have been exposed, to many different cultures, and I have dated
Mhm.
outside my race in those cultures, but not for any specific reasoning or target. It was a matter of whoever I'm attracted to at the time.
Right.
So now I've been all over, Japan, I've been to Asia, I've been to India, I've been to Europe, and I dated out in those races. So my thinking is where is it coming from? And the guy that you showed on your video,
Mhm.
he did an interview with the same guy that I did an interview with about interracial dating. So I'm going to tell you my story. So I'm on this white guy's panel talking about the interracial dating, and I noticed that he has a plethora of black women in there that supports his interracial dating. Now his angle is, date out because black women, and this is a white guy that's married to a black woman. He had been married for almost 30 years. And he says, black women should date out because, the numbers don't look good for us compared to our black men counterparts, and so we should explore because black men are not dating us and this and that and the other. And I said, and not marrying us. And I said, well, that has never been my experience. I said I was married to a black man
Mhm.
for for over 10 years. I have a black son with a black man. I have, black brothers, black father. I said, so my choice of a black man is first. So I think that because my angle went there, that interview didn't go so well because so now all of the black women was in his chat going, well, I'm done with black men. And I said, it sounds like the women that support your channel is coming from a hurt
Trying to set
place.
the set up.
They're coming from a hurt, angry, jaded, bitter place. I said, and it seems to me that they're choosing to date out now because of spite. They're not choosing to date because of whatever, reasoning other than the fact that they want to think they're hurting black men or hurting the black community. I say, because no matter who I was with, my fight has always been for my people first and foremost. I says, I have to look in the mirror and look at myself. I have to look at my son, my brothers. Like, how dare I would say, if I divest, I'm not like, you're leaving your whole community when you say you want nothing to do with black men, and you choose and you want to get your white man or whatever, and you want to go off right into the suburban sunset, and just say forget your black men, and forget your community, with the exception of maybe your black father or your black brother. I says that's a form of self-hate, in my opinion. I says, and I think that your reasoning, and that's what I'm seeing with the divestment community. I'm seeing their reasoning for choosing to date is wrong. It's a spite. It's even spite swirlers. And then when you only choosing one race of a person, that can be problematic as well. I'm like, okay, so
Right.
you're not dating to whoever you're attracted to. You specifically targeting the Caucasian man who you think is going to lift you up as a black woman.
Mhm.
I says, and that's not the case. Believe me, I've dated multiple races of men, and there's some shit ones in all of them, honey. I got some stories I could tell you. So
Hello.
listen, what are we doing here? So that, of course, my interview didn't go so well because I said I want to find a black man first and marry another black man because I was
Mhm.
married to one already. But I saw his angle and where the guy angle was going, and it was going towards black women should date out because there's a shortage of black men, yada yada yada. I said, okay, I see where his angle was going, but whatever, but whatever. But it just surprised me that when I said my preference, what I prefer, my own race, of a man that the black women that supported this man and his channel went totally off on me and was mad about, I'm done with him. And I said, well, you've had bad experience. I said, but what part of the responsibility and accountability are you taking upon yourself for the man that you chose? I said, because I have nothing to say about my black ex-husband. That man was so goddamn good to me. I want to find another one. You understand what I'm saying? I say, so it depends on the man, period, because there's
Right.
good and bad in all races. So I just want to say that experience. And the guy that was up here earlier, was talking some truths about, like, my son is now, his first wife was black. He's now engaged to a Caucasian woman, and I have biracial grandchildren.
Mm-hmm.
So I have to sit down and have the conversation with my black son about, your children's experience is going to be different. You have to have that conversation with your biracial kids or grandkids or whatever, because he was right. When you're in the black community, you're not going to be black enough. When you're white community, they still going to remind you that you're black.
Yeah.
So those conversations definitely have to be had. But I just wanted to say that I
Thank
am
you.
so proud of you. I think you're doing a great job
I appreciate
over
you so
here,
much.
bringing these type of conversations. They're coming from a hurt place, these
I
women.
know. I agree.
They really are, and they bad experiences, but they have to take responsibility in the choices that they made as well in choosing these men. And it doesn't matter what race they're from. If they were trash men, they were trash men, period.
Yeah, there you go. All right. Thank you,
So,
OG. I
so thank
appreciate
you.
you.
Keep up the
Thank
good
you.
work, sweetie. All right.
Thank you.
Can you hear
Thank-
me?
I can't. Give me 1 second because I see a comment here I'm going to respond to. There is a shortage of eligible and educated black men. So what do you expect black women to do? Date down?
They don't have to.
Well, here's the thing. Education doesn't make you a great person.
Thank you.
And they don't. And it
Okay,
don't.
hold on. Let me get this. Education doesn't make you a great person. Education doesn't mean that you're gonna get bank. Education just means that you might have some debt. Education, I mean, you might know something, you might know a little bit something in the tech world or the science world. And so the F what? It doesn't make you who you are. There's great conversations that can be had as far as with intellectuals. I understand that, but so what? That doesn't make you who you are. Who says you educated? Because you have a degree? Where do you work? I'm pretty sure it's probably not what you got a degree in, because most of us aren't doing that. Do you want a good man, or you just want someone that's educated?
Some of the worst
I know a whole
personalities
lot
I've
of smart
encountered
people
are
that don't have
educated.
degrees.
Yeah.
And I
And I
know a
know
whole
a
lot
lot
of
of smart
dumbass
people who
people that
are
went to school
stupid,
with.
stuck on stupid.
Go ahead, Jane Mike. What you got for us?
I just want to tell everybody in this live stream, excuse me if I use profanity, but
Well, let's try not to. I'm trying to.
don't believe that bullshit that Cynthia
Okay.
says, G says. I watch her videos too, but the worst of all is not I've seen is not Cynthia G. It's actually her friend Nyla, who speaks on the same bullshit rhetoric that Cynthia G does, and she has a black husband, and she still call black men niggas, and constantly say black men ain't shit, and constantly disrespect black men, and her supposedly husband talks about us black men the same way, and that also irks me. It's
Yeah.
sad out here.
Yeah.
And forgive me if I'm moving around doing that. I have a disability that I'm working on, but that's irrelevant to this conversation anyway. But the thing is, a lot of these divested women like Cynthia and Nyla, they're not practicing what they're preaching to get y'all to believe. Because if y'all don't know, they said word on the street is they said Cynthia G had a child with Robert Perkins, and ever since that happened, I don't know. We haven't seen what this child looked like. We don't know if it's a boy or a girl. Some people say it's a girl, but Cynthia G is so fake, and she talked about aborting black boys. So she
Well,
don't want us to know about her child.
Well, here's the thing, and I get it. And Cynthia G has said a lot of stuff that I don't agree with, but I don't think that she is a divester. Obviously, she's not. She has black children.
I agree with some of her points too, but she is full of crap, just like
Okay,
Kevin Samuels is.
got it. Well, I appreciate you. Thank you for coming up, J Mike. I know that you was hanging out with me for a second, so let me get some more people on here, okay,
Oh,
darling?
it's cool.
All right, I appreciate you. This is your first time calling up, so I appreciate you.
And thankfully, you allowed me to come on. I wasn't too shy like I normally am, but I'm trying to overcome that. So thank you.
Well, you did an amazing job.
You sure did.
All right. Bye, J Mike.
Uh,
All right, let's see what I got up here. Mr. Eugene.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing fine.
What you got for? Oh, let me put this up before you say something, Eugene, because I wanted to pull this up. I'm gonna assume y'all probably can't see it. It looks small. I wonder. If I can make it bigger. Can y'all see a little bit? All right. So this was a divester, Calandria, whatever. And she reposted a post of mine. And I said, doing a part 2, doing this to divestors, would you be interested? She said, sure. So I was like, great, I can have someone. She has a platform. She's divested. Let's have the conversation, because again, I'm going to talk about it, but I'm not, there's nothing about me that would not invite anyone that is a divestor to come on here to speak about it, especially if I'm going to have a show and this is what you are. Join me. Very sweet. I sent her my email address, and then the people, email me, please. There's my email address. Sister Love, don't trust it. She's very toxic. She has very toxic men on her channel, and being who you are, you don't want to put yourself in harm's way. What harm's way? What harm's way? The way this YouTube operates, appealing to black men, is almost like going to the wolves. However, I know you'll make the best choice for yourself and brand, and as one of your loyal subscribers, I have your back in whatever decision that you make. Again, this goes back to what those ladies were talking about, isolation. They shun. If you're not like them, they don't even want you to get on the platform and talk about it. All of them. There's no point for a truly divested black woman to go on a show like that. Like what? To have the conversation? Oh, it keeps going. Have you seen my show? Of course they haven't, because my show is, I'm not degrading, disrespecting anyone. It's the conversation. I came from Lapeef Network. What we always say, let's have the conversation. Blah, blah, blah. She's not interested in my channel. That's fine. Ma'am, with all due respect, it's about protecting our divested sisters for their life choices. While your show isn't as extreme as some of the others, it can still put my sisters in harm's way. Please, what is the harm? Somebody, please, divestors that's in there. What's the harm? Something that you might not understand. I don't. Just take a look at your comments, and you will notice that you have men wishing harm on women who divest and those who don't agree with black males. So no, ma'am, I do not advise she come on your channel. Ultimately, it's her choice. Well, the comments were disrespecting me, calling me mammy, but they don't want to talk about that part. So yeah, don't do it. It's not worth it. The woman is dangerous, and so is her show and viewers. I'm dangerous?
And do I look dangerous?
What are we doing?
Where's this coming from?
What is wrong with the people? I'm dangerous?
You know what I think it is, Courtney? This is just what I'm picking up after hearing this. those types of women, as we can see, they're already angry, right? So anytime that they see a platform that is celebrating or saying anything remotely positive about a Black man, they're going to deem you as dangerous, basically, to them. It's this really twisted reality that they live in. It's something.
It is something. What you got, Eugene?
Well, two things. First is within the Black community. This whole Black men versus Black women things, it has really gotten ridiculous and out of control. I mean, I'm starting to hear it all the time. I mean, right now, you're talking about Black women, divesting for ridiculous reasons, and then we have another channel right now uh have a um topic entitled "Why is it so profitable to shit on Black women?" I mean, it's ridiculous. I think they might have made reference to fresh and fit, and it's just utterly ridiculous to where Black men, Black women want to judge each other due to stereotypes because some of us Black men, maybe Pookies and Ray Rays, they don't look at the rest of us, or Black men, looking at women as dots, which I know darn well, there are Black women who are very good, very, very good, who do not act this way. All right. So it's just ridiculous. I mean, this is just within the Black community. Now, the second thing is, within all demographics, when two people, fancy each other, like each other, or what have you, I mean, there used to be a time to where one person like another because of character. I mean, Black or white, and I've seen some interracial couples, but most of them that I came in contact with, they really like each other and love each other. They never looked at uh, race as a factor. It's sort of like the Lovings back during the civil rights era.
Right.
Where they have to go out of state to get married because they really love each other. Somebody made a comment in the chat saying, "No, they didn't love each other," but back in those days, this is. I mean, it's ridiculous. Back in those days, that was the case. But nowadays, it's like, Black people want to split away from each other due to stereotypes. I mean, everything is about stereotypes now. Just like that white man that you showed, talk about going with the Black women, stereotypes. That's
absolutely
it. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, I agree. And then, but the divestors is again also a stereotype. I said this, I think, on my last show, is I think a lot of Black women want this fairy tale. And the reality is that, we say the personification of Disneyland and Disney World. And when you think about what real relationships are, and it ain't all that, and it's work, I think they think that, well, maybe the white women have it. And if I get me a white man, then they can be my knight in shining armor. And I kept hearing kind of that amongst the women when I was going and listening to their shows. It was like, yeah, I found my Prince Charming and he's sweeping me off my feet, this white man. No, they're not. Because they're men.
Yeah.
Because they're men. Men don't think that way.
Yeah, I know. In the 4 relationships I've been in, yeah, I sure found out the reality. And people, yeah, you're right about this whole Disney fantasy stuff. I mean, they don't look at the reality, of everything.
Right.
They don't.
I agree.
Yeah,
all right, Eugene.
Let
me get some more people. Thank you very much. I appreciate you so much, Eugene.
Thank you, Courtney.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right, I'm gonna let's see who we got. Tank. Well, I'm trying to see you all this hair. I'm like, what? Hey, what's going on?
Hey, okay.
Maybe not. Okay, uh,
Well,
we'll remove you. Okay, I know Simon. Hey, there you go. Like I saw you pop up earlier. What you got for me? Oh, welcome to the show.
Hi, you alright? Can you hear me? You alright?
I can hear you.
Um, yeah, thanks for having me on. Appreciate it. Uh, it's nice to see Harmony Pill as well. What I wanted to ask was, what what does divesting mean to you?
What does it mean to me?
Mm-hmm.
Well, earlier when I spoke about it, I pull up the definition. And what the definition of what when you divest something is pretty much disposing of it.
Mm-hmm.
It's getting rid of, walking away. So when you talk about it in a relationship, and when women say they're divesting from, when Black women say it from Black men, they're getting rid of Black men. They're disposing them out of their life. So they're not wanting Black men. They don't even want the Black community. They're divesting themselves for Blackness completely. And that's what I'm seeing is what it means. What I think it is just something else that's mentally going on with them, that they don't want to take accountability from themselves to see what's going on with them and why they're not getting what they want out of relationships. So it's easier to blame the Black man instead of blaming yourself.
So when you say what is it worth to you? Are you talking about yourself or are you talking about the person?
Well, my title is it worth it? So is divesting worth it? So again, a lot of Black women that are in these communities think it is. They're not getting what they want out of relationships, and they see themselves with the Black men and they don't see it's worth it. A lot of these women said on these shows, they're tired of the men coming in their house, sleeping on their couch. This is a direct quote.
Mm-hmm.
They're tired of feeling like they have to take care of every single thing. And with white men, they don't have to. White men are the pinnacle of what an alpha man is. I don't agree.
So, what would you suggest?
Well, depends. What do I suggest as far as with these women or in general?
Yeah,
With Black women that's having a problem with Black men.
The women in terms of because that video and those people that were on there. I mean, I couldn't even digest that or anything.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even want to go into that right now. But when you see something like that, it's like, well, okay, what suggestions would you give to if there was 16, 18, 25 year olds sort of watching women perform like that?
Well, I mean, I would give the same advice to men that say the exact same thing as far as with Black women. Again, that's why I keep bringing up the fresh and fit thing, which particularly fresh when he doesn't date Black women because Black women are annoying, Black women are wretched. And so I would say the exact same thing. Is that's
Yeah, I
ridiculous.
don't know if they're a good example. I mean, like from your perspective, like as a Black woman, like as a beautiful Black woman that knows what they're talking about, what would you say to like younger Black women, like in terms of when it if they just sort of was on YouTube or something and they tuned into like these people and they're on the platform and they're talking like this, what would you say to them? And I don't mean to be long. I'll chop it. I'll come up in a sec.
Okay. So again, that's what I was saying. What I will tell them is that first, make sure you're okay because you attract what you are. And as a Black woman, I don't have those issues that a lot of these Black women are saying. and I know good Black men.
Uh-huh.
I see them in the chat right now in my family. So no, running away from Black men, it doesn't make you happy. There's something else going on. So let's get to that. Let's understand how to vet someone. Let's understand how to dress, how your demeanor, your posture, how to be poised. Let's talk about that.
Mm-hmm.
What type of man do you want? Let's not put a color on him.
Right.
What kind of man do you want? And the man that you want, are you the woman that's able to attract that type of man? That's it. Now, if he happens to be white, then he happens to be white. But to go out your way to dismiss a complete race of men because you hurt is foolish and ridiculous, and you look slow.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, I've had interracial relationships, so I get where you're coming from.
Yeah.
So yeah, cool. But yeah, peace for having me on the platform. I appreciate it. I know you've got to pull some of the people up on here.
Well, you know, I'll talk to you. I appreciate you. Thanks for popping up because you never do hardly. Hi.
I will if you allow me to. Bye. I respect you. Bye.
Bye-bye. What? No one wants to come. I think I did have a Divesting come up, but I told her to cam up because at the end of the day, if I don't know who you are, you got to cam up, people. No shade, no nothing, but you know what happened to the Lapeef Network. No, can't do that over here.
We have none of that.
If I don't know you, you gonna have to cam up. If I know you, you get leeways. All right, let's see what I got. I think some of these people. Rush, I'll bring you up, Rush, if you want to cam up. But what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna put my link in there. Rush, again, if you want to pop up, go ahead. But I'm gonna put that guy. I don't know his name. That was talking about Black women and why Black men, white men date Black women. So I want to put him up again.
Okay.
And let's see. He said some interesting stuff. And while I'm pulling up that, let me ask you a question. Have you ever heard of the divestment community?
Myself?
Yes.
I have not heard of the term divest until like a year ago. And I didn't know what that term meant until I started listening to it more on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
I come from a multiracial family,
mm-hmm.
and it was just never fetishized. I'm not used to hearing about people fetishizing going over. You just like who you like. If it works, cool, but not to disown your own. I've never heard of that before.
Right. So. Yeah. Me either. But you know it's funny too, and we do this a lot in the Black manosphere. And they did that on the show where the woman was like, yeah, look at Baby Boy and how dysfunctional he is as a Black man, and he couldn't be a real man, and that's what we're dealing with Black men, and they all under their moms and this and blah blah blah. And now I found it interesting too, because Black men, we do that too. When this community on this side, we look at movies as if this is what Black women or Black men think of you. So when we do the color purple, and we talk about it as if, see, this is how Black women look at Black men, we don't.
I never heard of that either. And
it's the color purpling of the Black man, and it's like we don't. No. We don't watch Color Purple and be like, yep, that's that Danny Glover. He's gonna beat on me. It's a movie. And yeah, it didn't depict Black men good, but hell, look at Whoopi. It didn't depict us looking good either. None of us look good in that movie.
Man.
And so
This is
it's
new to me.
it's just funny to me that that side and this side, it's a tug of war of, well, you do this and I do this, but at the end of the day, who's winning?
That's exactly my premise on it. And you made a really good point earlier too. You can't put out fire with fire. It's extremely toxic. You guys are basically making the community erode from within.
Right.
So yeah, it's new to me, Courtney.
This is new. Sometimes I sit and I look at the comments, Harmony, and I just be like, these crazy.
And I'm like, what world do you? Can I say something to Courtney about
Please.
a comment that was made just while you're bringing up your other material?
Mm-hmm. Well, it ain't coming up, but go ahead.
Okay. When somebody had said, I can't remember exactly word for word, but it says something like, most Black men are uneducated. So what are Black women supposed to do? Date down? What? That's not the reality that I live in. I'm in Atlanta, and it's a ton of us. We're running the city. This is Black Mecca.
It's Black Mecca. I used to live in Atlanta. I know.
Yeah, I think when I hear comments like that again, it's very biased. That's not the reality.
Right.
It's toxic. What is, I guess the point that I'm trying to make is, okay, you can date whoever it is that you want to date. If you want to go out, cool, whatever. You don't need to announce it, right? It doesn't need to come from a place of, I hate my own, because then that's going to look like you have a fetish as well. That, and just my opinion.
Yeah. Hey, RJ.
What's going on, Courtney?
Hi, Nothing. I'm about to play this clip real quick, and then I'm going to get what you have to say. Hold on. Let's see what he got to say again.
Oh, Lord.
Doesn't matter what color a woman is, as long as I'm attracted to her, as long as I develop feelings for her. Reason number 4 is where white men are looking at their past dating life and they simply want to explore their options. It's kind of like Black women, or not kind of like, it's exactly like Black women exploring their options. White men are simply saying, listen, I don't want to just stick to one race of woman. I guess it's kind of like me. And it's kind of, it's not. Because, I mean, for me, it doesn't matter if a woman is white, black, or purple, so to speak. But I'm not saying like, oh, I have to explore my options. That is really what I mean with how some white men think. Like, they dated predominantly white women and their experiences have been so, some good, some not so good. And now they want to explore their options. They want to see if the grass is greener on the other side, so to speak. Now, the 5th one, it's exactly like the last video, where white men, they like the novelty of it. They like the contrast in skin, or they like the contrast in cultures. They like the fact that there are differences and it's a challenge for them. And white men, and I think men in general, love a challenge. Men love to be challenged with women. They love the chase. That's commonly known. I've talked about that a lot in my videos. They like the chase. They like a challenge. So they like to explore different options, the novelty of dating a Black woman, the skin contrast, but also dating a woman from a different culture, a different heritage, different background, different this, different that. That is a challenge to them. That is something that they like. Now, the 6th one is also taken from the last video, and that is where white men are thinking of the mixed children or the biracial children, the future of having children that are different from other white man, white woman families. It is really like, I don't know if it's really a thing. I mean, I've heard it. I saw it recently in a video from a woman that was talking about this celebrity, very dark-skinned Black woman with a white man, where she was basically emphasizing like, well, this Black woman went out of her way to say like, hey, I'm with a white man. And then she mentioned having children with that white man and how they would be quote unquote mulatto colored and things like this. And that was something in itself, but then she said this mixed children fetish. And I was like, well, now I'm finally beginning to see why this word fetish is taken out of context. Like, I don't want to make this video about that, but listen, a fetish is always something pertaining to sexual to the sexual. That is what a fetish is. And you're basically saying you have this mulatto children fetish. Well, I don't even have to tell you what that means. I mean, it just doesn't make sense to use the word fetish. So get that out of your head. It's just a focus of someone to have mixed children, or a desire of someone to have mixed children. It might be a fixation, but it's not a fetish. I just wanted to emphasize that. Now,
So it is a fetish. And fetish is not necessarily just a sexual desire. The definition, a strong and unusual need or desire for something. An inanimate object worshipped, or it's supposed to mean magical powers. It can be a form of sexual desire in which gratification is linked to an abnormal degree to a particular object, item, clothing, part of the body. It's a fetish. And again, he's telling you that white men go out their way for black women because of these things. It's not because of who you are. It's something that they want to conquer. Whether having a mixed baby, whether because he wants to experience a black woman because he's never experienced her before. Shout out to, there was a lady I see in the comments. See if I can find it. Where are you at? I believe it's Maria. Because the divestors are here. I don't know why they don't want to cam up. But then a couple, there it goes. Maria Baker was one of the women that made a comment when I was trying to get one of the divestors on, and told her not to come on my show because it's toxic and I'm harmful. Well, I welcome you. Thank you for showing up. And you're more than welcome to cam up, my darling. Yeah, I was like, I recognize that name because she's a divestor. Begin. Pop up. What's
No
going
harm
on,
here.
RJ?
Come on up.
RJ, what you have?
Hi guys, hi Courtney. I want to make sure I let you
Hey.
finish at least first before I say anything. There's a couple of things, right? I think you've mentioned this before. You've made a lot of great points in terms of individuals, how you should carry yourself, and the level of maturity that everyone should have when you're having these discussions. Um, when you really listen to some of these discussions happening on YouTube, you always have to remind people, depending on their age, depending on even their education. Although I don't like to hold on to that too much, it's more of do they realize there's a difference between real life and YouTube world, right? Because in reality, there's a lot of negativity in YouTube. There's positivity as well, but there's a lot of negativity in YouTube. And depending on what you focus on, that can takes you down a really dark path. And from this whole divestiture thing going on, it seems like there's a lot of frustration out of it. There's a lot of anger out of it. And it's the same thing with some of part of the manosphere has that too when you talk about red pill rage and things like that too, right? There's a
Right.
lot of anger, frustration. And then you also have those other people who are primarily focusing on making money off these people who are technically emotionally driven at the moment. So if you listen to a lot of these people having these discussions, they're trying to say, "Oh, you know what? This is specifically what motivates somebody to divest or to be interested in another culture." And really, the discussion should really be find the woman or man that you really are connected with. But they're not having that discussion because that discussion is not going to make them any money, to be honest with you. And well, let me take that back. It's not that it's not going to make them any money, but rather in the current time that we are right now, it's much harder to actually share that information, have people listen to that information versus feeding the beast, which is if you're angry, lash out. And for a lot of these communities, and this is what I like with you with your channel, you push back on that. When whether it's from the man's side or the woman's side,
if they're saying things that's destructive to the culture, you put your voice out there and you basically let them know this is not what's best for us.
Right.
And that type of voice is needed more in the community, and it needs to be louder, to be honest with you. Because I can tell you right now, the ones that are pushing the separation for the cultures, they are loud.
Yeah, they
And you
are.
can feel it, and you can feel the separation happening. And kind of go back to the age thing, a lot of the people who are pushing it are a little bit older, but it's going to impact the next generation, which is going to impact the next generation and the next generation. So for those who have the maturity and the mental prowess to actually deal with this, you got to take it head on. So I'm not sure what channel you went to and you were hearing what they were saying, but it's good that you push back and you have a further discussion on this in your channel to make sure
Right.
those who are listening are fully aware of where you stand on this.
Yeah. Thank you, Art. I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much. I'm going to get some of these comments because I think it's interesting. Look at your comment section. Obviously harmful. You are attempting to put women in harm's way by showing their face, knowing some of these men can be dangerous and violent. Look at here, lady. Ain't a soul that I've been on this almost a year, not a soul first gives a damn about you to be harmful or violent towards your ass. And second, I'm cammed up. The hell, I don't know if you're a woman or not. I see you showing your titties, but I don't know who you are. And this is my channel, my platform. You brought your ass over here. Then talk. There's no reason to be scared. No one wants to dox you. Hell, y'all more than trying to dox me. I'm the one that's in harm's way because we know women, when you guys get spiteful, Lord, that tongue, that mouth, y'all find my baby daddy, try to sleep with him. That's what. Let's be 100. It's women. You guys, I'm the one that is actually in harm's way. So again, have the conversation. If I'm wrong, then tell me where I'm getting it wrong. But I don't know you. And my channel, because there's been a lot, this has nothing to do with you. Believe it or not. I know you guys, some of y'all kind of selfish and think it's all about you, but it is not. I don't want anyone coming over here flashing. I almost didn't put your picture up, ma'am, because the high beams are high beaming. These are, yeah, well, okay. What's going on, Rod King?
Can you hear me? Can you ladies hear me?
I can. How are you?
I'm great. How about you? I was actually on the last time when you had conservative black woman on, and that was definitely interesting to say the least, man. And I think part of my issue with women like her is it's not just some form of self-hatred. It's also in her name. Like, she tried to make it more political. Like, if you're, on this particular side, you view things this way versus on this side, you view it this way. That's why when I remember the first response that I had was, stop trying to make things Democrat or Republican. Have your own mind. Speak. Speak for yourself. Don't try to make it something that it isn't, right? And who you date. It's you've ever heard the old saying, what you eat don't make me shit, who you sleep with don't make me nut, right?
Right.
I mean, that's how I approach the situation as well. And like Harmony, I'm living in Atlanta as well. I'm from Miami originally, but I'm living in Miami. I'm living in Atlanta as well. And up until she said something about it, I've never heard of the divestment movement. So it was something that was shocking to me because, in my personal opinion, I think the biggest issue that we as black men and black women have is the lack of communication. I think at some point, there was just something that happened over the course of the 40 or 50 years after Jim Crow, where the family structures all of a sudden got taken out of the homes, whether we blame it on drugs or whatever the case may be. But it at some point, and we're talking about, our maybe our grandparents, grandparents, well, more so our grandparents and grandparents era. You could walk down the block and every family on that block or in that corner knew who you were. So it was more together back in those days because we had no choice but to be together. You know what I mean? Because of the circumstances, Jim Crow, the laws, all that other stuff, right? And fast forward now, in this generation, I just think that the the good things there's good things about social media and there's bad things about social media. The good thing about social media is you have a platform to go out there and speak your mind and speak your voice about things that you want to speak on. The bad thing is you also get to see the revelations of who these people are. So the people like a conservative black woman or the people who follow whoever they follow and they're spewing whatever they're spewing, they got more of a platform just as much as you have more of a platform to say what you want to
Right.
say. And
Thank you.
yeah, no problem, no problem. And from your days on Lapeef and even up until this point where you finally branched out and did your thing, what I always appreciated about you was your willingness to listen to all sides, not just one. And that's one thing. Like me, I follow a lot of people from the manospheres and other people, whether it's Kevin Samuels or Cynthia G, just because I want to be open to have the dialogue, whether or not I agree or disagree. I just want to be able to have the dialogue and see it from that perspective. But what I'm not going to get behind is this notion that we have so much tension between us that we can't stand to be around each other. That I can't coincide with because, again, just a little background. I come from a two-parent household. My parents, my parents have been married for 33 years. This year will be 34 in December. So my perspective is definitely different because, from the day that I was born to where I'm at today, because I'm 31 years old, I've been able to see what my parents have personally gone through, all the struggles, everything that they've gone through, and they still found a way to, support one another, and they're still going strong till this day. So this notion that we can't get along with each other is a fallacy. Yeah, do we
Yeah.
have issues? Do we have issues with one another? Absolutely. But all race of men and women have issues. But to sit here and try to, I think what it is that it's not just us. I think we are guilty of playing into what other races perceive us to be. And again, part of the reason that the stereotypes are so strong in our community is that part of it, you know what they say, stereotypes are root in some sort of reality. But again, like you said before earlier, not every black man is a Pookie or a Ray Ray. Not every black woman is a Tatiana, right?
Right.
So what we have to do is we just need to get back to a point, in my humble opinion, we just need to get back to a point of having the dialogue with each other and understand that it's okay to agree to disagree.
Yeah.
Like
I
me and
agree
you
with
could
you.
have me and you could have a conversation right now, and you might say some points that I could respect, I might not agree with, but that's okay. I'm not going to sit here and attack you. Even a conservative black woman, if you remember the last time that I was on, I wasn't even trying to attack her, but she kept saying that I was gaslighting her.
Yeah.
All I was saying was, I don't have an issue with who you date. Who you sleep with is who you sleep with. Who you are attracted to is who you're attracted to. But don't try to make it seem like it's like this when it's not like this. I live in the real world. I'm around people. I'm around people on a daily basis. I'm at work or whatever. Actually on my lunch break, but I'm around all types of people. I come from a place that's diverse, okay? And I come from a community because my parents are Haitian. And if you know anything about like the Haitian community, it's a very, very, very strong community, a very, very prideful community. So
Yeah.
my outlook is totally different from, let's say, the next person. And for me personally, I just feel like, We just need to get back to communicating a lot more, showing each other a lot more love. Not be afraid to have the dialogue that we're having, because it's all right for us to. It's all right for us to, air out our grievances. Because let's be real, we're not perfect on all sides. We're all gonna make mistakes. But what I'm not gonna do is I'm not gonna blame all black women for the sins of a few, and I feel like black women shouldn't blame all men for the sins of a few, because again, you haven't dated or slept with all black men.
There you go. I agree with you.
Yeah,
And
you
that's
are.
exactly
No, go ahead.
well, that's exactly what I'm trying to say. And as
Absolutely.
simplistic and how rational that is, it's looked at as being controversial now. Like, how dare you try this comment right here? So I left it up. What's funny about this, so many YouTube channels keep talking about black women divesting, dating out, but big weird. But you hardly see channels about black men doing it. Why come black women can't be left alone? It's our business. I can't worry. Well, let me answer this, because I can't worry about other channels. But I know about this one here, and we hold everybody down.
Yeah.
Even on this show, I checked the passport bros. Yes, last show we had Pablo on there talking that shit. I check them all.
Yeah.
But guess what? I'm a black woman too, so I can talk about us because I am us.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know why some of these black women think that they're too holier than thou to get the smoke, but not from me.
Two more points that I want to make.
Y'all leave me alone calling me mammy. Leave me alone.
Nah, you good. Hey, look, don't change. Keep the conversation going. I just want to make two brief points. One, all right, so she mentioned something about, black men dating out and stuff like that. All right, so I hear from my black women a lot of times that they don't feel protected by black men and everything like that. But here's my thing. Let me throw a bone in this, okay? Both of y'all I know both of y'all are familiar with cats like Donald Glover and Alfonso Ribeiro, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So recently, I don't know if you heard about it. I'm sure you did. Recently, Alfonso Ribeiro was getting a lot of heat because he had posted a picture of his family, because he's married to a white woman, right? So I think it was like a holiday picture. He was wishing everybody happy holidays, and a whole bunch of black women and people just out of nowhere proceeded to attack him, right? But again, here's the caveat to it. Alfonso Ribeiro has never once said anything to degrade, disrespect, or systematically separate himself from the black community. The only thing that he has ever said, was that he doesn't feel accepted in his community because he was the guy that, I think one of your earlier guys that was in your panel said it, what's his name, Canadian born. He was talking about the nerd black man, or the black man that don't give off that hardcore image and stuff like that. Donald Glover is another example of that. Very talented, but Donald Glover would be considered an oddball. And like Alfonso Ribeiro, he's married to a white woman. But if you're familiar with Donald Glover, aka Childish Gambino's music and content, he is very pro-black. But because he's married to a white woman, a lot of people want to, dissuade his message because of that. But again, a lot of these men are being overlooked. A lot of these men are being passed off. And a lot of these men aren't even getting, like, let's be real, a lot of men aren't even getting the same kind of action like women are today in this day and age. There are more men that are more virgins leading up to their 30s than there are women today. And a lot of these women are choosing, and again, it's all based on choices, because you cannot be mad if you make one wrong choice. That's one thing. We all can make choices and stuff like that. But if you constantly repeat these choices, you cannot then sit here and blame those people for the choices you made. And I think we have to also put this into account. This is my final point, and I'm gonna be out. Okay. Hurt people. Okay.
Right.
Destructive people destroy people. Okay. Traumatized people build trauma in other people. So if you're only going off of what you've experienced, and what you've experienced is what kind of energy you're giving to the next person. When Fresh from Walter from Fresh and Fit, you could tell that he was being passed up, whatever the case may be. You could tell that he was probably either being passed up by the women he wanted. He's from Barbados, so he was probably being passed up. A lot of people probably not finding him appealing and stuff like that. So he's traumatized from that, and that's where I don't date black women like that. Oh, that's where the stereotypes come from, based off his few experiences. But again, hurt people.
Yeah.
Traumatized people like to build trauma in other people. Destructive people destroy people. Okay. What we need to do is exactly what all three of us are doing right now: having the conversation, listening to each other, taking from each other's viewpoints, and trying to better each other. Because again, for me personally, I come from a 2-parent household, so I'm not married. I don't have any children, but I aspire at one point to get married. I would love to have children, and I want to, and regardless if it works between me and my future wife or whatever the case may be, I still want to be that pillar for the generations that come after me. That's what I'm building with my 4-year-old nephew, and I'm doing it for anybody that's younger than me, and even the generation that's coming after me. Because what we need a lot more men to just relish in being male role models. Stop allowing these kids to glorify drug dealers, rappers, and stuff like that. It's glamorous, it's great. Don't get me wrong, it's cool. But again, we need more regular guys to be like, yo, you know what? Regardless of whatever our situations are, we got to step up, because we have to step up. We need to step up. And I think women such as yourself, to not only just listening, learning, but also being brave enough to have the dialogue. And that's what I want to leave it off of, ladies.
I
That's what I
appreciate
want.
you.
Bless up. Shout out to Haiti. I
Thank
love you
you.
guys. We're neighbors.
Yo, honestly, yo, it's all love. At the end
We
of the
love
day,
you, man. It's all
At the
love.
end of the day, remember, man, we're one. We're one unit. We're stronger together. And
One
one
island.
last thing. You mentioned something about mixed race. I don't care what anybody says. I believe in the one drop rule. If you're black,
Me too.
if you're black,
Me too.
whatever your kid is gonna be is black. J. Cole is mixed. He's half black, half white. Drake. Most people forget J. Cole is mixed. Drake is mixed, but they identify as black.
I have people telling me, my family's Dominican, and I have people literally attacking me, telling me, "Oh, you're not black." First off, Dominican is not a race; it is an ethnicity, right? There are black people in Colombia. There are black people in Cuba, Panama, Brazil. Like, yes, we are black. So I believe in that one drop rule, man, as well.
And let me say this too. This is the last thing I'm gonna say, and that's it. Okay. We as black men and black women, whether it's colorism, whatever the case may be, we suffer from a superiority / inferiority complex. We got to get out of that. Just because you're a lighter skin, just because you are a lighter shade of black, doesn't make you better than a darker shade of black. Okay,
that's right.
We gotta stop hate. We gotta stop hating on each other. We gotta do a better job at. Okay, it's cool for us to joke with each other and shit like that. But if you're a beautiful woman, you're a beautiful woman. It doesn't matter how light or dark you are. So,
yeah, I agree.
Love one another, respect one another, and let's continue to have the dialogue. So, shout out to everybody. Love to y'all, and I'm gonna go ahead and get up out of here. Love to y'all, ladies. Take care.
Bye-bye. Yeah.
Courtney, could I speak on a comment whenever you are
yeah,
done?
you can. Let me take this off. It says black men been dating out, leave black women alone. Y'all leave black men alone. That whole channel talking about black men are dusty and no good. Leave black men alone. Leave me alone.
Right.
I can talk about whatever the hell I want to talk about. It's my show. It just said Courtney Michelle in mine. If I want to talk about parrots, if I want to get on here and start singing songs that I want to sing, being the two of us need. If I want to start singing Michael Jackson, it's mine.
And that's your business.
You create yours and you do what you want to do.
Listen.
And man, you know, Gabrielle, like I said, and it's just idiots. Idiots. Ma'am, what is a mammy? Let me educate her real quick.
Yes.
I mean, because just the slowness of it all. Madam, this is a mammy, ma'am. Gabrielle, did you go to school? Do you know how to read?
Oops.
Read along with me. Depicting Black women who work in a white family and nurse the family's children. That's a mammy, lady. I don't nurse kids. I have my own child. This is the depiction of the mammy, ma'am. I don't look like that. I don't take care of the white children. I don't.
It's sad that they take it there.
What is wrong with people?
That's
like you, the people are coming over here looking real dumb, and I'm trying to be as nice as I can, but you're scared to cam up because of what? You got 2 Black women out here, pop up and be the third. You came over here to listen, so you must have something to say.
We welcome you, whatever your views are.
With
There's no attacking
arms.
the channel.
With open arms.
She has never attacked anyone. She's actually very calm and very classy. So
well, thank you very much.
Yes.
What? That goddamn. This is what I am talking of.
Never attacked anyone.
Thank you very much. Okay,
there she is.
Oh my God! How are you
guys? On you. Hey.
Okay, okay. Everyone is scared to come on. Did you tell your people that I'm not?
Hold on, let me turn this off. Okay, I can hear you now. Sorry.
Did you tell your people that I'm nice because they said that they're scared to come on?
I'm not afraid to cam up. You know why? Because I have a shotgun and a Smith & Wesson. And I would... I'm telling you.
I just don't understand.
We gotta get firearms, Black women. You can't be afraid. That's their shaming tactic. You can't let these men make you afraid because they're gonna keep you from voicing your every God-given right, which is your First Amendment. You know what I mean? So
I'm gonna pop Hakeem on here for a second because he wanted to talk to you specifically.
I did. Yeah, I rewinded and I was like, "What is he talking about?" But anyway, hold on a moment.
Hakeem?
I'll be right back. Sorry about the Confederate flag. It doesn't bother me like that. That's what I'm saying. Like I've unindoctrinated myself where nothing bothers me anymore. Everything that I was taught about the Confederacy, because you're from the South, right?
I am.
Right. So it shouldn't bother you because those people are not, those are some of the most sweetest people. But I'll be right back. Hold on.
Oh, God. Now she got the
Hakeem.
Oh, I'm ready.
Yes. I'm going to grab a charger. I'll be right back.
It's a shame I can't put the link in the chat, Courtney. That I was looking for. That's all I was looking for while she was switching.
While she's I'm gonna pop up a couple other people on here too. Alexander, can't hardly see you, darling. You there?
Hey, yeah. Sorry, I'm gonna take that flag off. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, the flag was a little too much for me.
No, she can keep it up. She can keep it up.
No, let me take it off. Hold on. Let me take it off.
Yeah. Alexander, what do you have to say for us? I can't hear you.
Oh boy.
I like that your show is positive, but I kind of agree with the pain that divested Black women go through because because I've seen it firsthand. It's like black women will march for a black man who they don't know, but when it's a black woman getting killed by one of her own, it's a whole different story. It, it's like you can't, black men can't tap it both ways. You can't just go ahead and say you love black women and not show up when one of us black men ends up killing them. That's not right. You can't have it both ways.
Yeah.
Alexander, blink twice if you're being held hostage.
Hakeem.
I am not being held hostage. I see it every day on the news. A black woman getting killed by a black man, but nobody wants to talk about it. Nobody
No, I
wants
said
to
blink
talk
twice.
about
I didn't say buck your eyes. I said blink twice.
Alexander, do white men kill white women?
Love someone with the lineup. Find that podcast and listen wherever you listen.
Did you hear me?
Tonight's
Yes, they kill. Yes, they kill.
Right.
They do kill white women, but the thing of it is, we have conservatives getting popular because nobody is talking about black on black crime, and I understand what conservative black woman is saying. I mean, we gotta start talking about. I mean, it makes no sense to have Black Lives Matter and you don't talk about the black on black crime. It makes no sense.
Or do I leave and try to make a life?
Okay.
Oh, and there she goes.
She'll pop back up.
Husband and boyfriend.
Well, Alexander, I definitely hear you. I'm not a fan of BLM. I'm probably more conservative than you probably think, or a lot of these people in the chat probably think. So I understand what you're saying. And black men do kill black women, and vice versa. White men kill white women. It's because it's bad people. And it's not because they're a race that makes them bad. It's human nature. There's just bad people in the world.
Yeah,
and we need to protect ourselves from bad people in general, not just black men. I don't look at you as a black man and think you're bad. So why would I look at the next black man and think he's bad?
Wanted to speak a new language?
I know that, but
then try Babbel.
But
in just 15
I've
minutes
seen
a day, Babbel
other
teaches you
women
conversations
cover
that you will actually use.
black women
With
who
14
have been
languages
killed
and lesson topics like
by
travel,
black men,
business,
and
relationships, and more,
they
you'll learn what matters most to you.
They didn't
Babbel.
even know, like
Language for
Leandria
life.
TV, she
Learn a new
covers
language
it
with
big
ease.
time.
Go to babbel.com
And
to try for free.
it's like,
That's BABBEL.com. Hurry into
like,
Mattress Firm's new bed
I get
sale.
that,
Right now, you can save up to $500 on
I
a
get
wide
we
selection
should
of
stop
top-selling
hating on
brands.
each other,
Plus,
but
get a free adjustable
when,
base with
but
qualifying seating
like,
purchase up to
when it,
$49.
and I'm not trying to hate on black men. I'm saying
like
that
mattresses starting at
that
$224.99.
you can't have it both ways. You talking bad about black women, and when black women talks bad about you, then you want to holler and scream and say that they're talking bad about us. You can't have it both ways. I mean,
Alexander,
that's
you do
like
realize, Alexander, you do realize you're a man too, right?
And well, hold on, Alexander, I can't hardly hear you. I think you got your TV playing, so it's making it even harder for me to hear you, darling.
Oh, my bad. That's just the radio. Mama, can you turn the radio down?
Okay. Right. So again, I totally get it. But it's not just a black man issue. It's a human issue. People kill folks. People they die every day. Like I get it, but it's not because he's a black man and he has this thing where he wants to hurt black women. I just don't see that. Does it happen? Yes, but majority no. We're not
And
out here
Courtney,
just hurting folks like that. What's going on?
And Courtney, I'm just worried about Alexander's safety. He seems in distress. He's looking around, He doesn't seem to know where he's at. You know,
No,
I just hope he's
actually,
safe. That's all.
I'm being drive home. And
I
and
apologize, Courtney.
You're
That
fine.
that that
Okay.
flag was. I'm sorry. That
and
was.
It's all right. All right, Alexander, I'm gonna bring you down and talk to some other people, okay? I appreciate you. Thank you.
No.
Aquarius Sun, how you doing?
Aquarian Sun. Why are you calling me
Yeah, how
that?
you doing?
That's an old
You know that's
username.
your that's your old username, right?
Well, I'm an
Old
Aquarius, so yeah, that's fine.
old habits never die hard, huh?
That's fine. What is it?
So I've been waiting for this because you still with that guy that you brought on, Jessica X, that the one that called the All Blacks trailer apes, that you
The
and
one.
him took part in, and that and he used the N word with the hard NIGGER and
No,
all
I
that,
do.
and you said that he
I
should have.
used the hard ER, not him. I mean,
No, he did too. He agreed with you.
well, that's my man. He's gonna, he supports me. That's fine. I use it sometimes.
So
It's okay.
so why don't you bring Courtney and the rest of the audience? Because some of us know who you are, really. Why don't you bring us all up to speed, and instead of it was cute what you did on the last show to kind of make it seem like this is your first rodeo. But why don't you bring us all up to speed how you really feel about not only black men but the black population as a whole?
I feel like black men are just full of a bunch of excuses. They want to blame white supremacy for everything, and white supremacy isn't the problem. The problem is low IQ and high testosterone, and just full of excuses. And I don't hate black men. That's the thing. Like, I don't hate you guys. It's just it's kind of old and played out. The white supremacy thing doesn't work anymore. Nobody's holding you back. There's no systematic racism. In fact, when you go with a white guy, you're escaping like colorism and all that stuff. White guys love dark-skinned women. Like, I'm too light for a lot of white guys. So the fact that
No,
y'all
I'm
call
glad
out
I'm
dark
glad you
women like
mentioned that.
that, you guys should be ashamed of yourself. So let
I'm
black
glad you
women know
mentioned
when
that.
they're celebrated.
Your appearance looks drastically different. I couldn't figure out what was different about you, but your appearance looks drastically different than when you were on Aquarius
I
Sun.
had a
You want to
mask
tell us
on.
anything?
I had my Trump mask on. Remember? Like
No.
I did.
No, it's not. It's not about the mask. I'm sensing that you may have used some skin lightening cream.
No,
we can
that's the
actually.
lighting in here. I didn't lighten
It's the
my
lighting.
skin. Go to my IG. I don't look lighter.
No, because we seem to recall, if we pull up that live, which I can't, lucky for you, but we seem to recall that your Zaddy, or whatever you want to call him, you were actually in an abusive relationship.
That's
but then you chose.
If you want to know the truth, that's like an old relationship. I've already broken up with him. Like, that was like 6 years, 7 years ago. That was a long time ago. Like, you guys are bringing up an old comment that I made. Yes, I left his ass. He fucking put his hands on me, of course. But him up. You want to know why else? Okay.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
I heard my name was mentioned, and I was like, "What's going on here?" So I was like, "Let me show up." I'm sorry if I'm a little bit bizarre tonight. I had some coffee. I was doing a Zoom call somewhere else, and I'm hyper.
Okay. All right.
Sorry.
No, go ahead. What did you say? Was it Dessalines?
Dessalines.
Okay. What can I well, tell me, what do you think about this whole
So I
conversation?
call for one reason only. I'm gonna be really short. I felt like not Hakeem, but the caller before, the male caller. I just want to address a few things that he said. And
Okay.
so first of all, I'd like to say thank you for your show, your platform. I really appreciate your views and the way you articulate your views. I subscribe to you, and I suggest
Thank
that
you.
other people subscribe to you. What I'd like to say is that I think people are conflating the idea of black assimilation and black liberation. Right? There was a point where we were focused on black liberation, and that changed now to where everyone is just assimilating, and you can't really be pro-black and for black liberation if you're not producing, proliferating, propagating black families. That's what the pro stands for. It's pro-black. So we can't be like, oh, you could be pro-black and you can mess with white people or divest from our community, because the most pro-black thing you can do is making a black family. Let's get that straight. And then as far as the La Dominicanita que estaba ahí, the one that's Dominican,
Ya
that's
tú
there.
sabes.
I lived in Dominican Republic, and I tell you, they have Dominican is a place, not a race,
Exactly.
and they have Chinese. But one thing about Dominicans that I would say is that everybody, especially black people, are not black there, even though they have African heritage, except Chinese people.
But I am, so I
Chinese
speak for
people
myself.
will always be Chinese, no matter if they have a little. And so we also have to look at this one drop rule. One drop rule stands to affect us in negative ways, just like it did in Brazil with colleges when they made laws just for black people to get in college. The people that were mixed with black grandmothers and great grandmothers came out the woodwork, taking the place of actual black people with black parents that look black. So we have to be very careful about taking this one drop rule that was created by white people at a time of oppression, especially trying to do anything possible to downgrade us. One drop rule works in that effect. That's why you would never see a Chinese people or a Chinese person get with a black person, and Chinese people would never call that person Chinese. Or a white person getting with a black person, they will never call that child white. And you can say it's because of the dominant gene.
Yeah.
That's what people tend to say. But when we read the book, The Destruction of the Black Civilization, we realize that they've been doing this for thousands of years, and the dominant gene gets dominated over generations. So I
Well,
just
let me
wanted
tell
to
you
say
something. Regardless of what people say about me, I am black 24/7. So
it wasn't a personal
it
thing. It wasn't about
No,
you
I'm not against
individual.
it.
I was just
Yeah.
the ideas are very important because it stands to affect the community. We don't have our standards meet other people's standards of what is considered black. That's why we have words like mulatto, which I know is offensive, or mixed, or when you have Blasian. Being a Blasian means you're not black. It means you're black and Asian. Being black and Asian is not black. But anyway, we all got mixes. I got mixes, but the point is, when we represent black liberation, black power, we're fighting for black people.
Yeah. All right. Well,
That's all I had to say, but thank you for having me. I appreciate
All right.
it. Have a
Thank
good
you
day.
for hanging out. I appreciate you.
Bless up.
Hey, Estella.
How y'all doing?
Hi.
Welcome back.
It's always interesting.
This is
So,
very true.
yeah, so I wanted to speak to there was a previous caller, I think this brother that just spoke was speaking to what he was saying. And the topic of the night is divestment. What's the question again?
Mhm.
What's the title of the show? I'm sorry, I can't think of it.
Well, yeah, we're just, let's discuss divesting. Is it worth it?
Okay, right. Is it worth it? So I'm speaking of a perspective. I identify as Black. I am multicultural, clearly multiracial. I'm Black in America, so we're all multiracial. Actually, I have a kind of a light skin, so-called curly good hair aesthetic. So I've definitely grown up personally in my life with people asking me, "What are you? What are you?" And I am from a multicultural background. I have a grandmother that is Mexican American and an Indian phenotype. I have a grandfather that's Dominican, Puerto Rican, and African phenotype, like very African, like he literally looks like Marcus Garvey. I have a father that is lighter than me, looks like the artist Pitbull, who's a Puerto Rican, or I think he's Cuban, but people, always think like, "Oh, what are you? What are you?" Speak Spanish to my dad. My dad is a Black man from Maryland. His parents are Black people from Virginia who come from Black people who are from Carolina and Georgia and so on and so forth. So being multiracial is a part of being Black in America. And that's a conversation that needs to be talked about because we're bringing up these identifications of like nationality versus race versus culture, right? So those types of things do need to be talked about and addressed. And I think we should respect each other as a form of like some Black people want to be identified as African Americans. Some African Americans want to be identified as Black. Some people just want to be called American. And I think we should have a little bit more respect for one another in our in our viewpoints, as long as we can be respectful and try to understand one another so that we can start to heal the wounds. The thing that I hear you talk about, Courtney, so much on your channel is about healing and doing the work and investing. So if you're divesting from something, you should be investing somewhere else, right?
Well,
So
you better speak on that.
the investment comes in investing in yourself and healing yourself. So I don't care if I was dating a white man or a black man, if either of them hit me, I have to think about, how did I get to this point in this relationship where this man is causing physical harm to me? Why haven't I walked away beforehand? Or was I in a bind and I couldn't? And then in that case, like, how you get out? And then we're talking about a whole nother topic, because
Yeah.
women in domestic violence in general, and in this country especially, it's off the chain. You know, and just like being a woman, period, and being in safe spaces and being able to take care of yourself and things like that. There are many things in today's time to help women, more so than when my grandmother was married to an abusive man, or even when my mother, she wasn't in an abusive marriage, but just in her generation. My mom's in her 50s now.
Yeah.
So I have a lot more privilege as far as resources to be able to not stand in any type of relationship with that. So if I'm divesting from anything, and I said this in the comments earlier, I'm divesting from dusty people, friendships, romantic relationships, and I don't care what color they are. So is
And
it worth it to divest? Yeah.
yeah,
But
it
if
depends
you're
on
just
what you're
divesting,
disposing of. Right. And it
what are you
should be,
disposing of?
there
What are
you
you
go.
disposing of?
I
So what are you
agree.
divesting from? And if for you, conservative black woman, that means all black men, have at it. And I hope that you find, or if you want, the man of your dreams, whatever he looks like. I literally don't care. And you obviously don't care what people think, but you said you're a troll, and clearly you're a troll.
I'm not
So
really.
I get,
I was
but I do,
trolling. I guess it can
yeah,
come
I
across
do
that way,
understand.
but
I
yeah.
do understand that why some women, in general, have that point. I know white women who won't date white men because they were raped and abused by their own fathers. So I'm in California. I'm in
And
the
I know
Bay Area,
3 black
California.
women that were
So
raped by their fathers too. It's
so
crazy. It
so,
really is.
so
Right.
you're very disruptive, and I don't appreciate it. So I'm
Sorry.
just saying that to say that I live in a place where there are a lot of mixed families. I mean, people from Laos getting with people from Ireland, people who are American white getting with people who are Chinese and Jamaican. So I've seen almost every type of mixed family structure, and I've seen them in healthy forms and I've seen them in unhealthy forms. So at the end of the day, if you're divesting, divest because it's worth your personal well-being, not because it's some one
Oh,
race of person that may have hurt you. So that's just my full opinion about it. If you want
Well,
to
thank
divest from a race of people, as long as it's for your health and your safety,
oh
then
yeah.
do it.
Yeah. Well,
Both.
thank
But
you,
Yeah.
Miss Stella.
if someone else, yeah, if someone else wants to,
I had a
argue you
question.
down.
Okay. Is it, Harmony, is it for a Stella or a black conservative black woman?
And it's a respectful question. No one's here to grill you. It's for a conservative black woman.
Okay. Stella, I'm going to drop you down and bring some other people up, okay? All right. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's and I come with respect. Listen, my name here is the Harmony Pill. So, I'm not about the back and forth with people and the disrespect. So I'm not coming with that energy. Trust me, I respect you and your beliefs. Right. I just had a question, and it might be mixed with a statement, but you did mention that you feel tension everywhere that you go with other Black people. Do you still
Black men.
Is that just where you are currently, like where you live, or is that everywhere?
Like I was at the gym this morning and I was good, right? I try to go early in the morning where it's not too many black men.
Yeah.
And I do that on purpose. It really is a mental thing at this point. So I went to the gym this morning, probably about 7:00. Did a good workout. I was getting it in, and 2 black men walked in, and it just totally ruined it for me. I just got into this mode, and I was like, I wanted to leave. So I cut my workout short because of that. Because I try to go as early as possible to avoid that, but I can't seem to get away from them. They're swarming here to the city that I'm in. And I just moved here not too long ago, so I thought I was getting away, but they're just everywhere.
So they said something.
Yeah, there is a tension. Yes.
They actually approached you and said something disrespectful to you?
No, but you could just feel the energy. You can tell, like, I don't know, maybe it's where I am. I don't know. You can just feel the discord. You can feel the anger there. I don't know. They can always tell. I don't know. Maybe they can sense that I'm a divester. I'm not sure, but it's crazy.
The reason that I asked that is because I'm sorry, and I'll make this really quick, Courtney. I'm so sorry. Respecting your platform. The reason that I asked that is because I don't have that experience, and it might be because of where you live, or maybe it's based on an aura that you're giving off. People do feed off of your energy. That could be the case. I'm in Atlanta, and to the people saying I would never live in Atlanta, no one wants to live there. That has nothing to do with the topic. Listen to what I'm saying. I am
I lived in Atlanta before.
Yeah.
I was
It's a predominantly, I would say it's maybe not predominantly, but there's a heavy Black population here.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't experience that. There's actually nothing but positive energy, love, good vibes here between all of us. In passing, we're smiling. The Black men here are opening the doors for me. Hey, beautiful, how's it going today? So maybe it's the reason that I'm saying this is because if I'm in a heavy Black populated city and I don't experience any of that negativity from them, perhaps we might have to take into consideration that sometimes what's in our thoughts, what's infiltrating our thoughts, it's going to come out with our energy and with the aura that we're putting out. That's just, and I understand.
But with all the talk with the manosphere growing and lots of people knowing about like Kevin Samuels, you don't feel that energy? Like,
no, I don't, because that's online. That's not real life. And I know exactly what you're saying and I totally get it.
Because I know someone in Atlanta right now, and she said that it's pretty bad out there too.
And I'm in
Like
Atlanta.
the women and the men aren't speaking. The Black men, they roll their eyes at the Black women, and it's just really bad. Like it is down here. It's bad.
I think it's a case by case scenario. I don't experience that. Black men are speaking to me every day. They're asking.
Yeah, they speak to me sometimes too, but I think, I do put off a certain aura.
Yeah, and we talked about this last time. I think it's you.
But it's a protection though. Like I feel like I'm protecting myself.
Well, let me ask you a question, because
right
again,
here at the top,
the divestors that are here, they don't want to cam up, and I see someone down. But again, if I don't know you, you have to cam up, and this is not because we're going to harm you. Okay, well, let me ask them that. What is the issue with that? Like all the divestors that's on here, I don't want to cam up for my protection, and you're going to harm me. There was comments that I posted for someone to come on the show, and people were like, no, she's dangerous. Where is that coming from?
I don't know. You don't seem dangerous to me. I'm new to you, but you don't seem dangerous. Now, maybe some of your followers are, have a lot of anger.
Do you feel dangerous? I mean, do you feel like you're in danger by coming on? I mean, and you don't got to brandish nothing now. I've got to clip that up.
No, I don't feel in danger at all. Like, I feel like there are people that are watching me that probably want to hurt me, but that's in my situation. I expect that. I expect them to feel that way. That's their feelings. But, like I said, I have 911 on speed dial, and I got my shotguns, and I got all my, I'm not going to tell you everything, but I'm good.
Well, and I'm sure there's people that don't like me. So that's just the price that you pay for getting on these platforms and having a stance. Everyone is not going to believe. So I get it.
But get like tactical training. Like I think all Black women should do that. Get tactical firearm training. For protection.
Yeah. So I was playing some videos, and there was a group of 4 women that were talking about divesting, and then I showed a video of a white man that's saying why he dates Black women. I'm gonna put him up, and I want to see.
Oh, that's Cohen. I know Cohen. I don't know him, but
you know
he's funny. He's kind of weird.
He's interesting looking, but
he's really tall too. I think he said he was like 6'7". He's unusual. He's an unusual guy from like Canada, I think. Yeah.
Have an issue with the word try, but that's what it is. They want to try something new. They want to be around a different culture. A lot of you will say, "Oh, no, that's a fetish." Well, how is it a fetish? It's not to do with sex, so it's just the experiencing of a different culture. The second one is also, or even more so,
Turn the volume up.
as a fetish. That's when white men are simply looking for something new. So it can be their attraction towards a dark-skinned woman or a light-skinned, but dark as in darker than white. So they're attracted to a different kind of color of a woman than they are to white women. It can be their attraction to them finding black women exotic. Again, with that word exotic, it's so taken out of context. Exotic does not necessarily have to mean sexual. When I think of the word exotic, I think of, Paris. I think of flowers. I think of palm trees. I think of ocean shores. And I think of seeing women on those beaches in the different little towns and bars. That's what I think of, just exotic. And that's how a lot of white men see black women. They see them as exotic, not necessarily a sexual thing. I will get to the sex part later in the video, though. White men.
So I guess you are familiar with him, but it's everything that he says. It's, I want to try black women. And that's why white men are, interested in some black women because they want to try something.
Well, we're a different race, we're a different culture. They're curious. And once they get over the curiosity, that's why you see white men, black women marriages popping up all over the place because they want to, it's okay. Because a black man wants to experience you too. You know what I mean?
I think it's completely different. There's nothing about a black man that would come to me and be like, I had never been with a black woman before. What, you black? We black.
Yeah, but you'd be considered an exotical. Like that's their thing. Like you're an exotical. So it's like, oh, I gotta see what she's like. I gotta see what that's like. That's a new, new booty or whatever.
Yeah. But the stats don't add up.
Yeah.
So when you talk about divesting and the white man or whomever is going to treat you better than the black man, well, the stats don't add up.
Well, the stats are old. We're waiting on some new stats. I'm excited.
It's not that old.
I'm excited for the new stats.
And if you think it's going to be that big of a difference, I really doubt it. What the stats show is that, yes, it's been an increase of interracial relationships and marriage, but however, the divorce rate is higher between interracial couples and same race couples.
Well, not between black women and white men.
It's not long lasting.
Not between black men and white women, but between black women and white men, it is very long lasting. It's almost astronomical. The numbers are astronomical. How long black men and black women and black men white men stay together. It's crazy. It's like we rarely get divorced. So
Aquarius sun. Go ahead, Courtney. I'm sorry. No, you're good.
It's true. It's in the numbers. I looked at it, but I'm excited to see what the 2021 numbers are. Because it's when it shot up 33% since Pink Pill came out, and that was like years ago. So we want to see what the new stats are, and I'm sure they've increased.
Oh, you mean the same Pink Pill that left her white husband to go with a black
After
man,
22
right?
years, yeah. They have 3 beautiful children, and it lasted 22 years. That's a
So
long time.
22 years of him having to hear her complain about black men and get tired of it, and then for her to go back to the same race of men that were dusty.
She's
right?
not with him anymore. She's not with that black guy. She was dating. What's wrong with? Yeah, she was entertaining a black guy for a couple of months. What's wrong with that? She hadn't had a black man in 20 years. She wants to see what it was like. What's up?
No.
She's not with him anymore though. She's moved on, and she's back to the swirling movement.
The whole point of the matter, I think this is what Courtney's trying to say that I don't think you're getting. If you divest, that's fine. Just divest. But when you're coming into black spaces and just like what you did last time, so don't try to be disingenuous. You're trying to campaign and recruit people to join your sick, twisted game. And if they themselves of their own free will should decide to do that based on what they do, you shouldn't have to campaign for it. But you did say you were campaigning, and why is she wasting her time? And you're pro-black woman. That's what you said when you were the artist formerly known as Aquarius Sun. It hasn't changed since now.
I wasn't really
essentially
campaigning. I was just spreading the good news. Black women, it's okay, divest. If you're not happy with Black men, if you're tired, go ahead and divest. There's a group of men just waiting. They really are waiting. White guys are just waiting for the green light. And the green light has been given, and the numbers are increasing. And it's a wrap for you guys. Sorry.
I'm going to get
Now,
KJ.
you do still have a lot of Black women like Courtney. There's still Black women that love Black men, but the numbers are proving otherwise. The game is shifting. So,
Well, the
yeah.
numbers are proving that as much as you think that they're waiting, they're not. White men are not going in droves trying to date Black women. I don't understand why.
Do me a favor. Go to like Hinge or Tinder and just create like an account.
Those
Just
are for
pick
hookups.
an average Black woman, just go in there and just
they want to have sex with you. They want to have sex with you.
Black men want to have sex too, right? Yeah, they want to have sex too.
Majority of Black men want to marry a Black woman. Every single man.
Majority of Black men don't even get married, but
the average white man is not idealizing marrying a Black woman. That's just not how it works.
Well, yeah, white men are smart. They do want to marry they understand the power structure. They want to marry white women to create more white people. They understand that. But we're crumbling as a Black race. We're crumbling. And believe me, there's enough Black people to last many lifetimes, especially over in Africa and over in other countries. We're good with Black people. But Black Americans need to separate, like seriously, Black men and Black women in America. We need to separate because it's very toxic right now. And it's not getting us anywhere by being race loyal. What has it gotten us, especially Black women? Like heartbreak and disappointment and watching Black men divest. Like what no.
I'm gonna get
it's over.
KJ on here, and I'm going to get True. But what I think is important is that I understand what you're saying. I understand what the divestment community is saying because Passport Bros are saying it as well.
Oh, they've been saying
the numbers doesn't show. The numbers show that majority of people are race loyal. White, Hispanic, Asian, Black, we are race loyal. The numbers do not show that white men are wanting Black women. They're not. They don't. And it's also, I'll say the same thing to Black men. Black men, these white women, they don't want you either. They want the white man. White folks want white folks. What they do. You'll have some that, of course, the John B's of it all. But that's not the majority. And again, on this platform, which I find it very interesting, is that the only people that's been disrespectful has been the Black women. There's not a Black man that's been on here that has disrespected me. When you come on here, they disagree with you, but like Hakeem, True, they've not disrespected you.
I'm going to email you a couple of channels that I want you to go check out, and they're calling for the death of Black women, and they're celebrating the death of Black women and girls. I'm going to email you because I don't want to give him any clout. But I'm going to email you the guy who's doing that. Me and him has actually had a back and forth before, but he's scary. Now, he won't cam up because I believe he's a serial killer. Like the stuff he said, he only shows his hand.
Black, since he won't cam up.
Oh, yeah, he's Black. He's definitely Black.
But that's not nothing new because Black women are saying they want to terminate Black men.
After how long? It's been 12 years. Black men have been bashing Black women online for 12 years.
I don't know how long.
Since Tommy Sotomayor, and then there was a boy before that. It was just finally we're saying something. Finally, we're waking up. Like I said, I'm celebrating because this is different. This is different, and I know it is. And if Black men are crying now, and we're not even like fully divested yet, imagine what they're going to do shortly. I'm scared. That's why I'm racked up. I'm good because if they can't handle what's going on right now, what's getting ready to happen, they're going to lose their fucking mind. See, they're not strong like we are. We've been able to take them divesting for years, ever since Quincy Jones, ever since Sidney Poitier. We've been able to take it. But
you realize you're mentioning Hollywood personalities to prove your point, and that
trickles
is
down into real life, and you know that.
Those Hollywood personnels don't even represent. Sorry, go ahead.
Every day I walk out of my door, I see a Black man with a white woman, and it's okay. I'm good because I'm with my white man. But guess what? When they see me with my white dude, they lose their freaking minds. Like it is
Well,
insane.
but here's the thing,
insane.
okay? If you
Black
there's
men aren't
always
strong like us.
hold on, conservative. I'm gonna
Go
play
ahead,
this
baby. I'm
because
sorry.
you said white men are wanting marriage and all that. That's cap. They
It's
don't either.
true.
Men are not, as of right now. There's a lot of men that are against marriage because they're scared.
Yes.
But
A lot of
again,
red pillars. Yeah.
for every Sidney Poitier, there is a Tina Turner. There
What?
is a Eartha Kitt. There's a E.
They all wanted to be with black men. They all tried with black men. Think about it. They've all been with black men and gave black men their all. And then finally,
we don't know that. We just know the end result, that there's black men with white women, but there's also black women with white men. The idea I don't give a damn.
Tina was with Ike Turner. Thank God she's with a white man. That Ike Turner.
Hold on. The idea is that
Scary.
do what you want to do. Have your preference. Don't disrespect us or your culture, your community, to try to get what you want. Because at the end of the day, they don't want you either. So let's look at this.
It's kind of low. You got to turn it up a little bit.
Let's see. Well, if it plays. Doing Jay.
Yeah, what's going on?
Are you there?
I'm here. And
what do you have to say?
Yeah, so I had to tune back in, right? Because I seen the individual that kind of piqued my interest to actually get involved in the show that's on the platform right now. And I don't want to be what you mean. Yeah, I don't want to be like disrespectful or nothing. And the reason that I'm saying this is because me looking at that person, I think that not a woman.
I had 3 miscarriages. I'm a woman. I got a
and I'm just saying.
I'm sorry, Courtney.
The thing about this person.
I'm in the fitness. So of course you guys love fat women. So
I'm not trying to be disrespectful.
So yeah.
Well, let's hold
is,
on. Conservative and KJ. Let's not do that. But here's the thing. She represents about 10 women in the chat right now that are scared to cam up. They don't want to cam up because they feel like they're in harm's way and I'm a dangerous woman.
But I'm trying to tell this person right here that no one won't even, I won't even pay you no attention in real life. Like,
oh please, whatever.
Who is checking for you? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know why no one has told you that.
Why don't you cam up and let me judge how you look? Because
I'm really not gonna do that.
Well, let me ask you.
Go ahead and cam up.
Hold on.
Let me see you.
Wait, hold. Hey, do you have a question for her?
Well, this is what all I'm saying. You know, as much as this person says that, you know what I mean, they're terrified, petrified, and all this stuff right here, right?
Yes, I am.
You know, at the end of the day, all that stuff happening in their head. Because Harmony Pill just asked this person, hey, did they say anything to you? And this person said, no, they didn't. I just felt some type of way. So, you know, it's like
when I was race loyal, I didn't see it either. Trust me, I used to be race loyal. I used to march for you. I don't want to call you an ape, but you know, I used to march for you guys.
I get it, man.
Yeah, so let me see your
get it, bro.
Can I see you?
All right, so hold on, conservatives. Let's get True on here because I'm not doing this all night. Last time I had a headache.
I know. I'm sorry.
And it was because of you.
I know. You got to be strong when you're dealing with with this group of men. You know, you just have to be strong.
It's not. It's you.
It's not me. Why do you have all these divestors complaining? It's not me. There's other women too. When I was race loyal, I didn't see it either. I come from a group of 5%ers, 5% Muslims. I come from like Afrocentric shit.
Don't mention Islam and what you're doing. Please don't mention Islam and what you're
I
doing.
didn't see it like that. I'm telling you, I come from that though. I'm just
Okay.
giving you my
All
background.
right. All right. True. What you got?
I'm
for
giving
us?
you my background.
Well, first, congratulations to your 4,000, Courtney.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Oh yeah, definitely. You're doing your thing, girl. You really are.
I'm doing something.
But I do actually want to say thank you to conservative Black woman. And the reason why I want to say thank you is because you're educating people on the levels of existent delusion for certain individuals. Everyone's entitled to their opinion. I guess my
I'm going based
concern.
on my personal experience and observation, but go ahead.
Well, let me. I'm gonna ask a question and maybe pose somewhat as a statement. To the best of my understanding, and Courtney has said it several times, you are the representative of the divested group.
Mm-hmm.
However, just in your tagline and the name that you're representing online now, you have Black woman in the title, and it's kind of confusing and very much a contradiction. If you are someone,
I'm really divested conservative, but I didn't.
Let me finish. No, let me finish. You can correct me when I'm done. Thank you. So that's the question I guess I do have is, how do you claim to divest? How do you claim to push back on the very culture that you are attached to? Your hair currently is even in a braided style that represents our culture, and your name is. So I would love to hear the explanation on how that exists if you are the representative of this particular divested group.
Well, I'm just the representative on the live because the other ones won't go, they won't get on camera, which I usually don't get on camera either, but I just been compelled to get on camera. I don't know. Maybe, like I said, Courtney, she just has a welcoming demeanor about herself. You know what I mean? Like, I know that we don't agree, but I know that she comes from a good place and I know she means well. But you said, how can I divest from Black men?
Well, how can you divest from no? How can you divest from Black men or the group, but then still hold a level of representation by just your title? Your title in itself.
I'm a Black woman. I'm pro-Black woman. I'm not pro-Black man. Like I said, I didn't even give a damn what happened to George Floyd. I don't support anything that you guys do. I don't support thugs, criminals. I don't march for you guys anymore. I don't support it. I've relinquished all support for BLM. I don't support any of that, any of those Black male identified groups. So me as a Black woman, I'm looking out for the interests of Black women. I tell Black women to get registered for firearms, to take up jujitsu, karate, like I did. You know what I mean? So you're looking at all this muscle here because I'm serious about what I do. Okay. So that's the thing. Like, I'm pro-Black woman, and if I could submit like a congressional bill that can be passed that can separate Black women from Black men, I would do it yesterday. But I can't do that.
I guess that's where again,
the way you can look out for Black women and let Black men look out for themselves. Like I said, I'm all for the separation. So
that's why I guess it's the confusion. I respect anyone's particular outlook on life.
Okay.
Did I lose? Am I still here?
Yeah, you're still here.
Apologize. Am I still here? Is it tripping?
No, I can hear
all
you.
right. Okay. I appreciate people's perspective on life. I think we're entitled to have our opinions. I guess again for me, it's very confusing. It's kind of like saying that you represent a certain gang, and your colors of your uniform is one thing, but then you claim you wear the different uniform and use the terminologies that are associated with the other gang. You say you're pro-Black, but that's very confusing. Pro-Blackness has a
pro-Black woman.
Pro-Black, but okay, one man. The name one man, men is in the name, it's in the actual
correct, like Donovan Sharp and the rest of them that are with white women, happily with white women, but they still bring up Black women. Do you go over there and say, you're divested, stop bringing up Black women? Why do you're with a white woman? Why don't you go ahead?
my particular issue is not with what people choose to date. That's not what I'm saying. My question for you was exactly, you're saying you're pro-black. You're saying you have
I'm not pro-black at all. I'm not pro-black love. I'm not pro-black couple. I said I'm pro-black woman because I'm a black woman and I look out for my sisters. That's who I'm looking out for.
Okay, so just from the origin of the existence of black women, they come from black men. So how can you
there's enough black men, there's enough black couples to go around. Trust me, we don't need any more.
That again is not, I guess that's not my argument. It's very confusing just for you to say that you're pro-black woman, and I guess I get what you're trying to do, even though it seems to be very ill-mannered. Saving black women from black men. I don't quite understand the agenda. There's
the ones
no hold on.
Those are the ones I'm talking about. You have enough Courtney Michelles. There's a lot of them. But there's also a lot of, the numbers are growing for the divested women too. So I'm saying you still have your black women. We have enough of those. We have enough black men, enough black couples, enough black children. But we're divesting. I'm saying the divestment movement is growing and it's continuing to grow. And white men hear the conversation. That's why they call Cynthia G. They call black women because they want to know what's going on too. And they're interested. They're jumping in where they're getting in where they fit in. Does that make sense?
No, it makes sense. I get go ahead, Courtney. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Well, I want to do this comment right here. According to the CDC, domestic violence is one of the leading causes of death for black women between the ages of 15 and 35. Okay, so since we're throwing out facts, the percentage of domestic violence against women, period, is like 1 out of 3. But also with men, it's like 1 out of 4, 1 out of 5. So let's not cap. Men are getting abused as well too.
Yeah.
And the number one thing that's killing black women is heart disease. So while you want to talk about domestic violence, talk about going to the gym with your fat ass. That's not.
No, hell yeah. Trust me. Black women have cursed me out.
We're all trying to prove a point.
Like in the gym.
And the point is whack. Oh, well, domestic violence. Yeah, that happens, and it happens with white women. It happens everywhere. So the hell what? That doesn't prove a point of why you should divest against black men or disrespect the black man. So I'm gonna bring up
when I was 18, I have a friend. We were both the same age. She was shot in the temple by her 33-year-old boyfriend. We were both 18, but he was 33. She was shot in the temple. How do you think I'm gonna think about black men? Like, I've experienced some shit. I know things that have happened.
Okay,
terrible things.
Are you scared of white men?
Huh?
Are you scared of white men?
No, I feel safe and protected around white men. That's what I mean. Like,
they kill. Even though they
kill. Asian men kill too.
That's what I'm saying. Okay, murder
in the world, in the words,
it's not exclusive to race.
It's not.
In the words of the late great David Carroll, his white skin
around white.
In their minds, in the words of the late great David Carroll, his white skin covers up all the imperfections, and that's what she's trying to say to you guys.
No, not really.
You can give.
Go ahead, Hakeem, and I want to get Gentle Soul as well.
Okay, you can give her all the stats, and let's see, brother. True Table, I get your point, but you have to approach her like what she is. She clearly has some sort of mental deficiency. And that's how you. Here's what I'm getting at. I'm not trying to. She does not seem well. I'm just saying that we can all sit here and observe her. Her eyes are rotating in different directions. She's laughing and giggling at every comment she's making. I'm just saying.
Here's the thing, Hakeem. Everything that she's saying is getting agreed upon and high-fiving by the same divestors in the chat. So what she's saying, even though her personality is her.
I'm just a crazy Aquarius. Don't mind me.
Anything that's off-putting or saying thing off that these section of women don't believe. So Gentle Soul.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
say. Thanks. What you
Yeah,
got for
good afternoon, first of all.
Hey, hey.
Grateful for this discussion that you guys are having. I just, I, as a young man, I'm 20, I'm 24 right now. As a young man hearing this from conservative black men, it's a little bit troubling
Who's talking?
to
I
hear
can't
that.
tell. Oh, Gentry Soul or
Yeah,
something. I don't know.
Soul.
I don't have my glasses
yeah.
on. I can't.
I got you.
No, I'm just saying, as a young man hearing you talk this way about black men, it's a little bit, it's a little bit concerning as a young black man trying to get with a black woman, and it's as if you're
What
saying
have
as
I
if
said about black men? I really haven't said anything about black men tonight.
Well, let them talk, conservative.
This ain't nothing, y'all. Man,
I just no.
it's something
I
for
mean, I don't
black
have
men.
anything. I don't have anything against you. I respect your opinion. I just want to ask the question of I mean, because you said that you dated black men before, and that you had some good experiences with dating black men, right? So I'm
I
just trying
have.
to
I've been
wonder.
spoiled rotten by a couple of black guys. Yeah, I'm not gonna cap. I'd be lying if I said I was in terrible relationships with black guys. That's not the reason why I'm divesting. I wasn't in bad
Yeah,
relationships.
that's my question. Why exactly do
One
you have
was a
such a
little bit
strong
controlling,
hate
and like I
towards?
said, he tried to kill me, but
Okay, I mean
I
that's
led.
where I'm getting to.
Wait,
Why
let him.
do
He's
you
asking
have?
you a question.
Go ahead. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
I'm asking why do you have such a strong hate and this strong hate towards black men if you've had, good experiences with them? Why do you hate all black men
Well, they were
so
neutral. They
much
weren't like
at this extent?
amazing experiences, but I've been around some good
Yeah, but
people.
they
I've been
weren't
around
bad
good black
experiences to
men.
the point where you yourself said that you had great experiences with, your last relationship with black men. So I'm trying to wonder where this sort of hate, this sort of like this hate comes from
I
towards
don't know.
black men.
Maybe it's a couple of black men in my family that are just, it's just different. It's just a lot of things just added up over time. And with the manosphere, it just kind of everything, I don't know. 2020 was the year of the eye opening. Like my eyes have been open. Like I believe I was fooled all this time. I do. I believe that I was
You were
fooled
fooled by who? Black
because I
men?
used to look at the black man as God and all of that stuff because I was around those Hotep guys and those Hotep people. And I realized it was all a farce. It was all a lie. Like I'm angry. Yeah, you're right. I am angry that I've been lied to.
So
Black
I
men
mean,
are
but
not
why
God.
yeah, but you're
And
angry
I was
at
around the Hebrew Israelites. They were trying to do the polygamy thing. Like black men are just, they support R. Kelly. They do. I hear the conversations. You guys are,
Well,
I
I
see the
don't.
I mean,
conversations.
okay, see
All right.
that's my problem though. You're saying you guys as if it's all black men that that think a certain way of you're in a certain space that's giving you sort of a bad representation of black men, and then you associate that with all black men, 100% black men. I don't see why just because you had certain bad experiences with some black men or you heard certain bad things from some black men, you're not putting
I
that
don't
on
know.
all
My
black
friend
men.
was murdered by a black man. One of my coworkers was murdered by a black man
Yeah,
like
I
5
mean,
years ago.
that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Those are experiences that
I
you
was
received.
molested by a black
That
man. Yeah, it
I'm
was.
sorry for that. I'm
Let
sorry
Yeah,
for that.
me.
'cause
But
I'm
I'm
just
saying that
saying, like,
that's
you're
all black
thinking that
men.
black men were like angels and all of it. No, they've done things, and I've heard the conversations that you guys have in the manosphere, and it pissed me off.
All right.
And since I'm conservative, I don't support like reparations and all that stuff anymore. So my eyes have been open. That's all I'm saying. And I just see you guys different now than what I
Let
used to.
me. I'm gonna drop some people off because I got some more. I'm gonna take a little bit more calls before we end the night. So True, I'm gonna drop you down. Thank you so much for popping up. Gentle Soul as well. Um, dropping you down as well. Thank you guys. And I'm gonna read this too. And I have a question for you, conservative black woman. But first, how can you hate black love but love black women? Black love creates black women. At the end of the day, truly happy people want others to be happy. You can date outside your race without hating others. I'm not convinced you love black women. Sorry.
I don't. Now, I'm not going to call you a mammy because you're not a mammy. I don't consider. And I know that the mammy, the old term was because it was the dark skinned woman, the big black woman that was.
Well, answer that
I don't
question,
like
then I have a
mammies.
couple
I don't like
questions
to
for
pick
you.
me. So yeah, those are the only black women that I don't like. The ones who aren't looking out for the best interests of Black women, not saying that you aren't, because I know that you mean well. You're trying to come up with a solution that'll counteract Cynthia G's solution. So I understand where you're coming from because you have a good heart. But I'm talking about like, the harmful mammies, like.
Well, let me ask what,
There's
because
one in particular.
mammy is absolutely used completely wrong. And I've been getting swarms of you a mammy, mammy, mammy. Again, I have put up what a mammy is. I am far from it. So in your community, you've changed the word, which it doesn't mean. So I don't know if you, or maybe some of you guys are just not bright enough to understand what the terminology means, but what does mammy mean to you?
Well, to me, it means black male worship, kind of just putting black men on a pedestal that they don't put you on or black women on per se. Kind of just looking at black men as, just not holding them accountable for anything. You know what I mean? I used to do the same thing, so I understand.
But that's not what a mammy is. Like, that's why with the mammy comments, I'm like, these.
Yeah, we did change the term. We changed it a little bit, but that's kind of
like a term that's been there for a century.
It's like a pick-me-sha. You know what I mean? Like a pick-me or whatever. I don't know.
Can I ask something?
I used to be a pick-me.
CKQ, I'm gonna get you in here, but go ahead, Harmony. Ask your question, and I'll.
I did. I used to. So I understand you.
It don't, but it doesn't. It's dumb.
Just really, just one question, and again, this is respectfully.
Yeah.
So, and I get it. I am a person that is here to listen. I'm not here to disrespect you, bash you because of your beliefs, etc. But you said that you are pro Black women. You're for the betterment of Black women. So what about one like myself? I prefer Black men. Black men are my preference. That is at the top. I wouldn't call that Black male worshiping. That's Black male loving. So do you equally support someone like me, or am I considered a mammy as well? Because I want nothing but a Black man. Actually, that's what I want.
When you hear like Fresh and Fit and guys, because they have a huge following and a lot of guys think like him, what do you still just say you only prefer Black men? Like that's kind of old and outdated.
Fresh and Fit does not represent all Black men. The ones that I encounter in real life outside of YouTube are nothing like that.
Nothing like them at all.
But I digress. You guys go ahead.
Yeah, that's what I don't know. Lamos like Fresh and Fit. They're not in my circle. I don't know men that talk like that.
I went to school with them. I grew up around them.
But here's
I don't know.
The Black men that I know love Black women. And
do you think that they're just settling for Black women, like because that's all they can get? Because a lot of the Blacks are broke and poor, and that's all they can get. So
but here's the thing: the Black men that I know can get any woman they want.
Are you sure? Because you think all Black men can get any woman they want?
No, I'm very balanced. I'm very balanced.
Well, there are some that prefer Black women, but I'm saying if put in the right circumstance, the right situation, they are probably going to go with someone else, someone that they can afford to be with. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I don't know.
All right. What you got for me?
The Black guy I was with, he would drink my bathwater. Like that dude was so in love. God damn. And I hurt him. I did hurt him. And I think sometimes I get my karma because of that. Because he was such a good guy. But like I said, he tried to kill me at the end because I was leaving him. So, but I would have kept hurting him, and I just couldn't, I couldn't live with myself because I was young and stupid.
Okay.
But,
hold on. Let me get what you got for us, CKQ.
Hi, Courtney.
Hi.
How's everyone doing? Good.
Hey, we in there.
We're trying.
We're chilling.
Honestly, it is a great conversation. I'm not gonna lie to you. This is a very good conversation that we're having. Just for conservative, did you always? This is not, and I'm not trying to attack you or anything. I'm just genuinely actually asking a question. Did you always hold this view of I wanted to date white men, or was it like a later in your life kind of thing?
I actually started pursuing white men later in life, but I've always kind of looked at him. I was like, oh, he's hot. You know what I mean? Like he looks good. And they've always approached me, because I've always been approachable. I guess now I kind of have a mean mug, I have a resting bitch face as I get older, but they've always approached me. And so I've But now it's like, because I'm with one now, but I'm just saying, as I got older, I started making myself giving the green light, if that makes sense. Choosing signals.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like at first, when you're race loyal, a white guy can hit on you all day. You're gonna be like, get out of my face, you know.
I mean, because the reason I'm asking that, when I was younger, I would say I definitely had a bias towards black women because they were never looking for me. They never picked me. I was not that guy. That typical guy that most, like the most stereotypical black women want. I was not that guy. So they never picked me. So, but other races of women always wanted me.
Well, what about the black women that wanted you? Maybe you didn't want them. Maybe they weren't good enough for you, the ones who actually wanted you.
No, I was not that guy.
Because I know plenty of black women that love educated lames. I was one of them. You know what I mean? So
I mean,
there's lots of them, but you guys didn't want black women. You know that, and you're not being honest.
Okay, so let me just tell you what I.
Yeah, go ahead.
Those points to this. They weren't picking me as much as I really wanted, and I'm telling you, I really did go out of my way. I was a lame. Okay. Most black men weren't picking lames. So I dated other races of women, and until I got a friend of mine, black woman, who I hung out with. We were very close. You know, we hung out a lot, but I always kept making digs and jabs at her. Oh, black women this, black women that, black women this. And she still kept hanging out with me a lot of the times. And it wasn't until I made a couple of digs at her and I noticed she still kept coming around. She was still extremely nice to me. And that made me kind of like self-reflect and like, man, like, why are you being such a jerk to this person who has done nothing but been a good person to you? And it made me realize, like, okay, I guess everything that I was harboring towards black women from the past, I was just holding on to and just projecting it at every black woman that I saw.
Right. And if she was too dark, what would you do?
It wasn't about being dark. It wasn't at all about being dark. It was a black woman, XYZ. That's just, she just.
It didn't matter if she was light or dark. You just didn't want a black woman, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Oh yeah, at least you're being honest.
Yeah. So that's what I'm trying to tell you. Now, honestly, after a while, I just realized that I was more of a fetish towards other races. And as I got older, I wanted, like, okay, I kind of really just want a black family. I kind of really want someone that can understand me being a black. Like, I don't really want to have to explain to someone about being black, because I did date my ex was Italian, but her mother hated me solely because I was black. And that caused a huge rift in our relationship. Yeah. And a lot stemmed from that. And I was just kind of like, all right, maybe I need to just kind of take a step back from all this, take a step back from dating, and realize that, oh, maybe a lot of other races kind of dated me just purely for a fetish. And what was my point?
Are you with a black woman now?
Yeah, let me hold on.
No.
CKQ, let me
there's Chris Logic.
Yeah. Because I sent her the link for her to come up, because let me ask you a question, conservative. Do you feel disrespected?
No. I mean, other than the guy that wouldn't cam up, that was saying all the stuff that he was saying, he wouldn't cam up so I can roast him. But no, I don't feel disrespected just by him. But
because she's making comments saying, I can't believe the host is having you be disrespected. Again, this is her second time on the show, and I've been nothing but graceful to her. And nice.
Well, yeah, it's the sisterhood. We protect each other.
Well,
she just wants to make sure I'm okay.
Well, that's something else that I see in the quote unquote sisterhood, because it's a lot of isolation where it's you guys just want to talk amongst yourselves, and anyone that has something to say that's not in agreement of divesting, then it's don't talk to her, don't come over there, don't do this and don't do that. Y'all are some grown ass women. Divest, but if you can't have the conversation, then why are you over here? If you don't want to speak to me, why are you here? Like, that's some coward shit to me. I've been nothing but sweet, and I'll be nothing but sweet to you. But if you want to have the conversation, do it. But then you come and you disrespect someone on my panel. Duh, dummy. Of course they don't want you. Why would they? Now that's disrespectful. And this is the kind of
Who's
shit
she responding
that
to? Because some of the guys can
CKQ.
be pretty
Well,
bizarre.
well, no,
Some of the guys are rude, you know.
She's responding to CKQ when he said the woman didn't want her because she did this exactly after the fact that he said that. And this is the issue that I have. Do not come over here and say that we are disrespectful and you feel like you're in harm's way and I'm dangerous. But then on the other end, have the audacity to come and disrespect someone that you don't know or had nothing to say that was disrespectful at all. And this is the type of shit that I don't understand. Say whatever you want to say, but keep it respectful. And do not say that I'm being disrespectful to anyone on my platform because I'm not, but then you bring your ass over here and disrespect someone that didn't say shit disrespectful. So it's weird. You contradict yourself and it's weird. And I just can't.
Okay.
It's just weird.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
anyway,
she
go
just
ahead.
wants to make sure I'm
I've
okay.
seen her. I've seen her stuff, so I know who she is.
Yeah.
I'm not coming on this platform just what's going on over that side. I've been watching her shit. I see it. I get it.
Her channel is awesome. I love what she's doing. I do. That girl, she works hard, man. And I love what she's doing. I support her 100%.
And Gabrielle, whatever, the one that wants to call me mammy, you can bring your ass on here too.
Oh,
to answer back to, could I?
Go ahead.
To answer back to what you were saying, no, I have dated Black women, but no, I stopped dating in general and got myself into therapy because I realized that I'm just not mentally well to be dating right now.
Yeah, I think I need to get in therapy too, because whenever, like I said, I was at the gym this morning and I cut my workout short because I saw 2 Black men. Like it really, I cringe. Like there's a serious, when I see them, I think of the manosphere and I think they hate Black women and I'm like,
and
get out of here.
That's the point that I was trying to
And
make.
I immediately want to get from under the same roof. Like it's bad.
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. Like
it's really
what
bad.
I'm saying is, listen, you can have your preference, and I'm everyone has their preference. Go for it. But to have such a distrust for someone you have no idea who they are, you know, they could.
And they kind of have a mean mug on their face anyway. And then when they see me, they kind of look at me mean too sometimes because I'm looking at them.
You have
like
a mean mug as well.
Yeah, I think because I'm looking mean too, and it's just really bad.
Hey, I want to ask her a couple of questions, man.
It's really bad.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, my first question. Okay, my first question is this to the conservative Black woman. Like, how come y'all don't never say nothing when, like, okay, first off, there's 1 million Black women in this country that's single mothers by non-Black dudes. Y'all don't say nothing about that. There's a lot of cases every other week where there's a lot of white boys giving hundreds of Black women HIV. Y'all don't say nothing about that.
I think that was Jason Pope and one other white guy. It's not a lot.
No, you got a white dude named Gentry Burns, DJ Jason Kidd, Pope, Mike Oliver, a whole bunch of them. You just don't. I don't know why y'all don't say nothing about it. But then, what else I wanted to ask you? Oh yeah, if you care about, first off, can you answer that question first? How come y'all don't never say nothing when these white dudes do y'all dirty?
Well, because the numbers are disproportionate to when the Black men do us dirty and when they kill us. So I think that's more of what it is because there's just not enough. The numbers aren't adding up to where we have to always comment on whenever a white guy does something because it's like 1 out of what? 1 million, you know what I mean? Like it's not that many compared to.
But it's 1 million Black women in this country, single mothers by non-Black dudes. You don't think that's a problem?
By non-Black dudes, I'm gonna have to look into that because I thought it was more.
Yes, Dennis Sperling just did a show on it, so you should go check it out. That's real data.
non-black women that are single moms too. The numbers are increasing.
I'm saying, but see now y'all are, when we
I'm
ask
just
y'all
saying.
questions, y'all switch everything around on us. Before
No,
you
we
switch it
gotta look
on
at
us,
it
can
from
you?
equal playing fields. Like there's a lot of white single moms too because of you guys.
Mhm.
So
I get you. I get that. Well, when I'm saying, can you address that real quick before you flip everything on black man? Can you address that? Do you think it's cool for all these non-black dudes to just leave black women widows?
leave them widows.
Yeah,
Like,
just leave them. There's a million black women in this country
well, see, I
that got a
haven't seen
kid.
those numbers, but I did see the numbers of the white women that are left alone to raise their kids.
Of
But I
course.
didn't see. I'm serious. I didn't see the numbers for the white men that are leaving black women single moms. Because what I see is they marry the moms. Because white men are more than black men are more nuclear family oriented. So
That's not. Oh yeah, I'm glad that you brought that up. Okay, I'm from the hood, from the black community, and in our
I used to
community,
live in the
black
hood
women.
too.
Hold on, real quick. In our community, black women love thugs. So why don't y'all black women to start telling other black women to start giving the good dudes a chance instead of all these thugs? Because can't nobody tell me that don't happen. I'm from the black community.
Mark.
Yeah,
Hold on.
it's just the
Okay,
culture.
hold on.
Yeah,
Black women are just not into thugs.
That's
Are you
true.
serious?
We love educated
No,
late.
hold on. And this is what I'm talking about. It's the overgeneralization of black women and black men. Like, y'all gotta fucking stop. Every black woman don't like thugs, my G. You got Harmony Pill, you have me, conservative. Diane, she might divest, but she's not divesting with no white thug, I'm sure. Like, stop with the generalizations. That's the problem.
No, look, Courtney, check me.
Every black woman don't want a thug. Every black woman is not fat. Every black woman is not wanting to have your baby and not get married.
Hey,
Like,
Courtney, I agree with you.
hold on.
It's Cardi B culture. That's why I hate Cardi B. I hate Cardi B.
Conservative and Mark.
If I ever see her, I'm gonna knock her fucking man.
Hey,
sorry.
y'all in the shit now.
Sorry.
It's a problem when we overgeneralize everyone.
Mm-hmm.
So everything is a problem. Like, we get it, but when you say black women want thugs, no, we don't. We're here. We telling you right now. You're talking to a black woman. I don't.
I get you, Courtney. I agree with you, Courtney. Look, I can tell that y'all 3 women. I can tell that 1, 2, y'all 4 women up here. I can tell y'all don't. But I'm talking about the mass majority of black women that grow up in the ghettos and
where are you getting the
I don't.
Yeah,
listen, Courtney. Did you grow up in the black community, Courtney?
Did I grow up in the black community? I am the black community. I am black. Yes, I've grown up in different. I was raised in the projects, and we moved on up like the Jeffersons. Next
Okay.
question.
Yes. So you mean to tell me, Courtney, in our community, black women don't be calling all the good dudes lame like they do on the internet, educated lames, and they talk to thugs.
Well,
so that's not true.
School you, Mark. Let me school you, Mark. Okay, educated lames came from the black manosphere. That's what they were calling themselves.
Exactly.
You don't know that. You don't know that. They were calling themselves oh, Jesus Lord.
I'm sorry.
My good friend Obsidian, one of the founders of the Black Manosphere, one of the guys that coined educated lanes, because that's what he said he was. Yes, Obsidian. He called himself an educated lane. It was coined by them. It's not her just taking jabs.
Mm-hmm.
It's coined by the Black Manosphere.
Let me say something to conservative, man. Look, check this out. When y'all promote interracial dating, y'all act like white supremacy and racism went away. That's still, bro. When y'all telling black women to go get white, man, y'all opening up the doors for white supremacists to come kill them and give them diseases and stuff. So that's cool.
Could I ask Mark a question?
And wait, hold. I'm gonna get CKQ to finish up,
really
and then
true,
I'm gonna get Diana.
Okay.
And then
Could I
I'm
ask
gonna
Mark
have
a
to get
question? Is that okay?
I don't know. I just see things different because I don't see white supremacy like you guys, because I don't really see white supremacy. Like, I think that's all been something that the left has indoctrinated us with. So I see things different. So
Hey,
if you tell me about white supremacy, I'm just gonna
come down south.
Come down
south and let me take you to these all white cities then, if that's how you feel. Come, because I'm from the south.
I'm in the
Yeah,
south.
let's go to these all white cities then.
I'm in the deep south.
She's in the South. I'm in the South.
I'm in an all-white city.
Okay, so you
All
mean to
right.
tell me, and that well, you're a female, so they just probably want to just sleep with you, but
Maybe
they don't
20
show their true
miles
hatred.
down.
Okay,
They're flying
all
there.
right.
That's Dixie
Conservative
country
and
is 20
Mark,
miles
y'all
down.
gonna
They're
have to
flying their
take that
Confederate flag.
Okay, I'm
Okay,
sorry. I'm gonna let
Diana.
somebody else talk.
Yes, thank you.
Hi,
Diana.
Connie. Hi, thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. And I can't. Can you? You're a little low, darling.
Okay, can you hear me?
Okay.
I just want to say something to black guys. Y'all are lucky. Y'all have Courtney Michelle. That girl, she cares about y'all, man. If y'all turn her off, I don't know what to say. This woman loves y'all. Oh my God, y'all are
It's
black.
not.
They don't see
Hop
what
off
you
the
have.
computer. Hop off the
hold on.
computer, and you'll see it's not really like that. It's only on the computer you see this.
Thank you.
It is on the computer.
A lot of us love black men.
Yeah.
Like, it's
Go
not
ahead,
some rare
Not.
thing.
I'm just telling y'all. Y'all are gonna look back and say, "Oh, I see what conservative was saying."
Okay, I'm about.
Similar to Mark, you're pushing a bad narrative.
All right,
That's what's really going
people
on.
that
Similar
were
to Mark,
so.
you're pushing a bad narrative about black men, and he keeps pushing
All
a
right.
bad narrative about black women.
I'm muting everybody. Go ahead, Diana.
Yeah, I guess for me, like the whole divestment thing, it kind of makes sense because like black women, we outnumber black men 2 to 1, I believe, and then you have to take out, the people that are, don't fit the standards that you want, and you have to take out people that are in prison. So when you start to dwindle away at that percentage, then you're left with a small portion of people for everyone. And when you look at that, just from a perspective of being realistic, to think that there's not going to be a movement like that where people are deciding to date other races, I think that's unrealistic.
Okay, so the issue has never been don't date out. The issue is when you disrespect your whole culture, your whole race to date out. The issue is that the divestment community call black men dusties and think they're no good and think they're too good to be with a black man. The issue is with Fresh and Fit, to me, when they say black women are annoying and black women are, they say ghetto. That's the issue for me. Do what you want to do, but degrading us, that's where I have the problem. And that's when I can speak about it on my platform and show you, no, black women are not like that. No, black men are not like that. And true enough, in America, black men do. There's more black men than black women in America as a whole, period. There's more men in the world than women. But just because it's more of them doesn't mean, first, that they want you. Second, that you're marriageable. There are women that are gay, women that don't want. I mean, we get it. So what? Go where you're celebrated. Go where you're loved. But don't degrade and disrespect us while you're doing it. And that's my issue, and that's my problem. Don't disrespect me for wanting to be with a black man and respecting them by calling me a mammy.
Yeah,
That's it. Do what you want to do, but quit throwing out this rhetoric because it's false. And the thing is, we have to, as black people, women and men, we have to protect our image as much as possible as we can. And so I think it's important that you do have black men on here, that you have black women that are showing you positivity that we are in real life, to combat the love and hip hops, to combat the world star hip hops. It has to be something to combat it, or the world is just going to see us as trifling, ghetto, trashy, and we're not. There was a comment, this guy, black women do want good men once they're ran through by Pookie and them. Like, this shit is dumb.
Yeah,
And in
that
real life,
narrative.
people don't talk like that. I've never gone out having a drink with my homegirls and people talking about Pookie and Ray Rays. Like, that's just not life. This virtual world got y'all real weird.
Yeah, I mean, even when I watch everything. I like to be, but to me, when I see the divestment spaces, to me it just seems more kind of like a response than um, antagonistic. So, like when I watch them, it seems as though they're responding to everything on the manosphere side. They say choose better, so then divestors are like,
That's a
okay,
lie,
fine, we
sweetie.
won't choose
That's
you.
a lie.
Let me mute. All right, Diane, what was you saying? You think it's a response?
Yes, that's the vibe I get. I get the vibe that it's a response. When I hear it, it's the things that they say to me seems like things that a lot of women would talk about in private, but we wouldn't necessarily say it out loud to Black men. And I think that it can be unhealthy, but in a way it's healthy because this is stuff that men may not be hearing or know that people or women feel this way, but just don't say it. And that's out of protection for them. I feel like Black women protect Black men by not telling them how we perceive them at times. But I don't think they do the same. And so by the divestment community deciding, oh, we're going to say the quiet part out loud, I think that actually gives a way for women to start having these conversations that we haven't been able to have when we want to talk about the single motherhood and the father absence in the home. We usually get shut down by men saying, well, that's because of prison system, that's because of this, that's because of that, and we're back on the men issues. But I think with the Black woman issues, we don't get to talk about those things as much as we would like, things that impact us. We're more busy fighting the things that impact the men, in my opinion.
But how? We have whole networks dedicated to women and our problems. We have Lifetime. Every freaking Lifetime movie is about I'm hurt, my boyfriend left me, my husband left me, my kids is out of control. We have the OWN network for Oprah that's all dedicated to women. We have Fox Soul. Every outlet that we have is dedicated for women. The only outlet men has ever had was the Sports Center. That's the only thing that they had that could have a grievance as far as in relationships. They're not allowed to feel. Women been feeling all day. Every Tyler Perry movie. The media is it protects us. It lets us vent. Every book. But men have it. Now, I agree with you when we're in a space where we're having conversations that we would usually have with our girlfriends. And now the world is hearing it. But that's the exact same what men are doing. These are conversations that the Black manosphere is having that they would usually have in barbershops. But now we're privy to it. But instead of us understanding it's barbershop talk, it's them venting, not necessarily saying they don't want us. They're just pissed off. That's it. They're not saying they don't want us.
What do you think
It's
about
mad, but this is barbershop talk, though.
Yeah.
If you heard,
I would agree.
But that's what it is. But we're listening, and now we're taking it as it's golden. Now it's like, oh, they don't want us. Well, now I'm gonna get back at them, which is immature. It's childish.
Every time you walk out your door, don't you see a Black man with a white woman? Like,
no, I don't.
I don't see that at all. It's rare.
Yeah,
that's very rare. And
it's very rare. What?
The frustration that Courtney is talking about is because they care. You will not hear men voicing this much sentiment and frustration about women they don't.
Yeah, they're saying our vaginas stink. They're saying that, we're
not all of them are saying that. That might be one or two people that you heard.
You know who it is. That guy. Yeah.
Black
in the
men
private
ultimately
chat.
want to be with
He
black
said
women.
it. I'm a type it right here.
Put it in the
His
private
name.
chat. Anyway, KJ, do you have something?
Yeah, so so I cammed up just what I'm saying, just to, let because I already know, what I'm saying, I'm official.
Yeah, see, because
I
he's
ain't
handsome.
I ain't got to do all that. I'm not no out of shape dude kicking it behind I had to get on my phone so I can be more live in 3D, because I can back up everything I say. You are somebody I won't look at. But anyway, let me move on to the talking points I was talking about, right? So you remember Interpol, Courtney? You ever
I
heard of
just catch
Interpol?
it, Courtney. So yeah.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
so check this out. With Interpol, it was already pushed by the Richard Nixon administration to separate the black family. See, this is the plot and the plan. So what happens is a lot of these people, I'm not saying that this person is works for the feds and stuff, but a lot of these people are put in these spaces to cause distractions and distortions and to keep us divided. There's not a real race war. I mean, a gender war. These people are just living in their own delusion. I got my black lady, my woman was in the chat and was about to go off on somebody talking crazy about me, talking about some I'm piggybacking, jumping on the bandwagon when it comes to fresh and fit. Listen here, I'll never like them dudes. We ain't cut from the same cloth. You feel what I'm saying? Like I know a what you call it, a counterfeit person versus authentic, man. That stuff, they is counterfeit. You feel what I'm saying? So I wouldn't even follow nothing like that. So, but they pop up all the time on my stream because they always getting little views and stuff. So the analytics be pushing them.
Right.
And I might look at some of what they said, but when they said that about black women, I said I knew it. They hate black women. That's why they always got them old Becky's and Sarah Needles and all them folks on there, and then they be talking crazy to the black women. I say, man, hold on now. I peak game. You know what I'm saying? Like that ain't so when you got two spaces that don't like each other, they need to be the ones that's not liking each other. They need to leave us out of it. We want each other. I want my black woman. I want my black family. I want my black sisters, my black brothers, everybody to stick together. Because at the end of the day, we all we got.
Oh, yeah,
All
that's
this
right.
other stuff falling out about because a black man killed this woman and other. Look here, man. Black women killing black men too. It happening on both sides. This ain't. We don't live in no world where people are doing stuff on one side. Some of these black women are manipulating this stuff, starting stuff, initiating stuff, and some of these dudes just don't know how to control themselves. You know what I'm saying? So it's a two-sided street. You
Your
feel what I'm
voice
saying? So
sounds
I'm not trying to.
familiar. Did you call Minister Jap's show one time? I think I
No,
remember
little
your
buddy.
voice.
No, I've never called no show like that. I
I
don't
swear
even
to God,
operate in those.
you
No, I
sound
don't even
so
operate.
familiar.
No, I'm not that familiar to you.
If you
You know what I'm
did, you
saying?
did. I mean,
Yeah, like I wouldn't even do that. You know what I'm saying? I'm too authentic for that. Like you don't even know who I am. But at the end of the day, I'm B1. That means I'm black first. I'm always for my people. You feel what I'm saying? Regardless of what they is or what they try to represent. At the end of the day, I recognize that we have an image as a black man, and we have to enforce that image by instilling that wherever we go. So at the end of the day, I can't speak on what other people do. I can't speak on what other men are trying to say, or I can't speak on how other men are playing the game. You feel what I'm saying? Because they are not me. I know other men that rock in my space. I know other men that rock like me. And we roll on the same wavelength. We protect and we provide and we care. You feel what I'm saying? And we all about being black and advancing our people to the best of our ability. You know what I mean? Because I understand what racism come from. I understand we live in a society that wants us divided, that wants us arguing on a platform like this, talking about some nonsense as far as saying that I don't want to be black no more. And I'm trying to cut myself off from the black woman. Well, how am I gonna have black kids? My beautiful black babies. You feel what I'm saying? I don't want no half breed to grow up and be confused and be mad at me. My child grow up mad because half of their family was racist and then the other half was slaves. Then he might shoot himself. And that's another thing. Those kids like to commit suicide too. Y'all didn't know that, did you? Y'all ain't know that, did you? You see what I'm saying? So everybody want to do these statistics and all this stuff. Yeah, I'm from West Key State right now. I'm from the A. I'm from the original ATL, where we used to hold it down for real. That stuff they got down there now. That's all watered down out of towners. Everybody's not from there. Like when people walk up to me, they be like, "Where you from?" I'm from the A, show. I'm from Atlanta for real. They're like, "Dang, you from Atlanta for real?" Yep. And we try to stay out the way. You feel what I'm saying? Cause we recognize the game, man. We know what's going on. You feel what I'm saying? But Courtney, man, I just had to come back. You know, when people try to call me out, ask me to cam up and all that stuff. Look,
Yeah, you're
I'm
talking
not in the
about me.
shadows.
I'm like, Cam up.
I'm not in the sambo. I'm not in the shadows, y'all. I'm too fly for that. I'm too
Talking
fly to be
about
in the
me.
I know
shadows. You
you too
did.
fly.
Hey, Courtney, tell her, Courtny, I'm too fly to play behind the scenes,
He
man.
is too fly.
I'm not gonna
too
go
fly
in.
for that, man.
I'm not gonna stoop down. I can stoop down. Like I've already stooped down on this live, but I'm not gonna roast.
But you're not stupid. The thing is, you ain't stooping
I'm
down.
not
You
gonna
came
go
to pay.
back and forth with and
You
all that.
came to get educated. So here it go. We giving it to you. You need to be educated. It's black men that think like me, that exist like me, and that rock like me. Yes, we are here in the flesh. We don't front for social media. We do this for real. We are about that life. You did. You understand. You comprende. Do I need to break it down in Espanol? You feel what I'm saying? So we don't, you know what I mean? Like, get it right. Don't get it twisted, man.
You're off the market.
Yeah, we love black women
I
around
was
here,
in
man.
Atlanta in
We love
2018,
them. I'm
so
for them. All the way for them, man.
That's it. Yeah.
I don't know. It
Yeah.
was
There's a lot
So
of them out here, Courtney.
but you know what though? It
I mean,
depends on what I learned that too. It depends on where a lot of them folks stay too. Cause see, I be around the country and I be seeing a lot of these dudes with these white chicks and stuff like that. And I be like, and they be thinking I'm finna look at that white girl. I don't care. Bro, you can have that, Becky, man. I don't want that laying up in my bed. I don't need no flat booty or pale
So they're
skin. Like
getting
they skin a
BBLs
turn
now.
off to me.
They're getting the fat
You
lips and the
feel me?
BBLs.
I don't care. I don't care. If it ain't melanin, I don't want it,
You
y'all.
guys said that we are in competition
Nah,
with
I want
BBL.
melanin. I
So
want black.
I have a Serena
Keep that,
Williams
Jack.
ass. I'm not worried
You
about no
keep that white stuff.
BBL. But
Y'all
guess
keep
what?
that
The
over
white boys
there.
love
Look
it.
like a
So,
pale pig, you can have it. You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
I'm
thank you,
straight.
JJ. Let me get
So,
TJ.
I'm just keeping
TJ,
it 100, man.
I understand.
Anyway.
I love it.
Yeah, man.
TJ,
Hey, man, you know how I am. Yeah. So I
I
had
know.
to educate. Some folk don't think man, ain't nobody friend. I'm pro-black for real. So I'm talking about from my toenails to my brain cells. I am pro-black.
I used to be too.
Ain't
That's
no used
sad.
to. I can't.
Look
Ain't
what you
no
guys
used
did.
to.
Well,
Ain't
hold
no
on.
used to.
Right. And let me
Look what y'all did.
hold on. Let me
I
get
used to be pro-black. Yeah.
hold on. I want to get TJ, but again, for me, the men like KJ are the men that I know, that the men that I'm around. It's just good, solid men that love black women and would check a nigga for disrespecting one. That's it. How could you
Big
not love
facts.
that?
That's a
How
fact.
could you not love that? How could you not want to support that? All this other stuff that's in the manosphere, womansphere, and all that, it's toxic. I get it. But in real life,
Right.
This is what I know.
Well, that's what I don't like. I want y'all to be truthful. It is trickling down to real life.
We are being
It
truthful.
is.
I'm giving you my reality every day. I
Look,
see
look
men
at-
like this every
You're
day.
on, but this is the thing, and this is why I think you guys isolate yourself because
There's
you don't want to
something-
deal with real life. You want to be in a bubble where black men are monsters and horrible, and you guys keep to yourselves. And
Okay,
then
I was at the
and then
grocery
with
store the other
another
day.
black woman
He looked
comes.
away real fast when I looked up at him. He looked away really fast. Like he
But
didn't
here-
want. They don't want to look at black women anymore. Like I saw one black guy
don't?
let the door slam in a black woman's face. Like they're running so they don't have to hold the door open. Like whenever I see, I don't even let black men hold the door for me. I'm like, I got it. I don't. It's
disagree with that.
I can't relate to that at all.
No, I think
I don't relate to that.
No, they.
if
I've
black
had
men-
people like I have Asian men hold the door for me,
They'll
Arab,
definitely
white,
comment section.
you know.
Yeah.
But black men, they just look like they're so angry, and I just let them go head on. I don't even want them to hold the door. They look
Can I
so
say
angry.
something? Can I
But
say something?
white guy, Asian guy, Latino guy, they run to open the door for you. They run to just say hello, something like that. But like, there's movements going on with Black men. They're saying, don't talk to a Black woman. They're talking about it on YouTube.
That
They're saying,
represents a very
don't
small
acknowledge a
percentage.
Black woman. Don't give her validation. That's
But
what it
here's
is.
But
Here's
Don't
the
give
thing,
her
can I
any
say this?
conservative.
validation.
Hold on.
Can I?
This is the
And they're
thing,
doing
conservative.
it.
Conservative.
It's fine with
This
me.
is hold on. And we talked about this last time. Like, you're making a very small, minute group of men the majority. Men are not like that. Men are not talking like that.
Mm-mm.
The men I know want to be with women. They want to touch women and grab on their ass. Like, they love. That's the men I know. They want to open the door for you so you can see what you're working with. This is the men that I know.
Well, maybe because you're in Atlanta. I don't know. I
Doors
think because
all day,
Atlanta
baby.
is
I got that.
Nah, we know why they ain't open the door for Shawty.
And I don't even think she's in Atlanta. So that goes to show you that that's just, you have a stronghold in your mind, conservative. Your energy and the stronghold that you have in your mind is going
Now,
to.
what did he say? He knows why they're not opening the door for me?
But what I'm saying
We
is,
I
know
don't
why.
let them open the door. I'm scared of Black men. You don't understand. Like, I let them go head on. Like, I don't want
Yeah,
them.
we scared of you too. That's why we ain't open the
A
door
white
for you.
man will run to open the door for me. They're like, hello, beautiful, whatever, and I say thank you. I don't never let a guy open the door and I don't say thank you.
Can I say
But
something? Can I say something?
I don't want you guys holding the door for
Hold
me.
on.
I want to stay
Let-
like
let-
50 feet away. Like, seriously.
All right.
We not trying to open the door for you.
I'm going to.
You have tried and I don't let you. That's what I'm trying to say.
Nope. Any man like me ain't trying to. They see you. We
If
ain't
I
opening the
saw
door, player.
you,
No,
baby,
homeboy.
I
I'm
would give you
straight.
the
I'm
meanest
gonna have to
look.
mute y'all
I'd
again.
say,
All right,
get away.
let Harmony Pills.
Because you look hood. So I don't deal. I really wouldn't deal with
Oh
you. You
Lord,
look
now I
hood.
gotta mute. Okay, RJ.
Hey,
Get there,
guys.
hold up. I want to get you, but Harmony had something first, and then RJ, I'm gonna let you speak. TJ, you keep going in and out, so I don't know what's going on with you. But Harmony, go ahead, darling.
I'm just gonna be really quick, guys. Again, I'm trying to bring some harmony into the space. Come on, like, we're better than this, guys. And what I just wanted to say respectfully to you, conservative, there's no hate here. Even though we have different views, there's no hate, because I get exactly where your frustration comes from. And I'm not going to try to dismiss whatever experiences that you had. I'm not. But what I am saying respectfully is that there is such a thing as having a stronghold in your mind. When you continue to meditate on every negative aspect that you possibly can about said race of men, that's perpetuated in your mind, and you are creating that reality and that energy in your own life. My thought process about Black men is nothing but positive. That's why I'm attracting positivity to me. And you don't have to be in Atlanta to have that experience. Like Courtney, I don't think she's in Atlanta, but it's the same with her reality, right?
I'm in Tennessee.
Yeah, see? And that's what I'm saying. Like, you have a stronghold in your mind, and that is a real thing. You have to break out of that. You have to, and I'm not saying that you need to go and date a Black man. If that's not what you prefer, cool, but you don't have to create this extremely negative utopia. Like, I can promise you, what you see on YouTube is representing a very small population. What I see every day when I step outside of the house is not what you're saying. And a lot of people can relate to that. That's all. I digress, guys.
Excuse me. Can you hear me now?
Yes, TJ, I can hear you.
Okay. I was trying not to call in, but y'all really.
Not you was trying. Why are you trying not to call?
Because I'm too old, and but this stuff is just really kind of, Miss Conservative Black Woman, the animus that I hear in your voice is just really disappointing. It's disappointing because I don't care what you say. I mean, I know you don't know me, I don't know you, but I refuse to believe that you have a strong sense of self-love and self-value, not because you choose to date white men or because you choose to date whomever, but because of the vitriol that you speak where as it relates to Black men is concerning to me.
It's a response.
I'm not done talking. My daughter, and I've shared this with Courtney, My daughter, who's 27 and married to a young black man, her first boyfriend, who was the love of her life, was a young Caucasian boy in high school. That young man loved my daughter like nothing, and I wanted my daughter's first boyfriend to be black, but the young black men in high school didn't treat her right. And the first young man that treated her like I had been telling her she deserved to be treated was a young white young man. Opened the doors for her, called on her. That's an old phrase, but I was disappointed because I wanted her first boyfriend to be black, but it wasn't. However, Matthew showed my daughter a standard of how she deserved to be treated so she could recognize it when she met her husband. Now, if she would have ended up marrying somebody that was not black, so be it, because my first concern is that they love and value her.
Mm-hmm.
And Matthew, even to this day, he just loves black women. But even in loving black women, he did not divest himself from his own race and culture. He just happened to love black women. So I find it disheartening that whatever you say, whatever you try to say, like I said, you can't convince me is that you have this healthy self-love or self-image, because it's not every man that's walking around with white women. And I'm gonna tell y'all, this is not a new evolution either. I went to high school and college in the 80s and 90s. Black men dating white women is not a new thing. It's not. But you act like, but I'm speaking in general terms. When you say a black man doesn't open the door for you, do you even speak to him?
No.
Exactly. So I'm gonna give you an example.
Yeah,
Yes,
I agree with you
I'm
guys.
not done.
No, I know.
Okay. When there was a young man yesterday picking up my trash. I'm moving. I had a basketball I didn't give to my grandson. I said, "Hey, young man, could you use a basketball?" I said, "It's brand new." He said, "You talking to me?" I said, "Yeah." They probably don't talk to y'all because y'all don't talk to them because you think you're better.
No,
I'm speaking in
that's
general
not
terms.
it.
If the shoe don't fit, don't step off in it. I'm just speaking in general terms right now. Sometimes they don't speak to us because they're not sure the response that they will get because of the responses they get. Like we're better.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So
TJ, there was
sometimes
a
it's who we're picking
yeah,
or how we
TJ,
approach it.
to speak on that, there was a comment, and there was a woman that said, I mean, who are we supposed to date? I mean, the black men are just not educated. That's the type of nonsense that have black men maybe scared to talk to or not want to talk to black women because it's that arrogance.
I thought we liked Pookies and Ray Rays, though.
Well, how about this though? How about their media educated fools?
Black
Try
men.
that on for size.
That's right.
There are many educated fools. How about that?
That's
How about
exactly what I said.
that education is not indicative of intelligence? How about that?
That's what I said.
My husband did not graduate from college, but he's one of the wisest and smartest men I know. And guess what he does for a living? Drives a truck and makes it happen up in here for me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's some black women that are with white truck drivers. I mean, it's not that. It's how you're treated at home. There's some black women with white truck drivers. Like, seriously.
Well, see,
and
I
I
don't
didn't just date white guys. I dated a Hindu Indian. I had a Hindu Indian get on his knees and propose to me. Like, it was insane. But I'm telling you, I was at a point where I just I couldn't commit, and it was my problem. But I'm saying I haven't had, just horrible experiences with black guys, and I haven't only just dated white guys. So I dated a Lebanese guy. So it's not about just white men, but for the most part, white men are pursuing black women. I don't know why y'all aren't understanding that, but it's true. That's why they call Cynthia G. They call shows they're watching right now. Like, they want to know what the divestors are saying. They're interested. You know what I mean? So,
well, that's unfortunate, and for the ignoramus,
because we've been so race loyal to a group of men that they do on a general prefer white women.
For the ignoramus who wrote in the chat, why would you speak to a stranger? It's because that's how you get to know people. Ignorant.
What they say, TJ?
Why would somebody speak to a stranger? Because because it's being kind, it's being nice, it's being cordial. Maybe y'all youngins need to get a hold of that. Maybe y'all need to learn how to speak to people in real life as opposed to being behind a damn computer screen. That is why.
I do speak to people, like Black women and non-Black men.
Speak to people in real life.
Being honest.
Right.
Put a smile on your damn face and look approachable. Y'all need to be growed real, and I'm here for it.
TJ just
Go off, sis.
All right, so I'm gonna let me do how about you, nurse, and then RJ, I'll get you in, and then I'm gonna kind of wrap it up a little bit because we've been going for 4.5 hours. Jeez.
Hey, Courtney, how you doing?
I'm out, sir.
Doing good. How are you?
I'm grinding right now, but I've enjoyed this conversation, and no disrespect to the young lady. First of all, thank you for letting me come up, but no disrespect to conservative Black women. But it's typically women like her that have the loudest voice, and I honestly feel like they are the minority, to be honest, because I travel around the world and I see beautiful Black couples all the time. You know what I'm saying? I love my Black woman. You know, majority all my life, I've dated only Black women. So all this Black women don't feel protected and Black men don't like Black women and successful Black. I mean, that's me. To me, that's a big narrative that's pushed, but it's just a loud minority if you ask me. So, I mean, you know, she's entitled to feel
Silent majority.
She's entitled to feel the way she wants to feel, and that's cool. And if she wants to go get her a zaddy, then let her go ahead and get a zaddy. But there are plenty of Black women who are successful and who are in successful relationships with Black men. A lot of them are just scared to come to the forefront out of being called names like pick me and all this other kind of crap, because they do love Black men. I mean, look at the stuff that you go through, or look at the stuff that other female content creators go through for just saying they love Black men. So with that being said, why would they come out and speak up and show they good Black men to the world just to get criticized? I don't blame them to a certain degree.
I used to be called a pick me.
I mean,
Y'all don't understand.
Women for divesting the same way they criticize supposedly.
Diana, we can't hardly hear you. You're low. Can you say that again? You're really, really low. We can't hear you.
I said criticism goes both ways, though. Like the same way you're saying that women who love Black men are being criticized for loving Black men, divestment women are getting criticized the same way.
But it's not. We wouldn't know that you're a divestment community. We wouldn't know about you if you wasn't disrespectful to Black men.
I have a question for Black men.
That's the issue. That people try to act like, for what, Black women, we're such a small percentage of the population anyway. It doesn't take a big minority of white men to want, or Hispanic men to want, or Asian men to want Black women. It takes a very, very small minority. So this idea that, you know, nobody wants Black women and nobody's attracted to Black women, I think a lot of Black women are just tired of hearing that.
Yeah, and y'all need to let the white guys speak for themselves.
Hold on. Let me talk to her, because again, who is saying that? Who's saying that? You have
said it a few times that white guys didn't want Black women.
No, this is what I said. Let's quote me right now. I said white men are not going out in droves looking for you.
It only takes a very small minority.
They're not.
A very small minority. It doesn't take a drove.
Yeah, because it's 2 million more Black women, so it doesn't take a lot of white men to pursue, and they are.
It doesn't matter. But here's the delusion of it all, is that when you get on these shows, and I'm gonna get a white man, the white men love me, and I'm just gonna. That ain't true. It's
Courtney, if you created a profile right now and went on, they would storm you.
I've dated every kind of man. I haven't had a problem attracting Black men, white men.
Well, let me
say
this, because
Mexican and Black
women, for some reason, women think because you can attract them that you can keep them.
Right.
I don't give a hootenanny if your DMs is popping
Right.
It don't mean they want you like that.
But can you attract and keep a black man? It's like it goes both ways.
I haven't had a hard time keeping any man. I mean, to be completely honest, I don't think any woman has a problem keeping a man. You can have a man living under your roof, doing absolutely nothing. You think he gonna go anywhere? No. It's hard to find a good man. Any black woman can walk out the door right now and go get her man. I think the problem isn't can you get a man, it's can you get one that actually is worth something.
That's worth your time, yeah.
No, but here's the thing that you're right. The idea is not necessarily it's getting a good man. So why is the divestment community putting a race on it?
Right.
Well,
that's what I'm asking. Why put a race
they
on
were
it?
complaining about the swirlers.
Hold on, let her answer, please. Why put a race on it?
I think what they're doing is they're using statistics back at us. That's what they're doing. They're saying basically, okay, if whatever percent of black men are in the middle class, which we can go with that nonsense, and 80% of women are single mothers, and majority of men are fatherless. I mean, childless, and all this. None of that is true. None of that is true. So they're creating this narrative that there's this big portion of men out there that's fatherless, that's, I mean, not fatherless, but childless. That's, ready to marry when only 30% of black men marry. So yeah, you can find a lifetime boyfriend, I'm sure. But let's be real. Black men aren't marrying anybody regardless of race.
Well, marriage is down completely amongst all races. So again, men aren't marrying. It ain't just black men, it's men. Men are men. Like, I don't understand why it's so hard for us to get it through our heads when we say men are men. Marriage is down with men, period. It ain't just a black thing.
It has a lot to do with feminism too, because a lot of women are opting out of marriage. So
all right. Well then
it's like
all right.
There you go.
So many factors.
But it's
you know what I
not, but it's
mean?
not black men. We gotta quit pushing the narrative like it's black men are just horrific and monstrous and just want to put their penis in you, get you pregnant, and run off. When it's majority of times when we do get pregnant, it's a lot of us leaving them.
I don't agree. Yeah, I don't like.
Let's talk about that. What about the black women leaving the black men when they get pregnant? I don't want this no more. What the?
Yeah, that's why Cynthia G was just like, stop having sex with black men, stop getting pregnant. It's like, stop it.
You shouldn't be in a relationship. That's perfectly
Yeah,
fine.
I don't like that either, because I think it stops our progress.
Single mothers and then saying, "Oh, we created you, but now we've risen above it. We're too valuable for all this stuff we created out here." That's when the delusion starts.
Say that again for me. I didn't hear you. The delusion starts where?
The delusion starts when you create a community of single mothers and then say, whoop, whoop, whoop. No, are we too valuable for that now? I know we created all that, but now we don't even want to date them. Like, that's, to me, is just delusional.
We gotta stop getting pregnant by them.
Hold on. Let me have the conversation with her too. Who's creating the community of single motherhood? Who's creating them?
It's not black men because they're all single and childless. Let them tell it.
No, okay. It's
a miraculous conception. Let them tell it.
I'm having a serious conversation with you. Who's the fault of creating unwed mothers, single children raised up in single parenthood? Who's to blame?
I think that the blame is not a.
It is. If it's a problem, then who's creating the problem?
Can I answer it? We gotta stop getting pregnant.
No.
I think it's black women.
Stop. Mute. Diana.
I'm sorry. It's a hard question to answer for me.
How?
Why? Because you can't say who's having these babies out of wedlock when nobody's getting married.
Okay.
So 30% of us can have kids. Is that what we're saying now?
Who is to blame for having children out of wedlock?
Men, because they have access to, they control marriage.
So it's men's fault.
Yes, because if you get pregnant and the man don't get, okay, what I've always said is I'm a super.
Do you see how your logic falls?
No, it doesn't. I'm gonna tell you why. Okay, look, I was raised with very old school and traditional values. Okay, for one, if I was to have a son, right, and he was to impregnate a girl his age, I would expect for him to marry that girl. That's where I'm different. That value has been lost. That's something that has been that had stood the test of time and then just disappeared. My grandmother got pregnant. What did her daddy do? He went over to the man's house and said, "You are going to marry my daughter." That's been lost. Men holding other men accountable to what they created. It is not a woman's responsibility to hold a man accountable. It's a man's responsibility to hold another man accountable to what he's done.
And it's also women's job to hold other women accountable.
I agree.
So if you think the creation of a child is to a mother that's not wed a man's fault, then that's the delusion.
She's not wed because she wasn't proposed to.
She opened her legs and let him put his penis in her vagina. I am a mother that's unwed. It's my fault. I let him on me.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
What don't you know how babies are born? It's my fault. I didn't have birth control. It's his fault he didn't have a condom.
Well,
I don't know why we have to talk about sex 101.
So I think we're looking at it in a different way completely.
How?
I mean, I just do. I just explained to you my value set and how I think. Just because other people don't see the value in tradition and the value in having structure and the value of holding men accountable don't mean I don't. That's how I was raised.
But you're not holding women accountable, and this is again why people are calling me mammies because you're not.
The women,
just because you just said you would hold your son accountable because you would try to make him
held accountable. Who is the head of household in the Black community? Women.
What does that got to do with you getting pregnant?
Accountable for?
Hold on.
They're doing what they need to do.
Now this is what they call moving the goalpost. Because we're talking about pregnancies. Now you want to talk about being the head of household. We're not talking about that. So let's keep it funky and let's keep it right here. I can't get pregnant by myself.
Mm-hmm.
A man can't have sex and get a woman by himself. It takes two.
Yes, it does.
So if I am having sex with someone and I'm not married, not protecting myself, then I am also at fault if I get pregnant. If I go in a car and I drive and I don't have a seatbelt on and I get in an accident, I can still be at fault for getting hurt because I did not protect myself. That's what it's for.
Yeah.
If I date someone that smokes cigarettes and I'm around him 24/7, he's puffing on the Newport, and I get lung cancer, I'm also at fault.
Correct. No, I get exactly what you're saying. I'm not saying that a woman's not at fault for getting pregnant.
But
I never said that. No, I didn't.
Though.
No, I didn't.
You said that it's the man's fault that there's women that are having.
No, I said it's the man's fault that they're not married. A woman cannot propose to herself. I didn't say anything about them having a baby together. I didn't.
But that's what we're talking about.
You said out of wedlock pregnancy.
Right,
so
out of wedlock. That
means
that
woman your wife.
That means in order to have, in order to be an unwed mother, you got to be unwed and you got to be a mom.
Mm-hmm.
Courtney, did you want to get married? I'm not. I don't like getting people's business, but were you trying to get married and he didn't want to, or?
No, we were engaged. I left.
Okay.
Okay.
It wasn't him. He wasn't a
See,
Pookie or Ray Ray.
in
Like,
that
men want to.
situation, I would feel like that man did
Well, that's
exactly what he was supposed to do by you. Then. He
Yeah,
was on
why?
his way
Yeah, and
to
he's
get married.
a black man
Yes, and I'm
that
not
did
the
good by a
black men
black
that do
woman.
that. I'm all great for it. I think they're doing the right thing. But for me personally, I believe that if a man gets a woman pregnant, okay, then it needs to be somebody he's willing to marry. That's my expectation for my son. I'm not putting any expectations on anybody else that I wouldn't uphold.
Pregnancy is not a prerequisite for marriage, though. Like, it's not a guarantee that you'll be
Then
married.
why are we talking about it then? Because that seems to
Okay.
be the
the
argument
problem
is
with the black
all these
community. We need to
babies
get
are
married
being
first.
out of
I think
wedlock.
that's
But this is the thing, and we kept talking about Cynthia G. And when she's talking about termination of black boys in the womb. But again, men are saying marry before you carry, but she's not saying that. So again, what she's saying is completely counterproductive of what we need in our community. So you can't just be upset with the black manosphere and they're doing all this hateful stuff against black women, but they're literally telling you marry before you carry. Quit giving your bodies up to this man and letting them ejaculate in you, and you're not married. Stop.
Instead of marry
because
before
we
you
do
carry,
have
we should
control of our womb. So
marry because she's carrying.
Excuse me.
No, because. Oh, hold on, TJ. I'm gonna let you get
Why
some.
can't we say marry because she's carrying? Why do we have to say
Because
marry
because
before
it's
carry?
well, like Harmony said, it's not a prerequisite.
That's
Because
giving
I
them
got pregnant.
ultimatums.
Just because
How
I
is
got
that giving an ultimatum?
It is giving an ultimatum. You think because you're pregnant that you're obligated to be married to? That's not how that works. That's not how that works.
Who's obligated?
I thought that was the problem with the black community, though. Like,
No,
the problem. Hold on,
when you
Diana.
have sex, you have the chance, the risk of getting pregnant. That does not mean
Okay.
that you automatically need to be married.
The problem, and TJ, you go after me. The problem is what you're saying, Diana, is that you're putting the cart before the horse. It don't work that way. You marry first, and then you have the child.
Right.
If I am pregnant and it's a oops baby, if I get pregnant and it's a oops baby, damn it, I slipped up.
do you believe that they should have an abortion?
We cannot
I
ignore
don't.
the concept of
You
the
don't believe
shotgun
in
wedding and where that came from. That came from men holding people accountable that impregnated a relative or their daughter, their granddaughter, their cousin, their sister.
Okay,
You're
I
going
have.
to marry
Go ahead,
her
TJ.
because she's pregnant.
I can't no more. I just can't. I can't no more. I can't no more. Listen up, youngin. The reason why shotgun marriages happened is because there was no birth control. You understand me? That I'm not done. That's why. That is why. I was born in 1967. My mother was 17. There was no birth control available in those years. Birth control did not come up. I'm not done.
Let her speak.
It did not come up. So there was the option, or well, not the option. That's when you had a generation of men that would do shotgun weddings, or that would take their shotgun to the man's house and say, "You're gonna marry my daughter." That went away. But what?
It should never have.
But guess what we have now, though? We have
We don't.
a cornucopia of birth control options. A cornucopia, I say, of birth control options because I've said it once. I got pregnant with my daughter when I was not using my birth control pills right. But guess what? Once I had her and I started taking my birth control pills correctly, I never got pregnant again. So they
Bring
work.
back the shotgun weddings. That's how I feel at this
Well,
point.
but it's not going to happen because you have to have a respect for respect for authority, and we don't have that anymore. So that's not happening. But
that's
what you
something we
can
gotta
do,
fix.
what you can do, is like they're saying, ensure that no one is ejaculating in you. One,
Yeah,
two,
I haven't had that wrong.
two, take your birth control pills. I'm done. Good night, and thank you for having me back.
Thank
Amen.
you very much, TJ. All right, I'm gonna get Mr. Real Estate, and then again, I'm gonna wrap it up. How we
Hello.
should, period. Men, wrap it up.
This is my first time joining the panel, and I'm a struggle streamer. I'm real new to this. Is my audio okay?
Yeah, you're good. We can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Well, first off, big ups to you and your platform. I've been seeing you in these YouTube streets. I want to say I came across you via the lead attorney. And every time I come across your content, you are a fresh breath air. To hear a eloquent, beautiful Black woman speak with reason and common sense, unfortunately, is a rarity in today's market. So when I see it, I got to praise it, and I wish you all the best in your YouTube journey.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I really
Yep,
do.
yep. Now, as far as what that last lady was saying, honestly, her thoughts were a bit incoherent. I couldn't understand where she was going with it. And from the first thing that I could understand, it sounded like some BS. She's going to say that someone got her pregnant or something, and then her father forced and intimidated the man to commit to marrying her. Imagine if the roles were reversed.
That's not.
Hold on.
No.
Who said that?
What are you talking about?
Well,
I don't think
you guys were talking about the shotgun wedding, and she was saying something positive to promote the whole idea of a shotgun wedding. And then she went on to say that if a man shouldn't have sex with a woman unless he's ready to marry her. And she had all these points to try to, propagate this whole idea that it's okay for a father to try to strong arm another man into marrying his daughter just because he got her pregnant.
Oh, it is okay. That's protecting your family.
Shotgun wedding back then.
That is okay.
They did.
Yeah, and that sounds absolutely ridiculous in my mind. Imagine if the roles were reversed. So imagine if a young man and woman are fooling around together, and a boy gets a woman pregnant, and the woman doesn't want to carry the baby to term, but the mother and the father of the young man go over there with a shotgun and tell her, "No, you gonna marry my son and carry this baby." Talk about some sexism.
So are y'all against abortion or not? Because Black men are always saying,
or the men in that person who got pregnant's life goes to and talks to the person that got that person pregnant and says, "What's going on? Okay, well, you're gonna marry her." That's what they do. It's a man holding you accountable. And
how is that holding you accountable by saying you're going to marry my daughter?
Because
you don't want to marry my daughter, but I'm going to force you to marry my daughter. How is that holding a man accountable?
How is it not? That's protecting your family. That's a man protecting his family.
It takes two to tango. How about this? How about you actually do a novel notion of keeping your legs closed until you find somebody suitable for marriage and then give him the luxury of sex?
Keep your penis.
Come on now.
That's what TJ was saying.
It works both ways. It works both ways. And all I kept hearing was her making a point that the man needs to man up. The man needs to be responsible. Let's talk about the responsibility of the woman.
TJ, the last woman, was actually saying what you were just saying.
Because we're in control of our wounds. So I don't promote, women getting pregnant, especially by Black men, because you're going to end up a single mom most of the time. I'm not saying all, but I'm just saying we are in control.
Do you have anything to support that claim?
Hold on. Conservative, do you know, and I might have said this last time you was on here, but what race of man is considered the most involved in their children's life? Do you know?
I think you said Black men. I think you said Black men, but I don't.
How is it that
I don't know if that's
get pregnant, you're gonna be a single mom and you ain't gonna have? How is
well,
it?
They're not gonna marry. They may be involved in the child's life, but they're not gonna marry you. That's what I'm saying. Like it's
if you choose a Pookie and a Ray Ray, no, he won't. But there's many Black men who take care of their families and do things properly. So why don't you choose a better one?
Are you a Pookie and a Ray Ray?
Hold on. Again, because I'm still hearing nonsense and bullshit. I'm so tired of hearing. It ain't Pookie and Ray Rays. It's men. They're men.
Thank you.
They're men.
Any man that makes a woman a single mother is a Pookie and Ray Ray.
No, they're not. Wait, hold on. No, they're not. Just because you get a woman pregnant doesn't make you a bad man because you don't want to marry her.
Thank you.
No. I said single mother. A single mother doesn't mean have to be married. A single A single mother can also be you were unmarried, you were never married, and this father wants nothing to do with the child. He pays his child support because you went through the courts to get it, and he has zero involvement. That's also what a single mother is. A single mother isn't just unwed. There's no involvement at all from the father. And if a father is black and wants no involvement at all with his child, he's of the lower bottom of the barrel, in my opinion.
It doesn't necessarily mean he's a Pookie and Ray Ray. There's a lot of other things that could happen.
Yeah.
I know an
Doesn't
engineer
necessarily
that'll
mean
be
he's
a
a
Pookie
Pookie and Ray Ray. You don't know what that man. You don't know what that woman has put that man through for him not to be in that child's life. We don't know instances. We just don't know.
That's not the first thing
I don't mean to trigger anybody with the Pookie and Ray Ray comment. It was tongue in cheek, and I use it as an urban slang term just to say lower echelon. Just like if I was to talk about a black woman who's hot Cheeto eating, welfare and whatever, I would say Shaniqua. Now, is it the right term? Am I classifying all black women? No, but it's just kind of a little term to try to classify the bottom of the barrel.
That you don't have to be a Pookie and a Ray Ray to not be in your child's life.
Hold on.
And you also shouldn't make blanket statements that black men abandon their children and call single mothers.
So we're because
percentage-wise.
disrespectful on my platform. Diana, chill it out.
I'm sorry, Courtney.
Please, conservative, chill it out, because I'm about to wrap this up. Because right now, y'all giving me a headache. But let me check this bimbo right now. You didn't want to cam up. Don't know if you're a woman or a man, but let me be very, very clear. I don't call black men Pookie or Ray Ray because they're men. Every man ain't gonna be a good man to a particular woman. Just because a man might have hurt me or hurt somebody else doesn't make he just wasn't the man for you.
Mm-hmm.
I believe in redemption. So even if a man had a rough past, grew up in the ghetto, did hood stuff, doesn't mean he can't reform and change, because I've seen it multiple times. So let's be very clear. I do not call black men Pookie and Ray Rays because I think it's disrespectful. I'm not calling black women Lakeisha, Bonquishas. It's disrespectful. I'm calling you by your name. So this just call me Bon. I'm going to just call you Bimbo. You're super whack. You're super trash. You didn't cam up. You didn't come up on my show because you have nothing to say but troll. So what I'm going to do is give you the benefit of feeling what blocked is like. Now, while I block this trick, I'm going to give last comments to everybody on the panel and say what you have to say.
I fully understand and respect everything you just said. I will not use the term Pookie and Ray Ray on your platform. If I am going to rephrase what I said to push back against the woman who's trying to say, oh, if you're a single, don't have a baby with a black guy, you'll be a single mother. If I'm going to use a different term, let's use the term scrub. If that is the case, that is not because there is some true stereotype in the black community about black men abandoning their children. It's because you chose a scrub. Just like how if you go to the car lot and you get a Honda and you drive it, and as soon as you leave, the check engine lights start coming on, you didn't do a proper inspection, you bought a lemon, that doesn't mean all Hondas are bad. That means you made a bad decision. So that's all I was really trying to say. And I understand the pushback with the Pookie and Ray Ray.
Thank you, Real Estate. I appreciate you. And you're not struggle screaming. You sound loud as hell. Okay.
Let me turn down my mic then. My bad. Hold up. I'm struggle streaming if I'm too loud. I got to get the sweet spot. Thank you for letting me know.
You're right. Thank you. All right. Diana, and once y'all talk, I'm going to bring you down as well. So just FYI.
All right.
All right. Then your last comment, honey.
It was a really good conversation. I really appreciate it, and definitely have opened my mind and perspective. So thank you.
Well, let me say this to you because I appreciate you coming up. Again, everybody else, like I said, the little bimbo lady had much to say in the chat, but wouldn't come and have the conversation. Again, I don't know if maybe her voice is too deep. Which I can it probably it could be definitely a man, but at least you had the gall, you're able to come up and say what you had to say. So I appreciate you for doing that. Any conversations like this, I want you to join. I want you to feel comfortable. This is not about making you feel any kind of way. We're going to have pushback, but that's what dialogue is. But I want to make sure that you feel safe and you feel respected enough to do that. So I appreciate you hanging out with me tonight.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you. Conservative, you stay put. CKQ, what you got? Girl.
Yeah, just like I think KJ, right? KJ was saying,
Mm-hmm.
Women like this can say whatever they want, and they could do whatever they want. They have their preference or whatever, but realistically, in the real world, black men are still gonna go with black women. She could say as much as she wants, but that's not what the real world actually shows. Get out of the bubble of fresh and fit, and because you have very much confirmation bias. You're looking for all the stuff to make your points accurate and correct. A bunch of black men came on here, and none of them were disrespectful to you, yet you still say black men are disrespectful. So
yes, he was disrespectful, but go ahead. The black guy, the ghetto black guy with the ball cap, he was disrespectful.
What made him?
Well,
But
he's
I have
not.
to
His name is RJ. He's not ghetto. He's just Southern.
He's hood.
But he's Southern.
He just has a different accent. He's not ghetto.
Yeah, he's not ghetto. He's just
She's gonna have her bias, and that's okay. That's what it is. But Courtney, thanks for having me. Harmony has been great. Conservative, take your pills.
Oh God. I will drink my chamomile tea.
All right. Harmony Pill, you have rocked with me the entire evening.
I appreciate
How did that feel?
I love it. I'm so happy and blessed that you allowed me to be on here, and I appreciate the conversation. Good vibes, good energy. Love the mentality you have, your spirit. Appreciate it.
My head
is Do you do yoga, Harmony? Do you do yoga?
I used to.
Okay, you seem like a yoga girl, like namaste and all that. I like that.
No, I'm just laid back, but I'm a power lifter, so I'm in the heavy.
Oh, you're in the fitness too.
Yeah.
You understand.
Yeah. But nice meeting you, though.
Nice meeting you too, under awkward circumstances, but nice meeting you.
You're fine. And I'm going to drop down Courtney.
All right. Thank you, Harmony. I
you.
appreciate you. Okay. All right. Hold on for me, Conservative.
Okay.
Okay. So this is show number 2.
Okay. You
brought your buddies. You brought your buddies over here. They were mad disrespectful in the chat, mad disrespectful in the comments. Now,
It's just
how in the world? Then let me ask you a question. How in the world can you guys say that black men are disrespectful and stuff, but you're just as disrespectful?
It's a response.
And I'm talking about it's your folks, your cousins and them.
It's been 12 years. It started with Mr. Sotomayor. Sorry.
Oh.
And I used to listen to him. He was actually kind of funny at first, but I was like, wait a minute. The joke is on us. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I was like, wow, but it's been going on for a long time.
Yeah.
And we're finally creating groups that are just as savage, channels that are just as savage as a response to the things that are being said. I couldn't believe black men hated us like that. I was like, oh my God, I got scared. So you want to know who's listening to that. So I listen, I go into the comments or I go into I cloud watch is what I do. Cause I want to hear what these men are saying. It can be dangerous out here for black women, especially with the numbers increasing with domestic violence and us getting killed every 5 hours by black men. We're being targeted. So you got to hear what's going on. It's dangerous.
Well, what's the rate of white women getting killed by white men? Do you know that stat? You don't. You want to know why? Because it doesn't benefit your narrative.
But it's disproportionate since black men are only 6% of the population, but they're doing most of the murders with their women in proportion with the white men that's in the country. Like There's way more white people.
I don't know the stats, so I can't say
More
yay or
black
nay.
men are killing black women. It's like that's
Well,
disproportionate.
people are killing people.
Yeah, but you know you feel safer in the white neighborhood.
White men are killing black women.
Yeah, but it's not as
it's
prevalent.
the truth, though. And we have to get out of this race shit. Pick and vet good men.
Yes, definitely
Now,
vet.
good man he's not determined by his skin.
Yeah.
I
But
appreciate you like always.
you
I'm not here for your butts.
I'm just saying. I did have a question though. How come I see black men with white women, right? And I'm out with my white guy and they give me the death stare. Like they look at me like I'm just scum of the earth. But they're walking with their white girlfriend.
Why don't you ask them?
It's just I'm asking like
I'm not that man. I don't know because I don't have those problems.
It's insane. That's what I mean. Like, do they not care or do they care? Because when they see me out with my dude, we get the death stare. We get treated rudely. It's like, so it just, all of that combined is why I feel the way that I feel out in public when I see black men. And like I said, it's just like, even when I go to the gym with my dude, when I bring him to the gym, because I'm usually at the gym by myself, but when I bring him to the gym, it's like the whole gym stops. They're like, why is she with that white guy? Oh, they're looking at me like I'm a traitor or something like that. And I'm like, wait a minute, but there's black men in here working out with their white girlfriends. Like, what's the problem?
Well, maybe it's
so either they care or they don't care.
Maybe they're giving you the death stare.
Oh, the death stare,
because
girl.
they love black women.
But these with his white woman,
well, and maybe he's like, man, you know what? I sure enough miss my black woman. Maybe that's the reason. Maybe he has an eye issue. Maybe that man has cataracts. Maybe that man is blind. Who knows?
I don't know. But he's top his homeboy. Like, look at them. Like, it's insane.
But it's not. It ain't reality. In reality, black men do want black women. In reality, black men are nice to black women. You can have your little sections and little pockets of rogue men, but in general, black men are not like that. And this platform exhibited good black men that want black women.
I would say probably up to 3 years ago, but recently there's a tension in the air that I can't even describe. Like it's insane. Like I'm glad you don't see it. You don't have the burden of seeing it, but I can feel it and I can see it. And other women see it too. And it's like, because we thought we were going crazy. We're like, y'all feel it too? And everybody's like, yeah, there's tension in the air. Like it's insane and it's scary. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah. That's why I've got my weapons. I've got everything that I need in case, you know what I mean? Because there was a black woman jogging. I'll let you go in a minute, but there was a black woman jogging in the neighborhood. Guess who shot her for no reason? It's like 6 a.m. A black guy just shot her. She's going for her morning jog, and you just shoot her. He doesn't know her.
Let me ask you a question.
They're being targeted because they're listening to the red pill stuff.
Let me ask you a question. Are all black women the same?
No, but most black women want the best for other black women.
Okay. Really, yes. Are all black women the same?
No.
Are all black men the same?
They stay on code.
Are all black men the same?
No, but
so why? But if
they stay on code.
If we know that all black men are not the same, then why in our head are we treating them like they are?
Like I said, all it is a response.
You ain't answering the question.
Because we're responding.
If they are not the same, why are you treating them like they are?
Well, from my experience, they look at me like I'm the demon or something. Like they look at me like I have on a hooded, pointy, a white hood. So I play into it. I'm like, well, screw it.
You're not answering the question.
Why do
And
we
then
treat them like they are?
you don't know. You don't know why you treat them all the same. And you know in your head, you know for a fact every black man is not the same.
Because I'm clout watching the manosphere, and maybe I need to stop because it's making me look at all black men as the enemy and demons. Yeah, when I see black men, I just see an enemy. That's why I left the gym this morning. I cut my workout short simply because 2 black men walked in and they looked maybe like they had a mean mug. So
okay.
it's scary.
Well,
you should. That name that I put in the comment section in the back, go check him out. Go check out that other video. Hear what they're saying.
Well, you have my email address. Send it to me.
Yeah, I will, because you got to hear this. That's why I'm geeking out. I'm like, oh shit, you know, I didn't know they felt like that. So,
well,
that's
I
just being
appreciate you
said.
again. I'm gonna have to take a
I know, girl, you go so hard, man. Okay,
y'all just be out of pocket. But anyways, I appreciate you. I did have to block some of your friends.
Aw.
They're just odd. Again, don't talk about being disrespected, but you're the main one disrespected. But anyway, I appreciate you. Email me. You know, we'll have to do it again.
Absolutely.
Next time, don't bring the puns.
No, I won't. I was freaking out because, like I said, I had a crazy day today, but I just, just letting y'all know that I'm strapped. Okay. All right, sweetie. You take care and get you some beauty rest. Love you. Bye.
Bye. Lord have mercy. Lord Jesus be offense. Thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you everyone that came on the panel. I knew it was going to be, well, I said this at the beginning. I knew it was going to be a little bit cringy, not as cringy as I thought it was going to be. I was hoping more people would have popped up, camera, be a woman about theirs and say, yeah, I divest. I don't mess with black men. I love white men, Asian men, whatever. And this is what I'm sticking to. And these are the points that I have. But they didn't do that. And I guess I'm not surprised because why would they? Living in delusion is what I say. Whew. All right. So again, thank you so much. You know where I will be next week, 6:30 Central Standard Time. I am Courtney Michelle having conversations. Again, this is not an echo chamber. Please, please, please. If you feel different, I welcome you to come up. I just ask that you be respectful, and I'll be respectful to you. Please, 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 2021 needs to be the year that we leave these dumb ass labels. Again, I know at the beginning I said I'm tired of hearing alpha. I'm tired of hearing beta. Tired of hearing pick me. Tired of, well, like I said, y'all call me a chameleon. I really don't give a damn. I think chameleons are dope. They're adaptable. I am too. So call me that. I don't give a damn. But shout out to the women that call me Mammy. Has always been a derogatory term, especially to Black women, and to try to use it to disrespect another Black woman is makes sense and it fits in your delusion. So I appreciate you guys. Yeah, leave Sim. I'm tired of Sim too. Like, we're just people. I'm tired of Pookie and Ray Ray's. Like, you're a man, I'm a woman. You might not be a good man. I'm gonna call you out on your bullshit, but I'm leaving all those labels back last year and we're moving on. So to the people that call me chameleon, the people that call me fake feminine, to the people that call me Mamie, this show is for you. Have a good night.